Got an IPA for me? Yeah, I'm just commenting on this loser's post. He drinks Busch Light. I know. Hey, come on, come sit down. I got some brews. I got a little picnic for us. Come on, grab some grass. Yeah. So to start, I got us some avocado toast with a little kale. Are you sure you don't want any? It's pretty good. You think I should say piss water? Piss water is always works. It's like, how am I gonna show them that I'm smarter than them if I don't comment mean stuff? Oh man, that baby finishes nice. Probably up to about 20, 25 miles a day. No, it's not biking, it's cycling. Biking is like what your grandma does. I cycle, it's way different. Can you imagine drinking Busch Light out here right now? What are we gonna do? We're gonna pull up our truck and sit on the tailgate and pound Busch Light out of our cooler. No, I don't think it'll make me look stupid. I think it'll make me look really smart if I comment that. No, I would never say that to their face. I would only do it to them online. Yeah, and then for my little dessert beer, I brought a unfiltered wet hop juicy ale. Yeah, I don't go anywhere without a bottle opener because my motto is you never know when you're gonna stumble upon a great brew. Yeah, I was actually just on my way to a brewery. They're doing a collaboration with the Cyclers Guild. They're taking old rubber tires from bikes. They're infusing it with a sour. And so they got the cyclist brew is what they're calling it. They're totally not pandering to get me in the door. I don't think so. I think that I think they just really care about cyclists, to be honest. Whew. I'm feeling a little buzzed. Yeah, Busch Light. Yeah, that's literally just the leftovers from all the craft brews. They squeegee it off the floor and throw it in a tank and they call it beer. So what's Apollo been up to? Is he still rock climbing? Yeah, I never thought he'd get back on the old wall again after his fracture in his foot. It's release day at the brewery, you know? You got to get there before everyone else does. Yeah, hopefully this weekend I can break out the old disc golf. I just haven't had enough time to hit the chains enough this year. Berkeley, he still throws his disc golf like a frisbee. It's not a frisbee, it's a disc golf. Sure you don't want any more avocado toast? Since it got warmer out and it's summer again, I've just been spending so much time going to different breweries on my bike with my dog that I just literally haven't been able to get down to the Slam Poetry Nook. I better not have too many of these. I still got to get home. I don't want to get a CUI, cycling under the influence. You should see the artwork on this can. Yeah, I really, really love the caramel flavor in this. Since we found the spot, I'm gonna have to bring out the old hammock next time and maybe do a little bit of journaling while we're here. I had this Saison the other day that literally started with a suede flavor. The body felt really basil-y in my mouth and the texture. And then it just finished with like a crazy fruity pebbles. We still down to hike on Saturday?
Oh, you betcha, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what better way to start the show coming off of Great American Beer Fest week, right? So, Craft Beer Drinkers Be Like was the name of that video. I don't know who that guy is, but he's funny. I like to watch him once in a while. Yeah.
He's got like a whole, like, have you ever seen where they do like tailgating at Target parking lot where the wives go in the shop and they tailgate in the parking lot?
I've seen that one.
I think it's like him and a bunch of like a whole group of guys that do videos and stuff. It's funny.
I'm sure none of us know craft beer drinkers like that, right? So
yes. That was great.
Mal never runs into that at the brewery by any means.
You know, I was fine with the whole video except for one thing. When he was laying in the grass eating his avocado toast, those shorts were way too close to his skin color, and it looked like he was not wearing pants. I was averting my eyes whenever he was laying on that blanket. I was like, oh no, oh no.
And what were you looking, Mal?
I was looking that way.
What is that one color of shorts that's common though? Like it's not like a blush or something like that, but I forgot what it's called. But it's common like that. What you're saying is common, I think, like that because of like a skin tone. It's like close to it, but it's like, yeah. You know.
He was real pasty, and that khaki was not helping him.
Yeah, right. Just made it look whiter.
Yeah, he definitely had it out for Bush Light on there a little bit.
A
So
little bit.
just a little bit. But welcome back, everybody, to another Thursday night as we are back in the house to have another happy hour. So welcome, and hopefully everybody is having a great week this week as we crack open some beers here in a bit, and we'll talk about some different things. But yeah, coming off a Great American Beer Fest, I'm like, what can I do to open the show that we find it funny right now? I thought that'd be kind of a cute thing to throw out there. So I ended up pulling it from the files. Like when I used to be a DJ, we go to the crates. Let me go back, go into my files and see what I can find. Yeah. It's like they haven't seen this one in a while, so let's throw that up there. So I might have a few more treats, but shout out to everybody. Shout out to JT in the chat. He says roll on up. JT. #cycle the beer, right? Yeah. And it's great to be back. Last week, fun time. For those of you that missed it, we had Oktoberfest live stream, and that was a good amount of time. Dropped some Oktoberfest tidbits. Mal had the Oktoberfest gear. I had a hat to the side. It was a good time. And Oktoberfest still going over there, obviously in Munich, like we talked about. They go for a couple of weeks or so into getting into October. So actually got some friends that are posting stuff on Facebook that are actually over there having a good time. So shout out to them. Definitely a bucket list thing to do. Got to get over there at some point. Just have to make it happen, as the kids say.
I've seen some of the games they partake in. No, I don't think so.
Yeah. One of the things I see that they do the spinning wheel, and I guess it's just the women's spinning wheel, where they have the women all jump onto this big wheel, like a merry-go-round, and they spin it, and the women get spun off of it, and it's like that wheel reminds me of being a kid when we had the merry-go-round at the park, right? When you fly off of it. Right? Yeah.
The one I saw, the guys were laying on their stomachs, and the women were sitting on top of them.
I haven't seen that one.
It was the last one to stand, and it was like once they started falling off, they all started falling off. It was so funny. I was like, no, I'm not doing that.
That sounds like an excellent way to get hurt.
Yeah. Well, remember they're doing this after drinking and stuff too. So
you're right.
Exactly.
Yeah. But I saw a couple guys try to get in. They're like, no, you can't get in. They kick the guys that they get all the women in there back to back, and they're all in there, and they spin them, and they start steadily coming off as the wheel goes. So then they start throwing stuff at them. So not only you just sitting there, but they're throwing like beach balls or some other foam stuff. They're trying to knock your balance off so you can fall off. They throw some type of strings, and they try to pull you off. So yeah, it's kind of crazy, but it seems like a good time. It seems like a good fun party, right?
Definitely hardcore, that's for sure.
Yeah. If you're gonna do something like that, Oktoberfest would be the place to do it. And then seeing some of the videos, like side of the hill, like they show people just so hammered and falling down. That reminded me of days back in West Virginia, watching a lot of freshmen get drunk because Frat Hill was on a hill, and we would sit out there and we'd watch like the freshmen would come to the party, because we all did it when we were freshmen. So by then we knew, and they would just get like so hammered because we'd have like 60, 70 keg parties at the top of the hill that you just see the freshmen start rolling down the hill from where they were at there. And it was like, yeah, it got brutal sometimes, but everybody goes through it. That's just what happens. So, when I say I went to a number one party school, I mean I went to a number one party school. So yeah.
we were number one there for a while, but I wasn't sure how it ranked.
Yeah. We were always at least top 5 when I was there.
I know West Virginia, I know you guys were up there, but IU was always like top 5 or 10 for sure, like in the country, whatever.
We always see like IUPUI, which would be on the list somewhere. But you were like, what is this IUPUI school? And like when they come down to party and stuff with us and stuff too, like, oh, I go to IUPUI. Never heard about that outside of getting to Morgantown, because it's not that far from West Virginia.
So they're IUPUI. Well, this is a different.
That's one. Indiana, right? Yeah, Purdue.
Yeah,
or whatever.
It's up in Indy.
They would come down and party.
So they changed that now. It's used to be IU University, Purdue University, Indiana is what it was. Stood for IUPUI. But I think they changed it now where I think it's just a branch of Indiana University. I think Purdue dropped off and did their own thing now. So I think it's just Indiana now.
Oh, okay.
Or a branch of Indiana, let's say.
Yeah. And then Slippery Rock was another one that would always be like Slippery Rock. But I felt like you got a name like Slippery Rock, you probably should be a party school.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I just feel like Slippery Rock, if you're going to a school and you're going to be thinking about drinking, that would be a school to go to.
It'd be a disservice if you wasn't.
It would be.
Like, you're not doing it right.
There's some schools that just have the name for it. That would be one. Shout out to Bart in the house. Cheers, my friend. Happy Thursday to you, Bart. Welcome, and glad you can make it. Bart was in the comments earlier. We're going to talk about what today is because, again, apparently we had another national beer drinking holiday that I don't know why we need them, but we'll talk about that here in a bit as well, which is like, I just thought it was any day ending with Y. But
I was going to say, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but apparently some people have holidays for all kinds of stuff. So, you know, if it's a holiday, do it. Oh, sorry, Chew. Don't come running home yet. We don't need a beer. Mouse good right now. She's good right now. Yeah. Gotta make sure. Chew's like, damn it, I'm on the can line right now. So,
I'm late.
It's all right. Chew.
He's serving beer to other people right now.
Yeah. I got dual things happening here. So yeah. But speaking of beer, I'm gonna crack open this little beauty, this little dandy right here, because I had it once for a review, and you know what? I went back and I'm like, oh, you still got it? I would get another one.
Ooh.
This is the 32-ounce crowler of the Oscar Blues.
Nice.
It is the BA22 Volume 10. If you happen to see my review on it, then you've seen what this beer is already about. And I believe the APV, I don't have my phone in front of me. I think it's like 14, I think, was on this one.
Whoa.
Double check. So, a session ale. You know, Matt.
Session ale. Yeah.
You know how I roll. Session ale.
For sure.
Starting out with a sessionable one also.
Let me see what this actually comes in. Oscar Blues.
Comes in drunk. That's what it comes in at.
That's right.
I almost got that Dave Chappelle line on tonight. It'll get you drunk. Yes, 14% ABV, Imperial Stout, Applejack brandy barrels.
Oh my!
And then they have regular brandy barrels. I don't know why it said Applejack brandy barrels and brandy barrels. Like, you just go, no special brandy on the other ones. We use Applejack for some of it too. So yeah.
I was gonna say most brandy was apple anyway. So
yeah, but they're like regular. Like Applejack is well known. So
well, yeah.
And
that's a selling point.
So if you haven't seen this review on the channel, you can definitely check it out as well. But I'm going to tell you right now, this is pure goodness. So if you happen to see it out there, it does fly off the shelves. It comes in a 4-pack, but it's been flying off of shelves on stuff. So luckily, the place I got, they kegged it. They made crowlers from it and let that sit there for a second. But that's what I'm going to start out with.
Fantastic.
Now, Todd, think you want to share? What do you got?
Go ahead, Todd.
I am starting out old school right here is what I'm starting out. I say old school, I just mean by the years.
Old school. You're my boy, Blue. Yeah.
This is the Black Note of 2017.
Oh.
From the cellar.
Nice.
This comes in at 11.2%. So I'm sure most everybody's had the Black Stout by now. So, not the Black Note, I mean. Black Note Stout. So, you know.
Yeah. Nice little Larry Bell creation there. Bells.
I looked at it, I was like, oh shit, that's from 2017. I was like, I better pop that open here quick.
No, I think you're still okay.
I think so too.
Okay. Yeah.
Never know.
What was the ABV on that one? I was like, I forgot.
11.2.
11.2. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's session night.
And I'm drinking out of the glass my daughter got me when she's up at school visiting about a month ago or so. It's like, here, I got some. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'll drink out of that one.
They should have an Indiana glass that says, because, Indiana's the Hoosiers. So it should be like UI on one, and then the backside should say Hoosier beer.
Yeah. Yeah, this one has the logo, but then it's got kind of like the map of the building, kind of like the buildings and stuff in there. It's kind of cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. It's got like Assembly Hall and the football stadium, and so it's like on the main stage. Who cares about academics?
Right. Right.
Nice.
Take all these tests just to get a job later on. Who you got, Mal?
I have from Noon Whistle Brewing Company, Squishy Gummy Hazy IPA at 7.1. So Squishy Gummy. Their gummy series is really good. Their hazies are phenomenal. This one has Citra, Mosaic, and Simcoe in it.
Nice.
Very nice.
So.
I would have thought that'd have been a sour by the name of it.
Yeah, I know. Their whole the whole squishy and gummy series that they have, people assume they're sours first, and nope, hazy IPAs all the way around.
Nice pour of that too.
Yeah, I can smell it, like even not close to my face. I smelled it the moment I started pouring. Big scent on this one.
It's in the air. It's in the air.
You know, I get the Simcoe first on the nose though. It's big Simcoe. But I love the Mosaic, how it closes it out. Always so fun. I haven't tried this particular beer, but I like those hops for that reason. So let's see. Oh, surprising. I was expecting a juice bomb, and it was definitely bitter up front.
Ooh.
Yeah, like super bitter up front, like crush your face bitter up front. Surprised me a little bit.
So that version you haven't had before then?
No, I haven't had this one. This was my first time trying it. But big bitter up front, and then it went to that earthy thing, and then you have the juice follows, which is weird to me because usually the juicy hazy IPAs are always the juices up front. So this was like reversed. That's kind of fun. A little different. You get the dessert at the end.
There you go. Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually got a couple gummy IPAs from Sweetwater, but I'm going to probably review those this weekend. Let's see. Emerson's in the house. Rob talking about. Let's get out beers on. Cheers. Yeah, beers are ready to get on. Mm-hmm. Bart just cracked open a nice Ballantine ale. Nice. Very nice.
Classic.
And which reminds me, I got to put up the little thing here. Let us know what you're drinking by dropping a comment. There you go. Bart's ahead of the game. Gilbert's in the house. Cheers, Gilbert.
EGF, we watching the pack.
I know. We appreciate you coming in. But maybe he doesn't have Prime. I guess you got to have Prime to watch the game now because it's on Amazon Prime.
Yes,
like it's not on either channel.
I've got it on, but
yeah.
Yeah, she was really disappointed. He wanted to watch it at work and he couldn't. So
it's like, let's take a major sport and only make it where part of the population can actually watch it.
Correct.
Yeah.
And let's help Amazon take over even more of the world.
Yeah. Gilbert says, I must have the stout. So yeah, I mean, it's good. That's a good stout. If you can get it. As Q-Tip once said, I got to get it. I got to get it. Yeah, so it is definitely worth getting.
I think he said, I got to send it. I got to send it.
Yeah, well, I can't send a crowler. I don't trust sending a crowler. I haven't seen it in cans anywhere. They came out in cans. I just haven't seen them. The one they have there is the Volume 9, which is a Imperial, I think, Golden Ale. So I'm like, don't even want to try that. I'm like, Golden Ales, me and him, it's kind of like that summer family reunion, that one cousin, 1 year you're okay with them, next they're on your nerves. You're kind of like, I don't know who's showing up. I don't know who's showing up this year. I might be able to tolerate you. I might not. So it's kind of like, I better just stay away just in case.
Everybody
That's funny.
Yeah. Everybody has that one cousin, so everybody can relate to that story.
Are you having it this week? No, that was last week. Sorry you missed it. Sorry.
Yeah. He's not coming. You're like, for real? No, I'm just not. He's here. Oh, damn. I'll be in the car.
Right, go ahead.
I'll be in the car.
But you got written gifts this time.
Robert's in the house. Shout out from South Texas. Cheers, my friend. He's rocking the Atomic Pumpkin. There you go. New Ranger.
Nice.
New Belgium Voodoo Ranger Atomic Pumpkin. So very nice. I've had that one. That's actually a pretty good pumpkin.
I was going to say, good one. Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Got some heat on it, too. That's nice.
Yeah. And I've got a story from South Texas that we'll share here in a bit as well as part of the beer news. But speaking of pumpkin beer, so the poll of this week right now that is out there, unless I think of another poll during the course of the show, would you prefer an upcoming live stream on pumpkin beers or imperial stouts? So go ahead and put your vote in for an upcoming show there. I mean, I could have said probably both, but I'm like, let's leave it up to the people to decide. And coming in, it was like a landslide for imperial stout. So now we got a 50-50 split out there. So it's like some of you guys are just like, what is it? sadists that like to give pain because you want me to see go through pumpkin beers. I'm not the beer patrol. I don't have a pumpkin week on this channel, so no. let's not go overkill on the punk. No, I'm just joking with you.
We can't
There's
always
some yeah. I can get into some pumpkin beers, but I just want to see what people thought out there. So it's 50-50 right now. So make sure you drop a vote and be heard. Let your voice be heard.
Chew and I already vote for pumpkin.
No.
Your vote's in.
Then you just texted, "Hey, Chew, vote for pumpkin on the poll."
Yep. Well, he's a pumpkin fanatic. I told you our unity ceremony at our wedding was pumpkin beer with Fireball whiskey. Like,
yeah. So with Mal, I shared with Mal as I was going through stuff. When did I send that to you? This past weekend, I think, Great American Beer Fest.
Right.
So for those of you that watched enough, if you know Chew, Mal's husband, Chew's got a thing for the Golden Girls. I don't make these things up. I just repeat and share the information I have. I don't write this. I can't make this up at all. But he's got a thing for the Golden Girls. So at Great American Beer Fest, I sent Mal a photo of a guy that was posing with a cutout of the Golden Girls. I don't know who brought the Golden Girls there, but it was a cutout of all four of them. And the guy was posing with them. I'm like, this would have made Chew's world if you'd have been
I was gonna say, how jealous was Chew at that point?
Yeah, did you show Chew the picture?
I did. Yeah. He was like, that is so not fair. Why can't we have that? We need that in our living room. I said, where are we going to put that in the living room? He said, right on the coffee table. I said, we can't see the TV. He said, it's okay. I don't need to watch anything else.
Put it right on the couch.
Well, at least he didn't say in the bedroom.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
I'm kind of grateful.
That far yet, right? You break it in just a little by little, you know.
I think I'm gonna put it on the ceiling.
Oh my.
We don't need a mirror anyway. JT's in the house. Half acre mosaic double daisy cutter. Very nice. I think I had the base daisy cutter. I don't think I've had the double, but the base one was a nice one I've had.
The double's really nice.
Yeah.
They did a nice job on that one.
And we got Rusty in the house. Cheers.
Rusty.
Gilbert says, "Go Pack, go!" I have Prime Son, so he has a game on there too. So he's got us on one thing and the game on another. He's probably got his picture on the Packers game or whatever. So, the stout sounds like Bellwood's Bring Out Dead level, son. Ooh, I don't know. I haven't had Bellwood because they're out of Canada, but I need to get some more Canadian beers. I have a place that do get Canadian beers, and I need to do some more stuff outside, just like Flying Monkeys and some other thing. I hear horns blowing. The Orioles may have won tonight because we clinched AL East, so they do. But then again, in Baltimore, it could be traffic not moving, so you never know with the horns when they're going off out there. But I told Todd earlier, if you hear a bunch of horns in the background, the Orioles won. We clinched the AL East through the playoffs, which would be pretty cool.
Can I say how fun it is that Bellwoods has a beer called Bring Out Your Dead? Because I went straight to Monty Python, man.
Yeah.
Bring out your dead.
And I would hope the artwork on the can kind of alludes to that in some type of fashion.
I hope
right?
so. I hope so.
Yeah.
Now they just need big pointy teeth as one. Kim the Enchanter should be a beer. Nice to say me.
Somebody's have a Monty Python beer of "Don't Fear the Bunny," from the bunny scene of Holy Grail.
Oh yes.
Big pointy teeth.
A creature so fierce.
Oh, and I want there to be an imperial stout called Holy Hand Grenade.
Oh, there you go. Or a fart in your general direction could be another beer title.
Ooh. No, that would be an IPA. That would be a West Coast IPA that's like super stinky. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right. It's 1-0 Baltimore.
1-0 Baltimore. What inning is it?
Getting ready to go in the bottom of the 7th.
Okay.
So close.
So the horns might have been for
maybe
getting me up to the ball game.
Might have been somebody just not moving in out there or something. So
probably. Yeah.
Then again, we could have a homeless person in the street too, because they stand in the street out here, like literally in the street in between lanes. I'm like, I have no idea nobody's gotten hit since I've been here, because I guess they're used to it. People will they'll stand there right like on that little dash line, like at the light or in front of the crosswalk, and like in wheelchairs too. Guys will be in their wheelchairs out there as well. I'm like, you're really taking a chance here because they're panhandling. They're asking for money.
I thought they were just hanging out. I'm like, why? Why are they there?
and from what I've seen, people driving in Baltimore, that's a high risk thing to be out there, because some people definitely cannot drive here. Yeah.
No, that happens in Chicago too, though, and people in Chicago drive like idiots. So
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I think it's nationwide. Everybody just drives like idiots.
I don't know. I seen literally like one time, and I posted a thing on Facebook. You probably saw, Todd, like a couple weeks ago. Literally, they needed like a traffic control in a parking lot of a grocery store because people could not figure out how to back out and turn around and go around the other cars.
Oh my God.
It's like, seriously, why are you people like even out here driving? Like, you know, if there was somebody that needed Metro, it was you. You should be on the Metro bus.
If somebody should have the license revoked, it should be them.
Yeah, right.
I still love watching people try to parallel park, man.
Yeah.
My dad drilled that into me when I was learning. Like, he drilled it into me. And my town didn't have any parallel parking. He still drilled it into me.
I'm terrible at parallel parking.
I'm not even gonna lie.
But I love watching people have trouble with it. It makes me laugh every time. I'm sorry.
Back like, hey, give me a beer while I'm trying to do this.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm not even gonna lie. Sometimes I like parallel park struggle for me. It's just like most of the spots you don't even need it anymore. But see, when I took my driving test, I was halfway in, and the guy's like, "Oh, you got it. Go ahead." Yeah. Didn't even finish on my test. So I'm like, well, I'll finish on my test. I don't need to finish.
I've been known to drive like a block away because I didn't want to parallel park.
She does that too.
Yeah.
Now sometimes I can, but sometimes it may take me 35 minutes and people are honking like, "Hey, move out of the way! Learn how to drive, Jack." Like, okay,
you try to get one. You try to get one where you can just pull into it, not to parallel park. Yeah.
And Shannon hates because I always do. If there's a spot in front of me, I always drive through and just pull. She's like, "You're a drive-through." I was like, "Why wouldn't you do that? It's easier to pull out. Why not?"
So
that's what she said.
My concern with people parallel parking is they think that their large vehicle can fit in a spot that is obviously not going to fit their vehicle, and they try for a while before they figure out, "Hey, I'm not going to fit here." And I love that. It just makes me pleased. So the brewery that I work at, it's all parallel parking on that street. And I get to watch this like from work, and there's a pole across the street, and I've seen 3 different cars hit that pole. So all my people eating out front got dinner and a show because they have to call the cops and have them look at the pole and do the whole thing.
That's kind of what she said too, isn't it, Rod?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. People do not know how to park.
Yeah, you can sit out there doing shorts watching people trying to park there. Like,
it's just great.
Like, here, hold my beer.
I believe Robert is definitely a pumpkin fan there with the hashtag Pumpkinator. Gilbert's down with Imperial Stouts. Vanessa's in the house. Cheers, Vanessa. No, he's down with them. He's like, yeah, he wants the Imperial Stout. So yeah, I think he's choosing Imperial Stouts over pumpkin. Is what he's saying. That he's down with pumpkin stout.
I thought it was like
down with Imperial.
I thought it was like down with Imperial rule, like tear it down, kind of, you know.
He's not a violent kind of guy.
I mean, I guess it could be.
He could be if you give him a pumpkin beer, maybe. Cheers to Vanessa.
Hi, Vanessa.
Vanessa says stouts. All right, got stouts are 10% higher now, 55 to 45. So stouts are making a little bit of a move. Monty Python beers. This and Pale Ale, Bloody Viking Baltic Porter, Nudge Oyster Stout. Yeah, there you go.
Nudge Oyster Stout. I need this in my life. Nudge, wink, wink. Say no more. Say no more. I need this in my life. I need this.
It's definitely a better title than the Flying Dog Pearl Necklace Oyster Stout. Leaves a whole different vision in your head. Yeah.
Well, they also did Flying Bitch, and there's another one that's really funny too.
And they got Doggy Style. They got Raging Bitch.
Style.
Yeah.
Raging Bitch, not Flying Bitch. I said.
Yeah.
Flying Monkey, Raging Bitch. I don't know what's going on.
Potato, whatever. You know.
Yeah. It's the same thing, right?
Right.
Nope.
She lands and she's still raging. No. Stop trying to get your vehicle in some spot you can't do. Go find an empty spot and drive in. There you go.
Exactly.
So, fun story. We were at a bar. Mm-hmm. My husband had ordered a Raging Bitch as his beer. Mm-hmm. We were sitting there. He had finished his beer. The waitress comes up and says, "Do you want another Raging Bitch?" And he said, "I already got one," and pointed at me. This girl just about lost it. Like she was like freaking out, like we were gonna have a fight or something. And I was like, yeah, he only needs one. He doesn't get any more beer now.
And I gotta take her home. So no, I don't need another.
poor waitress. She was just not knowing what she was in store for. So yeah.
No, she had no clue what was going to happen. She starts backing away, like looking scared.
She's like you, sir.
Shut it down. 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 Shut it down now.
Out the door with you, Chew.
Oh, it was a very good moment. A couple of the customers heard too, and they were just busting up, man.
That's pretty good.
There's some good humor there.
You can't pull that off with anybody, but it worked for me. So
if you're in New York City, you should have parked that vehicle the moment you got in town and walk your lazy butt. Yeah. Well, you got so much easy transit to get around New York for sure, but people go crazy in New York to try to find good spots. I mean, even Seinfeld had an episode about that. You know, when George got a good spot, he was just patting himself on the back all throughout. Like, how about that spot, Jerry? How about that spot? So, yeah.
Whenever I have to go into the city, into Chicago, I try to take the train in and use the transit down there because it's inexpensive. Honestly, you can do $5 and have a whole day pass on all of the trains and buses.
Okay.
Like $5 for the whole day. I mean, I can hit 7 or 8 bars that way. That's great. And then I have an hour ride home on the train, so I have time to sober up before I have to drive home from the train station. It's super great.
In the age of Uber, that's a really good deal. So,
I know, right?
I mean, you might have conversations with some people you don't want to talk to, but they could be entertaining as well. So you never know.
Just have to listen to people's conversation that you don't want to listen to, I suppose.
Yeah.
There is an ease to not having to do that in an Uber or a Lyft. That is lovely. So sometimes you get a chatty driver too.
Yeah, you do get a chatty driver sometimes in Uber and stuff sometimes you get a good driver. He'll ask you something, but it's like, you can actually do it on the app now. You can choose how your driver talks to you. I don't know if you saw that or not, but you can choose.
Oh, really?
You don't want communication or however you want to do it there. And they'll follow every time on the app and stuff too.
Oh, wow.
That's funny.
Yeah. I've never done it. I never marked it because I feel like bad. Like, just shut the fuck up and drive the car. I haven't been that kind of person. Like
Shannon actually drove an Uber and somebody's like, I don't want you talking to me. She'd be I ain't picking him up. It's like, I'm not going to do it. Like, you walk your ass where we got to go.
I don't mind the chatty drivers usually.
No, but some people, I guess, they just don't want to deal with it. Or, if you had a long day at work, you may just want to
I can see
peace
that.
on the way home or something, or, Yeah.
I was a teacher. I'm a master at ignoring people.
Yeah.
I mean, I could easily just drive and not talk to nobody, but I was like, that's kind of part of the fun, sort of like just get in and just talk, bullshit with somebody.
I just think if they did that in the 90s, we would have never had taxi cab confessions.
True. Also wouldn't have had Cash Cab.
Right.
I love Cash Cab. That show's great.
Yeah, taxi cab.
So is taxi cab confessions.
Taxi cab confessions. Yeah, you have people that were way too MI on there. Like, I'm like, do you wonder if somebody may see this that actually knows you, or like they would just because they had to sign off permission at the end of it. But I mean, they're hammered, so they probably didn't mind. But it was just like, going to work that Monday, but like, I saw you on taxi cab. So you about that, huh? You about that?
That was in.
All right.
They were in Vegas for that. That was in Vegas.
Oh, they did all over. They did Vegas. They did New York.
They
did LA. They were everywhere, all over the country. They would do it.
I was thinking that was just like Vegas.
But Vegas and New York were pretty popular. I know.
Yeah.
Those were like two of the more popular spots. But it's just like, But yeah. Those were the 90s back then. Sorry, millennials, Y, Zs, whoever. We don't have those shows anymore nowadays.
Vegas works. It's supposed to be what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. If you go on a TV show and talk about what happened in Vegas, you screwed it all up.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You did it wrong.
HBO broke the mold there.
That's not how Vegas works.
Yeah. And then he went out to the ranch and did it with the ranch guy out there, the Bunny Ranch, for a show for a few seasons.
I was about to say the ranch. You'll have to be more specific.
Which the weirdest one there is when one of the episodes, the mother brought her son there because she wanted her son to learn from a professional and do it right before he started meeting other women. And she waited in the waiting room while he went back there. And then she asked how it was. Like, that's just, that's way, way, way TMI. Like,
right.
How do you explain that to the rest of the family over Thanksgiving dinner? We saw you guys on like.
Yeah, that's a little too close a relationship between mother and son, in my opinion. I don't know.
Some Norman Bates psycho.
I mean, who knows what she was training him for? Maybe she was going to be his pimp or something.
Yeah, it's totally a psycho play.
Yeah.
Hi, mother.
Yeah.
Hello, Mom.
Just
Go back to the
thinking about
whorehouse
that
again
is
today?
weird. Yeah. God, yeah. Yeah, that's not where you want to have that mother-son conversation, I'm pretty sure. So they go, oh, he was great. Like, what? Yeah.
I mean, did she talk to the girl too? Was she like, how did he do? Did he perform?
He was talking to the girl and everything afterwards and everything too, like, you know, and how polite he was and all this kind of stuff. And it's just like,
he was so nice.
He even got the washcloth. Yeah. So yeah.
She's training him to be a courtesan. That's what's happening right now.
I guess.
Nice.
She's training him for the sex trade. It's terrible.
I stopped trying to figure out the world a long time ago. That was back then. Yeah. That was just
good move. It's a good move.
And it was funny when they interviewed the guy that runs the place. He's like, why would I ever get married? I get all of this for free. You know, it was funny. It was hilarious. Like
I felt like he knew what he was doing back then.
I think he felt he was like a Hugh Hefner or something. So yeah.
He was trying to be, yes, he was trying to be.
Hugh Hefner, man, the more you learn about him over the years.
Oh God. Have you watched any documentary things?
I've seen some pieces like written on like online on stuff about some of the episodes, but I haven't watched it. But
I watched the first season and like 3 episodes of that. Oh my gosh.
But my thing is like, you didn't say anything when he was alive. You took the money, you got paid for it. So it's kind of like now he's dead. Everybody wants to kind of come out with different stuff.
Yeah,
so,
right. But still, it's like.
Once I heard from Holly, the time Holly had to be rolled on top of him, I was like, no need to watch this or nobody more. Like,
you're right.
But then again, he has people that help roll the women on top of him. So, you know, it's kind of like I thought that was what the Fluffer did, but the Fluffer does something different apparently. So.
Fluffer has
they all got their own jobs, right?
They all got their own thing there.
They're very.
I mean, it was terrible. That it was like that's a whole different outlook when you start watching something that's like, oh man.
Yeah, he kind of felt. I mean, there was always something there, kind of off anyway. But
I don't know if it's so much of obviously it was what he stood for and things he did, but all the celebrities that coattailed on it was like unreal.
Oh, it was. I mean,
yeah.
I mean,
the stuff that he probably did, the stuff he probably ran through. Seriously, like. You could probably find about as much bad stuff he did there that Epstein probably did on the island.
Oh, probably worse.
Yeah, yeah. First trade today. And the short thing I have say to prove me after disapprove in August, September. I already covered today. Oh, wow.
Oh, that sucks. Well, I hope it works out.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure that's what the medical stuff there. Then we just use the VPN to get the fake to get Packers games on. You're the VPN. Oh, too bad Aaron Rodgers could use a VPN to protect himself.
Right, no kidding.
All I did was report my address and the husband moved out. Oh wow. And then they had oh, very nice. It's not the foreign extra stout, but it's the extra stout. So
yeah.
Gilbert has. I can't hate on it. We're going to talk about Guinness there in a second because now Mal has happiness in her city, her vicinity there. Yeah, so we'll talk about that.
I know.
In a second
I saw that. We're going when we come up there in a couple weeks. We're coming up that way in a couple weeks. So
you got to let me know when so I can schedule stuff or not schedule stuff.
When is that open? Is it open now or next day?
I don't know the exact day.
We're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. We're going to get to it.
Okay, sorry. Spoiler alert. Sorry, Ryan. I think it's tomorrow, though.
Actually, it's already open because JT already put that in there.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was thinking I was thinking tomorrow was like, okay. Yeah.
Oh, he's overachievers. All these overachievers on the channel, which is a good thing. It's like everybody's ahead of the class. I like that.
We always,
I used to be a kid.
You got to think for yourself sometimes.
I used to hate like when they have class. That probably sounds bad now, saying, but like when you were in class and a kid, and you were going to school, and you're getting through stuff, and you're down the end, And the teacher going through, and someone keeps asking the same question, and you're just like, oh my God. Why is he holding up the class? Why can't he ask after? Like, once you ask, let us go to the end. Let him ask after type thing. And it was funny. I saw a video earlier.
So wait, when does it open?
Sorry. I saw a video earlier.
Now, or is it not open yet?
It was an old Shannon Sharp video, and he was talking about when he was in school. And I'd be like, this could have been something I could have said too. Like, and he said he was in class, and the teacher was like, well, some of the kids in here, everybody's like learning how to read. So if a kid, and Mal, you as a teacher, you understand that here too. So if the kid can't understand a word, then sound it out. Sound it out will help you get through it, blah, blah, blah. And so this kid, Johnny, was reading the book, and it was like, Johnny, and they were like, sound it out, sound it out. Shannon was like, well, sound like Johnny can't read. He said,
so like Johnny's a dummy.
Like, go to class and come back when you have compassion or something for the other. He's like, I didn't go back to that class for like 2 weeks. The kid was like, his niece is like, sound like Johnny can't read. Just said it out loud. Like, I could have seen myself doing some stupid shit like that.
That's funny. Yeah. Sorry, John.
Yeah. Have you seen that video with the little kid, the little girl? I think it's a little girl that's reading the book, and she's like, if Johnny has one quarter and 2 dimes and a nickel, how much does Johnny have? And she's just like, yeah, Johnny sounds like he broke. Johnny's broke.
Nice.
Johnny's broke. Yes. Poor Johnny.
We gotta love kids. Kids have just a pure honesty when they spit stuff out of their mouth, right? Yeah.
That's funny.
So I was a quick reader when I was a kid. And when I was 7 years old, I was reading a book, and I went to my father and I asked him what this word meant. And the word was flaccid.
Uh-oh.
And he paused and he stared at me for a second. He said, where did you hear this word? And I said, in my book. And I pulled out Eyes of the Dragon by Stephen King.
Oh, okay.
So it's a Stephen King book, but it's like wizards and knights, and like it's not gory. It's a little scary, but it's not, like the wizard's gonna poison the king kind of thing. It's one of his fantasy novels, so it's fine. But the whole first chapter was about how the king and queen couldn't conceive a child, and they had the word flaccid in the story. And so my father's staring at me. I'm 7 years old, and he's like, can I see the book? And he takes the book and he reads like a page or two, and he's like, it means the king and queen can't have a baby. And I went, okay, thanks. And I went away and started reading. It was the best moment ever. He didn't take the book from me. He just let me keep going because he knew the story. It was fine. But oh my goodness, my poor father, he was 38 at the time that I asked him that question. And he was probably just staring at me going, oh, fuck, what am I supposed to do with this?
That's a great response, by the way. Like,
yeah, he handled it great.
Lying. He's not lying. Like, that's true.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah.
He just kind of glossed over the truth, but he was like, it means they can't have a baby. And I said, oh, okay. And I was fine. I didn't mind.
Yeah.
That's all I need to know.
Yeah, he glossed over. Too bad the king didn't have someone gloss it over.
He didn't have much more time for that anyway.
No. It was off with his head, yeah. Oh, let me see here. Yes, but oh yeah. If you don't, that's funny you say that, just because I asked one time, I had to get something for insurance. I forgot what it was, like Advair or some type of whatever. And I'd asked the pharmacist, because it was like, you get this thing from the company. It's like, oh, you do this coupon they give you online. It's like $25 or whatever. Like, but you have to have insurance and all this other kind of stuff. And I asked her, like, what if a person doesn't have insurance? What do they usually pay? She's like $500. I'm like, seriously? Somebody that doesn't have insurance, who probably can't afford it, has to pay $500 versus someone that can afford it, who has insurance, it's $25.
Right. Yeah,
that's just something that's screwed up. Something
that
in the system right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Me and Mal would clean up on cash cabs.
Yes, we would. Yeah. We both have way too much stupid, unusable knowledge.
Useless knowledge.
Yeah.
Yes, this would be amazing.
Did that guy like pass away or something, if I remember correctly? The guy that did the show? I was thinking something maybe like a few years back he had died, I thought.
I don't know if he did. I
hope not? I loved him.
I think that's why they stopped showing it because I think he had passed
Oh,
away.
you know what? That could be because they haven't showed that for a long. Like the ones I see now is like reruns of old school.
And I love the reruns, but I didn't realize. Oh God!
I think that was the case that happened. But speaking of trivia, it's funny. We were years ago, like 2010 or 2009, whatever it was. I was in Arizona for one of our sales conferences. And I knew one of the other guys that was a sales rep that was out there. We were kind of talking and we're going through stuff. He's asking me these questions on movie trivia and music trivia. And I'm like, oh, that was so-and-so. That was so-and-so. Like, I knew all these different trivia. And he's like, literally, how do you know this? I grew up as a kid at home by myself, Gen X lifestyle. Came home, watched movies, watched TV, parents at work. You just had a lot of time to yourself. And so we ended up doing it. And we ended up sitting around this fire pit. And next thing I know, we got like 20 different people that are around, like the sales reps that we work that are like we sell to and stuff like that and everything. And they started just going around asking questions. And we're like, this whole trivia like just broke out on stuff. And I'm like, oh, that was so and so. They're like, how do you know that? So yeah, sometimes that trivia can be useful depending on what setting you're actually in. So
and I just looked it up. He's still alive.
He is still alive?
Oh,
Okay.
I'm very pleased to hear that.
He's 52 years old.
But he's not doing cash cab anymore. What are we doing now?
I thought you said 15.
It's got him. It says he's a comedian.
Oh, maybe took the cash cab to get on the comedian career, so he's going around doing stuff.
Well, he was very quick-witted.
Ben Bailey is his name.
Yeah, he was very quick-witted. He had snarky, snappy little comments all the time.
Yeah.
Very quick-witted.
I had to look it up because I didn't hear that if he did, but maybe he did.
Speaking of comedians. No, that sounds like a disease. That sounds like a disease. 1 second there.
Whoa! Hold up.
You got diagnosed with that comedians. No.
Where is this show going? I don't know about this.
Comedians.
We went to an earlier hour. It's supposed to be slightly cleaner now, right?
Well,
he's got that committee. He's got that committeeus. Comedians. One comedian I can become a fan of is that Matt Rife. Have you guys seen him? I think it's Matt Rife.
Yes. No. It's gosh dang it, what's his name? I know what you're talking about because my daughter loves him. Comedian Matt Rife. Is it Rice?
Rife, Rife.
Oh, Rife. Yes, that's him.
Yeah,
that's him.
This guy is freaking.
Hilarious.
He's hilarious. And the way he works with the crowd and everything he's coming to Baltimore. I might try to go to the show.
I read something on there. He said he does like a regular comedian skit, but things you see on TikTok and stuff where he talks with the crowd and stuff is like filler time.
Yeah.
Like he does that, which would still be hilarious, but it's not like his normal like routine or whatever, from what I understand.
But he does good when he plays off the crowd and stuff. This stuff is pretty damn funny. He's like he's one of those guys that are climbing up the ranks now that you're going to see more stuff about, I think.
Yes.
So if you get a chance to check out Matt Rife, check him out. He's pretty funny.
Was coming here. He's coming here in November, but I think it sold out in like 30 minutes or something. It was crazy. Like it sold out quick.
Look at Vanessa. She's got the restocking.
Nice.
She knows when they're going to restock tomorrow. Vanessa will be there to load up. Yeah. Cash cab could be fun. Yeah.
Vanessa, you'd kill it cash cab too.
Yeah. Clean up room 3. Yeah. Yeah. So let me see here. Oh, what would they be brewing, JT? We're going to talk about that here in a little bit too, Vanessa, on the Guinness thing. It works out there short of October now to 2024. Why those 2 months? That is weird. Yeah. Well, you know what, though? If you're dealing with that, you're probably dealing with some type of bureaucracy, which is always a mess. I was missing for 2 weeks because I was testing new drugs, which were no good to use. Oh,
my.
2 weeks went by. I went to class. Rest of my comp signed math sitting in class. Well, maybe we can get somewhere now that Vanessa has returned. Well, at least he knew who you were, right? That means you were somebody special. So.
And he felt the class couldn't move forward without you. I mean,
yeah,
that's great.
Right. The Red Queen rule works every time. Every time.
What's the Red Queen rule?
That's from that's one of the sci-fi things, I believe. But the Red Queen basically dominates, like stands out, I think. So, for my understanding, I'm trying to put in the words. I think 'cause I remember the Red Queen, but it's kind of like the Red Queen is like the key piece to everything. So it's kind of like now that she comes back, everything falls back into place.
Oh.
Yeah.
I saw an Affy Tapple.
Who did you get there?
Affy Tapple.
A bushel of apples. This one
before?
It's Phase 3 Brewing Company. I have it every year.
What is the Affy Tapple?
Hit our neighborhood today, so.
Oh.
The Phase 3 Brewing is 10 minutes from my house.
No, I know. I got some Phase 3s. Like, okay, we get them every now and again, so.
Peanut caramel apple ale. Ooh. What's the ABV on that one?
It's low.
Let's see.
Oh shit, 28 and 16 without the That's out of whack. 6%.
Yeah. Oh no, maybe it says 8%. Hell no. Let me see.
Let me
blow it up.
Put your glasses on, man. Put your glasses on.
I'm getting old and I can't see no more. So.
He's got readers. He don't want to put them on there.
He's got one of those little magnifying glasses. He's like magnifying glass.
God, it makes me sick. I'm like, I don't know about this.
He says he's in Indiana, but he's still in that state of denial.
I am. It's what the 50. It's going downhill. I'm like, no, I think it's before then. I'm pretty sure. That's right, 6%. See,
there you go.
Don't doubt me.
Frank could bring in a haul.
I was doubting me, so don't. It's okay if he did.
I came back for a few years, 2017 to 2020.
I love Cash Cab. It was fun.
Voiceover and a bunch of shows.
Oh, he would be great at voiceovers. He did a lot of fun voices.
Don't I, JT? I do run a family.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
I do. In fact, we like to lead people in sing-alongs around here. You know?
Yeah.
Everything in
turn around.
Every now and then.
Turn around.
I didn't really
Fun for the whole family.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely friendly all the way.
Speaking of that song, there was a YouTube video that was like literal videos, I think they called it for a while, but they took a song and then they did a new music video for it. But they changed everything to be very, very literal. So when they said turn around, like
everybody
they
would
changed
turn
the song.
around.
Well, no, they had the normal video, but they said like turn around, bright eyes. It was child with headlights, and it had that kid with the like glowing eyes and stuff. And like they changed the song to fit what was actually shown and how weird that music video was, because that music video was really strange.
Yeah.
It was like she was a teacher or a principal at some boys' school somewhere, and like all this weird stuff was happening in the school, and she's running around in barely any clothes, and it was really weird.
What
but
video?
They did literal videos.
what video was this? Running around with barely any clothes? What video?
Yeah, no, it's serious. But
Start over.
Yeah.
They were really, really funny. They did a whole bunch of them.
I hope this tastes as good as it smells.
It smells.
You didn't taste it yet? So what's the smell like? Peanut butter apple?
No, it smells like big caramel flavor smell on the nose.
It's like a candy apple type
You know
thing?
what it kind of smells like? What's kind of smells like candy corn. Or not candy corn, but like the caramel corn. Kind of has a smell of like caramel corn, sort of. I don't know if it makes sense.
Caramel corn or caramel apple?
Caramel corn. I don't smell no apple.
What's caramel corn?
Yeah.
Caramel corn. I don't know what caramel corn is.
Caramel corn is the popcorn with caramel on it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about corn on. I was thinking corn on the cob with caramel.
No.
I was like, that's some Indiana thing going on. I don't know caramel. Coming straight out the cob. It's the caramel corn.
We've had purple here in Indiana, so you know.
We don't use butter. We use caramel in our corn, son.
Definitely has a sweetness to it for sure. I mean, I don't know where the bushel of apples comes in play. Maybe on the taste, but I don't smell no apple at all.
Oh, it's on the taste.
You know, it kind of smells like the what's the box caramel corn that you get? Like the
Chicago famous one?
No, I don't know about that. I
That's
don't live
what
in
I
Chicago.
remember. Oh, there's
what's
the
the
Chicago popcorn one.
What's the
but
butter toffee one that like the famous
Garrett's.
one? Huh?
Garrett's popcorn.
That's the
Garrett's
Chicago
popcorn.
popcorn company that does like the really good caramel.
Everybody gets them nationwide, like the popcorn.
Garrett's is the one you want.
Yeah, Garrett's is the one.
Garrett's ships all over.
It's phenomenal.
Caramel and cheese, son, all day long.
Oh, yeah.
Chicago style.
They have other ones too, like a garlic one and stuff too, but you have to be like here to get those.
Yeah,
all right, never mind.
Cheese.
Hence, this is why I don't have a channel, because I can't get my thoughts together.
I got one of my
So
buddies. One of my colleagues. He gives out Garrett's popcorn to our reps.
Just so you know, in the private chat, I did share the link to that literal video, so you can watch it at some point.
Oh, okay.
It's amazing. I know we can't show it on here because, well, I mean, the music's the same, but the lyrics are different. I wouldn't want to get you.
It's weird how YouTube does stuff. I could show it probably without sound, but then it's kind of like watching a silent movie from back in the day. And if you
Well, no, they have the words that they've changed the words to, and then you can see the video. So you could play it without sound probably, but it's really funny.
Crunch and Munch is what I was thinking of. Crunch and Munch.
That's totally not what I was thinking of when you were trying to describe that.
Yeah.
But
you would not be good at what's that, charades? Yeah, you were not giving me any, or Pictionary,
he wasn't
whatever.
using his hands
the
to tell you.
corn in the box. What else do you need?
Well, what's the other one? What's the other game where you tell people stuff?
No, it's
Pictionary, where you got to draw it. That's drawing it with Pictionary.
Yeah.
Wait. What's the
Cracker Jack?
Cracker Jack.
Cracker Jack. Cracker Jack.
Cracker Jack.
Cracker
That
Jack.
was caramel corn with the little toy in it, right? That's a Cracker Jack box.
Okay.
Take me out to the ball.
Yeah, Cracker Jack.
But I'm gonna say on the taste,
buy me a box of
I can
Cracker
taste apple
Jack.
in it. It's not what it smells like. It's not what it smells like for sure.
No, the taste is different from the smell, but I do love that one. I'll have one or two each year.
It's good. It's good, but it's not what it smells like for sure. If you're thinking like, oh, it's caramel sweetness, whatever, then you taste it, it's like, oh, this is fruit salad. What the hell?
We'll probably mix up then maybe with how you're doing that stuff there.
Must be.
Allison wondered on the Red Queen's #1 rule off of your head.
Oh, so that's the Red Queen's rule. Okay.
I was totally off on what I said, I guess, but I would still say whenever Vanessa gets there, she dominates. I mean,
you said everything falls into place. Off of your head means it falls into place. I agree. I think you're spot on.
I know whatever Vanessa says goes, so that's what I go with. Like I said, she's our target spot if things get bad to go to Vanessa's house. That's all I'm saying.
Yep.
Rabbit holes can be dangerous.
That is true.
There's some other jokes in there, but I'm not going to go into them.
There's a lot of jokes in there.
That's bunny holes. That's a whole different conversation we had earlier.
I'm just going to hop along from that one there. So, yeah. Is the person in the top right of Max? What are you talking about?
Well, I feel pretty female. Have for a while.
Who are you, Max?
Hi, Max. I think it's a beer thing. It's girls aren't supposed to talk at the beer things, right?
I mean, nowadays people do ask, I guess. So I don't know. It could be that too.
No, that's fair.
Other Max, yeah. Look at Vanessa. Vanessa's my ultimate moderator. She jumps on people like.
And I came from work, so I'm greasy and gross.
What's up, Sam? Cheers. Cheers. Happy Thursday to you.
Hi, Sam.
Who's the guy from Mr. Beast on here? I don't know the guy from Mr. Beast. I really ever watched a Mr. Beast thing though. Like,
not recently.
Affy Taffy, Chicago area company that makes popular namesake taffy coated apple called Affy. There you go. Affy Taffy. Affy Taffy.
It does kind of taste like the apple drenched in caramel suckers that you get like around Halloween.
Oh, those are good.
You know what I'm talking about? Like
the suckers are really
yes. That is kind of what it tastes like. Actually, it's pretty good. I like it.
Beer is a collab between Phase 3 and Affy Taffy.
Okay.
Candy apples are dangerous to try and eat nowadays. Right? Well, shit. Back in the day, you were living rough if you were eating Captain Crunch.
Hey,
Back in the
apple a day
But
keeps the dentist away.
Poor fella.
I truly believe an apple a day keeps the dentist away, unless it's covered in chocolate and caramel
and
nuts
pecans
and all the
or
things.
whatever, peanuts. Yeah. I always feel fine when I go to dentist. So I'll fall asleep in the dentist chair, just like it don't bother me any.
No.
I know some people get freaked out or like,
I'm this
I'm
close to a panic attack. They better give me nitrous, or they're not going to get me staying in that chair.
I'm always in like chilling. Like I've fallen asleep before.
That's why Shannon is just like, no, get me up or whatever.
I was close. Okay, I was close. Woohoo! If I was close,
Yeah,
to
you
that's
said
all that
everything
matters.
falls into place. The heads fall into place.
I was trying to recall everything there. I haven't read Alice in Wonderland in a long time now. Alice in Wonderland. There should be an Alice in Wonderland with like craft beer drinker type movie. Like there should be a craft beer drinker that walks into a hole, falls down into like this crazy craft beer world. It gets lost and can just go around and different stuff and different things. And, I think that'd be a fun little thing to do. I'm just spitballing here. I see Mal's wheels turning. I don't choose like a director usually. I'm just throwing it out there.
We did the Twilight Zone one where Beauty's in the Eye of the Beholder. We did the Twilight Zone one. We've done a couple, like the Spy Who Loved Beer. We've done a few of the like theatrical ones that were really fun for us to do. And I think an Alice in Wonderland thing where you're falling down the rabbit hole and trying all the beer is really fun. So I might see what I can do about that. I think I can pull that off. And I even have the blonde wig for it. So I'm good to go.
There you go. Well, another one would be like the Wizard of Craft, which I would love to be actually the wizard in that, because behind the curtain, I could pull the stuff and have all the different craft beer and different stuff there. I'd be able to, the Wizard of Craft, that'd be kind of funny. That would be an
interesting collaboration.
Yeah. So I got these kind of ideas. I should get them to you because you and Chew like to run and do a lot of different stuff like that. But that would be kind of a fun thing to do there.
Chew's gonna love that Alice in Wonderland one. He's gonna run with that, I think, because we're about to get the channel up and running again too for the fall. Now that things are slowing down at work, so
yeah. You could also do one like a Matrix type scene too.
I'd have to watch the Matrix movies first, though.
Well, there's like a scene where like he's getting like, I think it's a scene where Morpheus is getting interviewed, right? And it's Mr. Smith talking to Morpheus. And Todd, you've seen the Matrix, he's like talking about humans or this and that, everything like that and everything. And I feel like it could be a great scene talking about like craft beer, like IPLs. IPLs are really cold IPAs. Blah blah blah. You can do all kinds of fun with it, just like the interchanging of things in the craft beer world type thing. It'd be a fun scene.
I like it.
Just like Mal falls into the Matrix, gets interviewed by like Mr. Smith or something. If you ever Google or YouTube the Mr. Smith Morpheus scene, you'll see it there where he's like tied up in the chair and getting interviewed. You can kind of have fun with that, like.
Well, you have a green screen, right? I'll have to hit you up.
I do have a green screen. Yeah, I do actually.
Can't be seen, so I don't have a male actor for that.
Yeah, well, yeah. He could be the voice in the background.
I mean, I could put a little thing above his face that like moves with him.
He'll have his hand. He'll have a Muppet, and he'll be in the background giving the voices to it.
Oh man!
I'm thinking Muppets. I'm thinking of the chef guys like. Throwing the spoons up in the air, whatever. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's this close to being canceled. I don't think we can do the chef anymore.
Why is the chef being canceled? What did the chef do?
That's bad news.
Chef didn't do anything. Now the two judges might get canceled.
Yeah, they
the old guys
for the heckling and harassing of people, in the world today.
No, they didn't get canceled because the world is hecklers and the world is hecklers. They wouldn't get canceled because of that. But the Swedish chef didn't speak Swedish, and therefore that's a no-go.
Yeah.
Not really, didn't. But
We know this, Vanessa. Yeah.
Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate that.
Let's get my jump boot, right? Yeah. I got Vanessa on it. So Vanessa, she handles business. So.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I have nothing to worry about when Vanessa's near.
No,
making a sheet
not
pan
at
of
all.
caramels in a few weeks.
Ooh,
that sounds
lovely.
tasty.
Mm.
Thought it was a bowl of Apple Jacks today.
Oopsie.
Apple Jacks. You can always have Apple Jacks. Nothing wrong with Apple Jacks. You know what I saw at the store this past week? Fruit Loops now has marshmallows.
Yes, you know what we bought in the last couple weeks? That
Fruit
exact
Loops.
box. It's phenomenal.
I literally almost thought about buying it. I'm like, that
Oh,
does
you
not
should
help me in
not.
any of
Oh,
my
you
treadmill routine at all whatsoever. But I'm like,
Loops,
I feel like
bro,
I need to
it's
learn.
so like, oh, it's the best of both worlds.
I feel like I need to learn that taste just because it's out there now. So you're saying when I go back this weekend, hey, I should get the Fruit Loop and marshmallows, is what you're saying.
I just ran out of beer. I'm going to take a second and grab another one.
Okay. What's up, Shannon? Welcome to the party.
Thank you.
Shannon is in the house, folks, so you know what that means.
Sound effect.
We got to go to the next level here.
Off the rails it goes. Off the rails.
It's bananas.
It's only a sample, Shannon. I don't have the whole song in there.
Copyright.
You're good.
Yeah, right?
I get it. But thanks for teasing
You get
us.
flag for that. Can't do that.
But what's going on? You got the Miller Lite flowing, I see. Did you get back from the gym?
This smells like apples and cinnamon.
See, she gets the apples.
Well, see, I didn't get on the nose.
And it smells like apples and cinnamon to me. I just want to smell it. I don't even want to drink it. Okay. Wow.
You like it?
I love
Effie apple.
Ooh, she likes
copyright
it.
laws.
A bushel of apples.
Where the hell did you get this? This is delicious.
Some got it on the way home today.
I mean, the can looks a little generic, like it's like.
No, it's phase 3, which smells like I get that every year. It's like this is awesome.
Yeah, it looks like we got it at Ben's Bargain Mart, but it's delicious.
And it kind of does like looking generic.
Yeah.
It's a good label. I like it. You know.
I mean, I wouldn't have bought it based off the label, but if I would have taken, I'm like, they spent the money on the beer instead of the label, and I appreciate that.
No, but I saw the ingredients. I'm like, oh, I gotta try that. I want to see what it is.
Can we get that all the time, though?
No.
Uh-oh, here we go.
No, I'm not going to say anything because you already know what I'm thinking.
I know.
That's what
JT
I like.
I don't want it to start if you can't have it all the time.
Yeah.
Give me a little taste and then you pull back on it.
Let me do an analogy.
That's how it is when your boys dating too. Yeah. Give me a little taste and they pull back.
Yes.
No, wait a minute. What do you mean? No, you can't have it all the time.
Exactly. That's what I was getting ready to say. It's an analogy I have. So what if you all get the sweetest, most wonderful night of your life with a girl, and then you can never have it again, and then you're just gonna think about it all the time.
Be like, on the next. But it's so good, but on the next.
But you're gonna keep chasing that.
I want the
high.
next one, little Jay-Z.
Maybe it's going to be better. So you never
But it
know.
never is.
But you never know.
Yeah.
But it never is.
But you never know. It
Like
could
you
be.
remember that time? Yeah.
Maybe not, but it could be.
I mean, if I could be a beer, I'd be that beer, because then anybody that tasted it would think about it for the rest of their life, and they could never have it again.
I mean, I'll probably wake up tomorrow and be like, yeah, did I have that before? I'm not sure.
Well, that's why you are into the special limited, and I'm not. If I find something good, I keep it.
She sticks with it.
Oh, you're talking about beers now. Okay, never mind.
Well, JT apparently has a thing with the dentist as well because he thinks they're torture
The
chambers.
dentist is the worst.
What you got, Mal?
From Funky Town Brewing Company, which was one of the first breweries in Chicago that was Black owned. Super exciting. They have Hip Hops and R&Brew.
Okay. Then the Fuji's on there? Looks like Lord Hill on there.
Yeah, this was
Looks
like their
the
Yeah,
flagship.
and that's like probably the Fugees. He put the Fugees on there.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
And, like,
hip hop and
I like
R&B
that.
brew. It's an APA with orange zest, and it's 5.5%, and it has Citra and Mosaic. So I'm sticking in the same hop family on this one.
Oh, is he over there?
no, I don't know.
But this is like their flagship beer, or like their first one.
Mhm.
I think they produced it with
door open.
Milwaukee Brewery, I believe. Like they worked together with them to start.
Okay.
Now they're doing all their stuff on their own. But it was with who was that? Oh, the Pilot Project Brewing, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which is funny because Pilot Project is here in Chicago as well, so they must have 2 locations. So yeah, but they started with Pilot Project, which is a brewery that brings in brewers that don't have a space and
Okay.
gives them taps. So the whole point is all these different brewers coming together who don't actually have their own brewery yet. And if their stuff takes off, they can move forward, you know? Pretty
Would
cool.
you say the ABV was on that one?
Just 5.5.
Okay. Nice.
Nice, easy drinking. I like the color.
Yeah, it's got a nice little chill haze on it.
And it doesn't smell like Citra. Actually, the Mosaic comes through, which is funny because Citra usually takes over on the scent, but
Nice.
yeah, that's a lot of hop. It's a lot of hop.
Little hop along with that one. Yeah.
It's a lot of hip hop.
I'm all in your face, son.
A lot of hip hops.
I'm right here.
Mhm.
Punch of the hops.
An R and brew. Quite good though.
Yeah.
Super dry. Almost like Chardonnay dry, like super dry finish on it.
Okay.
Makes me want another sip right away, which is awesome. Tasty.
Good. Well, that it reminds me of the Fugees' first album
Yeah.
with the cover, how they had it
Yeah, I
there.
think
They were
that's what
kind
they
of
were
their
going
heads.
for.
Yeah. Although it kind of has a nice Halloween look being going in October too.
Yeah, it does. I like
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Orange and green.
Nice. Is the apple harvest ongoing? Pies to be. So Vanessa be making some
Ooh,
nice
yum.
pies. You mean like Pinocchio scene where the bar where the drinkers turn to donkeys?
Yeah, I don't have the CGI effects to pull that off just yet in my videos.
Me
What
too,
a-
Jay.
Psychoactive mushrooms. I've had a THC beer a couple times. Those were actually pretty interesting.
Oh, we just got one at the brewery I work at.
THC beer, really?
We have a
Is it
THC
because
beer.
it's legal now in Illinois, right? So yeah.
5 milligrams in
Oh,
the
nice.
16-ounce can.
Okay.
I have tried it. It kind of tastes like a pineapple seltzer a little bit. Like that's the
Mhm.
flavor that it is. But you know, I think
But
I'd have to drink a few of them to have any effect. But
Yeah.
you know,
I mean, it's like
fine
when it
milligrams
comes
is a
in,
lot.
the hit that comes in is a little more mellow. It's not like the same as alcohol buzz. It's definitely more of the weed buzz because the one I had from California, I want to say there were 10 to 20, I think, with the milligrams, but it was just like it was almost like an edible situation where it hit later. You know,
Well, I'll see if I can get a 4-pack and show it off on the next episode.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because it's kind of fun.
I will rent a Blue Bunny costume. I would visit Walmart, stand with the hands lights cooler, like in the Blue Bunny commercial. Yeah, just show up in Blue Bunny, just like yeah.
Wait. Are we talking like Hugh Hefner bunny, or are we talking like Big Bunny?
She's talking about Blue Bunny ice cream
I know. I was teasing.
Yeah.
I was teasing
Well.
because we talked Hugh Hefner earlier.
Yeah, well, he did. Yeah,
Yeah.
His bunnies were dressed differently than the Blue Bunny, though.
Okay.
I mean, people could dress like the Blue Bunny and go to the Playboy Mansion, I guess. And the mushroom comes would be difficult.
They're not much
Hey.
for products there.
What's up, Liz? Cheers.
Is
What's going on, Liz?
Liz is awesome. Liz liked my comment earlier I put today that I put on my Facebook thing. I don't know about this whole, it's like casual day in Congress type thing. I'm not gonna get in the whole political world, but it's just like, you know, yeah, going around in sweats. I feel like if it was any other shade of person, people would be like losing their shit, but they let Fetterman go ahead and do it, like in a hoodie or whatever. So,
you know,
but that's just
normal-
me. I'm all
jobs get like a
being
fun
comfortable.
Friday. You know, normal jobs get a fun Friday where you can show up in your Hawaiian shirt or whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't see it being a problem all the time, but it shouldn't be all the time. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of I just look at it through the eyes of a different set of eyes. Like, if that would have been someone else of a different shade, they'd probably be losing their shit about someone walking around with a hoodie that's supposed to be a senator. But that's just me, how I perceived it, looking at it. I'm all about people being
Hoodies are so
comfortable, and
accessible.
I know he had like health conditions, all that kind of stuff. So I can understand it. I'm just saying, I don't think it would have been accepted fully the same.
So as you keep talking, I'm thinking I don't know the whole story. Apparently,
Uh,
I had a pop up that was like, "Oh, Senate changes the rules so you can't wear casual clothes," but that's all I knew.
Well, Fetterman was elected senator of Pennsylvania. You know Fetterman, I think it's Kevin's first name, John Fetterman.
Kevin Fetterman is the guy who dated Britney Spears. That's a different guy.
That's a whole Oh, that guy
Tell
definitely.
me that guy's not in Congress.
That guy definitely wears hoodies. But no, John Fetterman is a different guy, big guy out of PA, and so he went through the whole health scare type thing. He's not like old. He's like my age basically, but he's a big guy, so he wears like sweats and shorts and stuff like that and everything. But he's a senator now for PA, and so Schumer changed the law that he could actually be more casual there. And it's like, he was on a thing getting interviewed about stuff yesterday, and he's just there in the hoodie or whatever like that. And it's just like, I feel like when you're going into that, like having that suit, which he's worn a suit here and there, but it's not his usual fare. I'm like, that position is where you would wear a suit.
When you're preparing for television appearances, you should be dressed properly.
I mean, you can do like Jim Jordan, take off the jacket, which I never understand why he takes off the jacket so much, but he always has like a jacket off. Maybe he sweats a lot. I don't know. I don't know what the reason is. But he has a tie on, he has a shirt on. That's kind of a respectable type position. And so them changing the rules brought up some question marks from different people about why change the rules now, just so the one person can be laxed when you're supposed to have a prestige about being in that position type thing. So that's what I'm saying. And so I feel like he might be getting a little bit of a pass, being, basically this big white guy from Pennsylvania and everything. Because it would have been a black guy or been a Latino or been an Asian, they'd have been like, what's going on? Why are you dressed like that? I feel like that would have been called out more than what this guy's getting called out on. So, and like I said, I'm not Democrat, I'm not Republican either way, really. I'm independent, but that's why I see it on both stuff. Like this guy, freaking Bob Melendez, that guy, I'm like, dude, that is straight Jersey. Keeping money in coat pockets, having gold bars at the house. I don't care who you are. Who the hell keeps gold bars at the house?
I have a
literally gold bars.
I have a little 1 ounce one that I won somewhere.
No, but he had like these 6 gold bars. Like who? And then I'm like, who pays in gold bars? It has to be other countries. Nobody in America's paying in gold bars for shit. So it's like, and he's like, oh, there's a perfectly good reason for it, for gold bars. There's a perfectly good reason for gold bar where you get a new chain done. You need to get it melted down. Like, what's going on here? So
no, he had bullion on the shopping list and got confused about which bullion to bring home.
I guess. And then I'm like, putting the cash in the coat pocket, that's straight Goodfellas right there. That's some Goodfellas shit. Like, and I know you're in Jersey. I grew up in Jersey. I know the Jersey rules. I might take off. I would have cash around. I can't afford to go to the bank, so keep cash in the pockets, right? I get that. But it's like, dude, you're a senator. Like, you didn't think this stuff was going to pop up and catch you at some point. So, yeah. Bob. And then he says, he felt like he's getting mistreated. Like, Bob, you got gold and coats. I mean, you got cash and coats, you got gold and other stuff. Dude, like, seriously, like, you're in Jersey, which is like one of the top mob states in the country. It's like, you don't think people are going to like raise question marks when they see all this?
They never
stuff?
think ahead. It's like, okay. Not a problem until it is.
I'm like, dude, you should have got out to the Cayman Islands a long time ago and get out of here because you're about to get caught.
So, fun thing, does anybody else sneak a 20 into their winter coat before they pack it away for winter or for summer, and then when you get out your winter coat and you put it on and you put your hands in the pockets for the first time when it's cold, you find a 20 and you're happy about it? Because I definitely do that.
I've never seen that before.
It's phenomenal. It's like the best moment when you reach into that coat pocket and you realize there's an extra 20 in there for you. You're like, yeah.
Like a kid in a candy store, like, ah.
Now, I found cash in like stuff, you know, you go to the washer or the dryer, you pull something out, you find cash in pockets. That's always a fun thing. But it wasn't planned to go there. And it wasn't like wrapped like in hundreds. Like
No. So when I started my last job,
entertainment's a little different, you know.
Right?
When I started my last job, not the brewery job, but I was an office manager at a place, and I didn't know if the job was going to work out. I didn't know how it was all going to go. So I took an envelope and I put $60 of cash in this envelope, and I hid it at the very bottom of my file folder drawer where I did all my filing. And I worked there for 4 years. Mm-hmm. So when I'm cleaning out all the drawers and I'm like, you know, leaving, I put in my 2 weeks notice, I'm doing the whole leaving thing. I find this envelope and it just had my name on it that was in my handwriting. I open up this envelope and I'm like, ooh, $60. And I was happy.
Sweet. Like, yes.
But I forgot I did it, you know?
Yeah.
I like to set aside presents for myself that I forget about until later. The $20 in the winter coat pocket always happens. And I'm always pleased when I first put on that winter coat and I go outside and I stick my hand in the pocket, there's a 20.
Well, see, now, if I see Bob use that as an excuse, I'm going to say, well, Bob's a viewer. Bob watches the channel. That's the excuse he's going with.
Yeah, right.
That must be it.
Yeah. Bob's writing it down right now.
For sure.
So she said, Liz is watching the Continental. I do want to watch the Continental. I'm a big fan of the John Wick movies. I can't wait for John Wick 4. That's actually gotten some scrutiny as well now because people are upset because Mel Gibson's in the Continental. Which I'm like, are they still mad at Mel? I guess they
I know,
are.
Right?
Yeah, like
12
years.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still holding out like against Mel and stuff. So, but I do plan to watch the Continental. I'm still upset about I can't remember his name right now though that died because it's like he's such a, even though his part isn't a huge part, it's an integral part. The guy that was like the black doorman at the hotel, whatever, like he died and he was just part of that John Wick stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, you know, 3 released to binge with the yeah. I like that's the thing that Netflix ruined people on because they do their shows and they binge them all out there, and so people like to watch them all that way. And it's just like, you know, I watch like The Boys on Prime, and it's just like you want to wait till the end of the season so you can watch them all back to back or whatever. So
we do that. It's just like, show coming out on Apple or whatever. Like, we'll just wait till the end and we can watch them all together. I'm like, okay.
That's what Janice does. She waits until the end and she watches them all. But I actually started watching. I said I wasn't going to do it, right? But I ended up doing it. So I ended up started watching the new Walking Dead, Daryl Dixon.
How was it?
And I watched the last one with Negan and she can't remember her name on there. Glenn's wife. Who's the character married to Glenn's wife? I can't remember her name now.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah, but I watched that last one. That one was actually pretty decent. The one for Daryl is interesting. I'm not a big, I want to say like show type person, Broadway type person, or like parts of it because it's set in France and where Daryl is. And so you get like a little bit of a Moulin Rouge. What do you call it? Whatever. Moulin Rouge. Yeah.
Moulin Rouge.
You get a little bit of whatever.
Because you're in France, so there's different things they're
you
going
must be
into.
French, because your pronunciation is beautiful.
Don't tell anybody, but I studied French for 3 years. Anyway, it's been a long time.
Je parle français un peu. Un peu.
Royale with cheese.
It's got a little bit of Moulin Rouge type feel to it because they go to different things. Music has an integral part of it now, kind of. I almost feel like it's a jump to shark type thing. Well, now you're getting musical type. Like you see these series when they get to a musical type version, it's like, okay, it's over. We're never going back from this, right?
Yes.
But this last episode was kind of interesting because the way it's being written is kind of like I can see where they're going with it on how they're going to actually solve the issue possibly of what's taking place and how to get a cure for what the people are going through. So it's kind of interesting on the Daryl Dixon thing. I think it's going to pull stuff in. Now next year they got Rick and Michonne doing their thing. I like the Michonne characters. I'll probably get pulled into that. This one has kind of got me wavering a little bit, but I'm looking forward to the Rick and Michonne to see what they actually do there. So, yeah, Walking Dead's got me back on the sub card thing again. So, yeah, got a new sub card.
Uh-oh.
Let's see what happens. So you said hey to Shannon for Shannon disappeared.
Chew and I love, nice. Chew and I love Only Murders in the Building. With,
that's so good.
That's that comedy, good. Right?
Yeah.
With
Selena Gomez, Martin Short, and Steve Martin.
Yes.
Good. That's
so
good.
they're on their third season now. Now they don't release it as a binge. They release it once a week. They release Tuesday. One episode, and then they have the post episode, little game or question kind of thing afterwards. But Chew and I look forward to every Monday or Tuesday, depending on when we're going to do it. We watch Only Murders in the Building, and it's really fun.
Are you caught up on it?
Oh yeah, we're caught up.
I think this season's the worst one of the three, but it's okay. It's still good though. It's still good, but
I mean, they're bringing in drama in their own way. Like they're bringing in the drama between the three, which was not how they did it before. And I think that makes a big difference. So
I don't think it's as good as the first two seasons.
Because you want your happy place, which is the three of them all working together. Yeah. You know?
I've seen good stuff about that show.
I love the show. When I heard that they put Selena Gomez with Martin Short and Steve Martin, who have been acting together forever, like they did Three Amigos, for goodness sakes, in the 70s or whatever. Like they've been acting together forever, and they are comedy icons. And they said they were putting Selena Gomez in it. I'm like, well, she's funny, but Jesus Christ, how can she keep up with those two? She destroys them half the time. Like she has these snarky little comments, and her delivery, her timing is beautiful.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good.
She's excellent. Like she's keeping up with those two.
I did notice. Like, did you watch this last episode? Is like Botox or something. Like she couldn't hardly move her mouth, but she was talking. I was like, what are you?
I don't know if it's Botox. I think she just put on weight, and I think she looks prettier than she did before.
She totally has, but I feel like this episode before all the others is kind of like
no, this whole season she seems to be about 20-25 pounds heavier, and I think she looks more beautiful for it in the face. Everywhere.
But I thought for a while, it's like, is she pregnant maybe or something? But I wasn't sure because I thought she was heavier than she was.
Yeah, because the first two seasons, I thought she looked a little anorexic, or like looked a little, not anorexic, but like she looked a little light.
Well, she was probably keeping it down like Kelly Clarkson was for those years.
But I was thinking, she's got the Gomez kind of Spanish, like all the Spanish women are sort of heavier set. You know what I mean?
She looks so beautiful.
She looks.
Salma Hayek. I'm just gonna say Salma Hayek.
Oh yeah. But in this, was it the last?
She does look good.
Todd, was it this episode or the one? Todd, was it this episode or the one before where she came out in the wedding dress and she had some curves? Like, oh my God. Like there were some curves going on, and I was like, holy crap, wow, she's rocking it.
Yeah.
I was very impressed.
No, that's a good series.
She had a little badonk. I loved every bit of it.
Yes.
She might get added to my 5 list if she's not careful.
More curves, make more swerves. Say what? All about the curves. All about the curves, baby.
That just reminds
me. Keep all hands inside the ride.
Did you all watch?
Gomez is gorgeous anyway.
She is.
Okay. Do you all watch, or anybody out there watch the series called Hills?
I've heard of it, but I haven't watched it.
Oh my God, it's so good. Rod, you would like it.
Like Beverly Hills?
About wrestling, sort of.
Like the Beverly Hillbillies?
To it, but Hills.
Hills.
Is it the Beverly Hillbillies?
No.
Like Hills? Heels?
Heels.
Yeah.
Yes. It's really good.
Yeah.
I just finished season 1 last night.
Is it on Netflix?
No, I think it's on. I think it may be
Prime?
Stars or
Stars?
Cinema.
I got that too, so yeah, I could definitely.
I'm not sure,
Yeah.
but no, it's really
Okay.
good.
Heels. All right. I have to
Check it out.
check it
It's
out.
good.
All right.
Good.
Gilbert said Packers are totally fine, by the way. So don't be doubting his Packers out there. Caramel is always, I agree, Vanessa. Caramel is always a win-win. Anytime you put caramel on something. So I like some caramel. Proz is a rat and a trader. Lord Hills was a yeah, Lord Hills classic. That whole thing with Proz is kind of crazy how that turned out. Like, I think a lot of people didn't have an idea that he was an FBI informant and all this stuff. And yeah, I don't know what he was actually still informant on, but yeah, that killed his career. Twisted Hippo used a taproom after theirs was destroyed by a massive fire in 2021.
Wait, which taproom are they using?
I don't know which one. Twisted, what the one you were talking about? Probably Twisted Hippo.
I remember when they burned down, but I didn't realize they had a taproom right now. I thought they were still.
Are they using like phase 3 or somebody then that you mentioned? Maybe
I don't know, but I'm interested to find out more.
You know, we run delays on getting to the comments. We got to be reminded.
I know.
THC beers, I'll take a 12-pack, right? Those states where it's legal when they're selling
120 milligrams right there.
Yeah. At least we're an effing polo. What next? Crocs, right? What's the saying, right?
Yeah.
He was doing an interview. He had the hoodie on. And I saw another interview where he had like cargo shorts on. And again, I'm all about people being comfortable and all that kind of stuff. But it's just like there's certain roles you expect people to be in a certain.
Yeah.
I don't want to the Clint Eastwood get off my lawn type old guy or whatever, but I feel like there's certain roles you expect to be a certain prestige.
Yeah.
Hire that goes to it, right? Like you're supposed to be a certain way. Like we're not going to send somebody over to meet with the mayor of France sitting there in a tracksuit from Adidas, right? Like you're going to be dressed up a certain way to actually do stuff. So,
well,
again,
I'm fine with them like being chill when they're not doing interviews or they're not like presenting themselves to dignitaries and stuff. Like, for goodness sakes, what are you doing? Like, Fun Friday is not the worst thing that ever happened, but for goodness sakes, if you're going to be doing a televised interview in front of millions of people, like, look the part. What are you doing? It's your job. Dress for your job.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like I said, it's one of those things. And, you know, he's a Democrat. Schumer's a Democrat who made the change where they can actually do that in a Senate. And it's kind of like, I'm sure that's going to be played out at some point. They're going to, I know people are already losing their mind over it, some people, but they're going to be hitting into it. It just doesn't work. It's like you knew you were going to run it for Senate. You knew what senators were. You come in here, be that senator, you know. Congress already doesn't work. At least make them dress like they're working in theater. Right?
That's right. It's
right. It's theater. You come out there.
You have a part to play, therefore dress for your part. Don't be messed around.
What if William Shatner would have been Captain Kirk? He's like, you know what? I'm just going to wear khakis out. I'm not going to put in the whole Star Trek type thing. We'd have been all confused.
Not skin-colored khakis, please.
Not skin-colored khakis.
Oh, another phase 3. Look at this.
Oh, he's phase 3.
Triple dry hopped.
Yeah,
nice.
That one. Yep.
Tom full TD
full
triple
frame.
dry hop full frame. Okay.
Have you had it?
No, I haven't had that one. You beat me to it, you bastard.
Yeah, you know, every now and then we get lucky sometimes.
Well, at least it wasn't the freeze frame, because then I would have been like, you know, is that like
freeze frame?
It would have been a freeze frame. I'd have been like, is that the Mitch McConnell special?
Oh.
I can't even hit the right one for that one. I was just so busy laughing. I'm sorry. I shouldn't make fun of that. I shouldn't make fun of it. It's just like 30 seconds of a delay on there. Like, is something wrong with, like you said, there's something wrong with, I remember being a young kid back in the day, and I thought something was wrong with my TV when I saw Dennis Johnson on the Celtics have freckles. I'm like, is there something wrong with the TV?
Yeah.
That black guy has freckles. Why has he got freckles? Why is that black guy?
What's going on? It sucks.
And I watch, because everything's tied into the computer now. I'm watching Mitch McConnell. Like, did the TV just freeze, or is he actually not saying anything?
No,
it was awkward. It was totally awkward for that
Yeah.
30 seconds. Like, come on, let's get you back over here. We got some Jello. We'll get you back.
Actually,
to the room.
Roseanne's like, they're really black. What's going on here? I'm not sure what's going on.
Dude, when they first saw Dennis Johnson, people were freaking out. Like, why has he got freckles? Is there something on the TV? Like,
know, right?
that was a common joke in the black community. Like, something was wrong with the
Yeah,
TV
no,
set.
I
Yeah.
get it. I was being serious. Like, is it really black or what's going on here?
It's like, I didn't know we could have freckles. How did that happen?
Right. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with
We need to start second guessing our heritage. Like, can I get freckles later in life? Can I peel if I get sunburned? I found out you can peel.
Yes,
I've peeled before. Like, there's just stuff coming out that we're not aware of. So yeah.
I love when he plays.
He started saying,
Oh.
he started wondering, like, what else do I not know? What else is possibly out there? What do I not know? I mean, what can I expect or not expect? I don't know. I live my life by what I've been doing, and all of a sudden, I start having weird things happen to me. You just don't know.
Fun story when I lived in the Caribbean.
Know about now.
Fun story from when I lived in the Caribbean. We had a lot of tourists come through all the time. And a lot of the tourists would go to the hairdressers on island and get the cornrows done.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't realize that when you get cornrows done, a portion of your scalp is exposed to sunlight, which it generally isn't. And they didn't think to take care of that. So all of the hairdressers on island, as much as they were annoyed to have to do cornrows on a tourist, they appreciated the fact that that tourist was going to pay for it threefold.
Right.
And they found it very funny because honestly, I saw so many tourists with their cornrows going, "Oh my God, I'm so burned." It was so funny. I lived there for 3.5 years and I never got cornrows because I knew what a stupid idea that was, but the tourists never know. And it was very, very amusing for me.
You went to Burn the Scalp Special. The what? The Burn the Scalp Special.
Yes, you want your hair to be blonde and in cornrows, but you want your scalp to be bright red. We got you. We got you.
You just saw Bo Derek 10. Got you.
So funny. Oh my gosh. Every time I was at the hairdressers and like just getting a trim or whatever, and I would see these tourists coming in and getting cornrows, I was like, oh, you are going to suffer so bad. It was lovely.
You're not wrong about that, JT. It's kind of like that in New Orleans. Not be another state where they do some crazy stuff like that, where he had cash in the freezer. So, yeah, Louisiana,
What's wrong
New
with
Jersey.
cash in the freezer?
As a congressman, who stores cash in the freezer?
Well, okay, someone breaking into your house, are they going to check your freezer for your cash? No, of course not. They're not going to check your freezer for your cash. I think that's smart.
But why are you holding so much cash in the freezer? Well, see, you're in Illinois. You're in Chicago. So it's kind of like, yeah, we know about Chicago politics too.
Exactly.
Okay.
Which again, going from Jersey, what's wrong with putting it in the codes? You might have to make a run and you would have the money ready if you do, right? You can't go to a bank. You got to have money accessible to you. So
I'm also in Chicago where there's a lot of break and enters on houses. And it's like, I'm going to hide my cash where people aren't going to think to look. They're going to think to look in the underwear drawer. They're going to think to look in, the knickknacks and things, but they're not going to think to look in the freezer. Who the heck would look in a freezer for cash? I think it's smart.
I mean, it used to be you put it under the floorboards, but so many movies have
or the mattress,
that now, right? Yeah, they're mattress, but everybody knows about the mattress now, right?
I know.
You can't really do the mattress.
So you can't do that anymore. You got to do something out of the box. The freezer's out of the box.
Actually, it's in the box.
It's in the box. The ice box. It's in the ice box.
Oh, dude, as a kid, when I got with a friend, I did snacks in my jacket pockets. I could find them later in the night and eat people. Yeah, put little snacks away in the pocket. That's actually a good idea back then. So when you were like hammered, you like reach in your pocket. Oh, what is this? I've got some Jolly Ranchers. I've got some.
That's awesome.
Tots. I've got some whatever.
Yeah, it's like the 20 in the winter coat. Same thing. It's a joyfulness that happens. You don't. I mean, you plan it, but it's surprise. It's wonderful.
Kind of about 45 years old, a week of it. Yeah, like in its 70s. I thought it was the 70s when they were doing the Continental. Maybe it's the 60s. Still mad at Mel. He's racist woman in a piece of shit. So, yeah. So Liz is probably like, I don't like that guy being in the movie, but he's in it. So,
Right.
there you go.
I'm so glad they meant Mel Gibson and not me, misspelled. I got worried for a second.
Yeah, opposite with Keanu. I mean, the thing with Keanu is like almost like the Tom Brady of actors, so to speak. It's just like everything he does is just like golden. Like you see these stories about Keanu, how nice he is, how he helps people, how he just does stuff, and it's just like, how can you not like the guy?
Yeah.
It's just like he's just an ultimate guy, and he's just very humbling, and just he's a good person. Every time you see him, you're just like you're a fan of him.
So where on the spectrum does Nick Nolte sit?
Ooh, Nick Nolte. Well, he's a boozer. So I mean, he definitely you remember the old picture of Nick Nolte that arrested, the hair all screwed up, all kind of stuff. Yeah, he's Nick Nolte. I don't know, where do you put Nick Nolte? I don't know much about him outside of really getting arrested and being like a drunk or whatever. But in 48 Hours, it was great. Him opposite Eddie Murphy. It was like a perfect role.
But he wasn't a mean guy.
He wasn't a mean guy,
No. Or he didn't discourage other people for their religious beliefs or
he always
race
has like
or whatever.
crazy hair, like like that. Just
like Gary Busey type hair, but I feel like
for sure, yes.
I'm a little nervous drinking with Nick Nolte because I feel like he's one of the wrestling type drinkers. Like when he gets a little buzz on, he wants to wrestle people. When he grabs you, he's like, those guys, give me the noogies and all kinds. I just feel like he's a grabby type drinker, type person. You have some of those. There's different types of drinkers out there. He's definitely one of the grabbing type people, but in a fun way, not a terrible way, but just like,
Speaking of wrestling, there is a gentleman who is a PR person for wrestling in breweries who has come to talk to Chew about possibly having wrestling out front of his brewery next summer.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And like they did it at Kings and Convicts. So Kings and Convicts has a big enough space, they had it inside, but it would have to be out front. And they don't usually do the outdoor events, but they're going to see about doing it next summer. So Chew has already scheduled a wrestling thing at the brewery, like where, the full ring and all the seats.
Now,
and is
this regular size wrestlers or these like midget wrestlers?
No, these are
midget wrestlers bringing wrestlers can bring in a good ticket price.
You've been to Our Lady before.
Yeah, they're big enough to do it.
So they've had wrestling there like 3 or 4 times, like full size ring, like. So it's Ohio Valley Wrestling, which is like a kind of farm system for like the WWE or whatever.
Yeah.
At least I'm not sure if it is anymore or not, but it used to be. But I'm not. Yeah. So they've had it here. I don't know, 4 or 5 times. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's fun. Does it draw in a crowd? Is it good?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, maybe Chew made a good decision. But by the way, the representative who came to pitch this to Chew, he's a rabbi, which I found really interesting.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah.
That a rabbi was the representative for this group trying to have wrestling in breweries. I was like, well, that's different. I did not.
They're kind of full circles of like.
I know, right?
You should watch the season of Hills. Like it's so good.
Yeah.
The wrestlers have his blessing, So I mean, Speaking of wrestling, back in the '90s, I don't know if you remember, Mal. You may not. I don't know if you were probably watching. You were probably too young, but Todd, were backyard wrestling. I actually have an old DVD somewhere around the house, the old backyard wrestling, and people were wrestling in the backyard of the house. Jump off the roofs of their houses and all kind of stuff. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah.
What was the one dude that went to like UFC fighting and he got beat like in the first round by some dude that had like a rainbow haircut or whatever?
Oh, I don't remember that one.
He was like a big old black guy. Like I can't remember.
For backyard wrestling?
Yes. That's where he started from.
Okay.
Then he went to like UFC and he was fighting some like 150-pound guy, and he beat him like in like maybe a round and a half or something. He knocked him out. It was like he had rainbow hair and shit. It was like, oh, there's no way he was going. It's Kimbo Slice. Kimbo Slice was his name.
No, not Kimbo. Kimbo was doing backyard. Kimbo was doing the bare knuckle fighting.
Well,
He wasn't.
okay,
He was doing the backyard
okay.
wrestling. But
But
yeah,
he went to but he went and he lost, and they're like
yeah.
maybe.
But he
his
got
first
better.
round.
He got better though. I think with the UFC stuff. But
Well, I don't know about that, but it was
Yeah.
like okay.
no, he was. You ever want to see some crazy rugged stuff? You look at the old backyard fighting with
But I know what you're talking
Kimbo
about. Yes.
Slice when they were bare
Yes.
knuckle fighting. Yeah, he had some rough ones.
Yes.
Then.
Yeah, that was like
Yeah,
that
backyard
was like
wrestling was like
away in the backyard just on camera.
it's like bad ideas of the '90s. Backyard wrestling and girls going wild. Like I remember those back in the '90s. Just
like
Yeah.
okay, good enough, good entertainment for both.
yeah.
I mean, you say bad ideas, but those people made quite a bit of money.
Well, they did, but now like the girls going wild guy have been sued so many times and stuff. Like he's like, I don't even know if he has anything even left from it from what he had done back then. And then the
Well, he
backyard
didn't have anything
wrestling, they
left
ended up
from it
stopping it.
before they sued him because of all the drugs and stupid shit.
Yeah.
They did too,
Oh, he
so.
was living a high
But
life
Rod
for
wasn't-
sure.
Wasn't Kimbo Slice like in the when he was fighting, backyard, whatever? I think.
Well, he was doing the backyard fights that were like the bare knuckle fights down in Florida before he
Oh,
went
yeah,
to the
yeah,
UFC.
Yeah.
And then he went there to do some stuff. So yeah, but yeah, when he first got to the UFC, I know he actually did get beat a few times, and he got trained because he wasn't used to the whole wrestling and mixing. He was used to just boxing type thing. Yeah,
just brawling and whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and that Steve Martin is the shit. Parenthood is so underrated. Steve Martin is. I mean,
Steve Martin's amazing.
Thanksgiving time rolls around. How are you not watching Plane, Trains, and Automobiles at some point with him and John
Yeah.
Candy, right? So
That and
Classic.
him with
Robin
Lily
Williams.
Tomlin. the movie with him and Lily Tomlin, the All of Me, I think,
Yeah.
where one of them was in the other's brain. Yeah.
It's funny because Vanessa mentioned, Steve Martin classic, Miss Robin with Jim Candy, not John Candy and others. But earlier I was flipping through stuff and I came across a Robin Williams short that someone had put up. And it was funny just because it was like back in, I guess it was like 20. I forgot when Robin Williams actually died, but it was when he was still alive. Obviously, it was part of his routine. But he was talking about Joe Biden and his thing, and he was talking about Joe Biden running for vice president with Barack Obama, and just like I'm trying to understand Joe Biden, like back then, like in 2009, 2010, like trying to understand what Joe Biden was even saying. He was like, "Oh, we got Barack America." He's like, "He's not a superhero." He's just going on, like just to understand the words, like the mush mouth that Joe Biden had back then. It's like he would be so shocked right now to see him this much longer now that he's president, trying to understand some of the stuff. I just think Robin Williams, we have so much material to work with off of that.
Yeah,
so, yeah. But Robin Williams, he was one of the great ones there. Just like, but he suffered from depression. You never know. And then
Right.
there's a lot of people that put that face on, and they say, a lot of people that do stuff. I say a lot, but a good amount that might be kind of so doing a comedian type thing or some of the artist type thing performing that suffer for so many things, not just saying comedians, but you look at someone like a Robin Williams, look at someone like a Kurt Cobain, you look at someone like Amy Winehouse, you look at all these different artists that do different arts that they're fighting their own demons.
Yeah.
For them to actually even do stuff. And that's like some of the greatest pieces of literature and art and stuff you get. It's almost like, it's sad to say, but it's almost like people have to go through something to pull that out of themselves to actually give us some of the stuff that we get.
You have Picasso and Van Gogh earlier. You have Beethoven, who obviously had his own issues. Mozart had crazy issues. I mean, all these, even Einstein had his own issues, man. He had some things he was dealing with, but mathematically, he knew what the hell he was talking about. I mean, all these artists, and what Jim Carrey was like the rubber man, right? He could do anything. He could try anything. He was amazing. I watched like a 40-minute YouTube video that he posted himself of him doing a painting.
Mm-hmm.
He was actually,
which he does great paintings. Yeah.
And it was like a 23-foot canvas. Like it was giant. He's laying on a board painting this and like laying on these like platforms that he did over it so he could lean down and paint while he was doing this thing. And he's talking about how art is so much a part of your soul and so much how it's how you function as a human when you're an artistic person. And it was really, really deep. It was really dark. Actually, he went super dark when he was talking about it. because he wasn't trying to be funny. He wasn't trying to be the funny Jim
Yeah.
Carrey that everyone knows. He was just saying, hey, sometimes we have stuff going on too, and we can't
Right.
always be the funny man. And I
Right.
wish Robin Williams had figured that out before he took himself out of this place, because God, I wish he was still here, you know?
Yeah. And it wasn't even really him. I mean, you said like him figuring it out, but it was kind of like if he would have found an outlet to be able to get that out of his system and not
I
go
know.
through, right? The stuff that he went through. And it's just like, but it's almost like those things that happen, they draw from to give us such a feel and stuff. You know, it's kind of weird. It's kind of like, I think of some of this stuff when you hear backdrops to some of your favorite artists, what they've actually had to go through or what they go to, homeless, living in cars, so it's different. And it's just like, it's like you almost like, unless you hit rock bottom, you don't really maybe see the upside of having that, getting to that success. It's almost like you got to be knocked down so much that it pulls something out of you to push you forward. And it's amazing to see what some of the people actually end up going through and stuff they're actually fighting to do stuff too. So I don't know where I'm going with it on this one. I'm just saying I can appreciate stuff. You just hear these different things and, you know, stuff like things that Prince had to go through and stuff like that to get where he was at, and just different artists, and Jimi Hendrix and Jim Morrison and Michael Jackson and all these different artists had to fight through all these different demons to get to where they are. But it's almost like unless you get something of a triggering type pain, like so many people draw from that, and that ends up boiling. What the fuck? BUIING to success. So I can't talk right now. Maybe it's the Oscar Blues. Oscar Blues starting to kick in a little bit, but
possibly.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah. But no, it's just one of those interesting things. And you see it with like even some of these other artists, you know, some of the newer groups, stuff they went through in excess, you know, younger groups, not just all the older ones, but just these artists that fight demons, but they pull something from that. It's kind of like when I was in college and we were learning about the writing of Frankenstein and how with Mary writing that, basically they were all pretty much like lithium induced. They were kind of doing, and like they saw the world, and they saw the world in different ways. They were sitting around this fireplace coming up with story ideas. And it's almost like there's a triggering effect of something that unlocks something else that allows you to have these great artwork.
But she was also pushed at that point because the men were saying that the ladies couldn't write as well.
Right.
I mean, so there's, you know, all these things where from adversity comes creativity. It always does. When you deal with adversity, you have to find a way to function in the world, regardless of what the situation is. And if your function is creative, you're gonna find a way. I mean, I love it, but it's a hard thing to watch someone else go through when you've only seen snapshots of what a human is. Like, for example, Robin Williams. You've seen a snapshot, Mork and Mindy. You've seen a snapshot, Bicentennial Man. You've seen a snapshot, Dead Poets Society. And you've seen all these snapshots, and you're like, I can't quite piece together what this is.
Yeah.
And then, well, I mean, he let everyone know when he wasn't around anymore.
Yeah.
Like, he said, you didn't get the whole snapshot. You just didn't.
Yeah.
And it's hard. Van Gogh, same thing. Like he was painting these pictures and they were beautiful and they were interesting, and he had a really messed up life. Picasso, too.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Like, really messed up. Beethoven, when it came to the end of his life, Beethoven was one of the greatest composers of all time, and he did live quite a long life. At the end, he could not hear the orchestra.
He was deaf.
Music. He was completely deaf. He would sit on the edge of the stage with a staff, and he would pound that staff into the ground, and he could hear the music in his head, but he couldn't hear what was actually happening. But that's how he directed. He didn't do this thing.
Yeah.
He didn't like conduct them. He pounded a staff, and that was their beat. That was the only way he could conduct his music anymore.
Yeah.
Like, it's just crazy.
Yeah, Emerson only murder. Selena had lupus that made her gain weight. I think she had medical issues for a long time.
Oh,
But she
I didn't
created
know
the
that.
show.
Makes sense. I have a friend had lupus or has lupus. Yeah.
Adapted to Adele looked better when she was more rotund too. She had
I
more of a fuller
agree.
figure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sometimes people get like so. It's like
she looks great with curves.
some people get. I don't want to say too skinny or whatever, but they get so skinny. And I think of one of the comedians, one of the black comedians. I can't remember his name now, but it's almost like he got so skinny. It's just like he reminds me of Mr. Mackey on South Park. Like his head looks so big compared to the body.
Kind of
you
takes
know?
away from.
Yeah, kind of like you're skinnier, but I don't know if you're healthier when you look at the person, right? Like
Right.
yeah. They'll look better. Yeah. So cheers, sharks in the house, shark sighting.
What's up,
I need
Shark?
to I need to get like a Jaws clip for when Shark shows up. That's one thing I
Oh,
need
yeah.
to get.
Yeah, you need that.
Those. Yeah. Sierra Nevada just released. I can't talk again for some reason. Trip in the Woods series called Old Fashioned 24 a bottle. Okay. Listen, if you guys are watching this and you want to get a fantastic beer from Sierra Nevada, I'm going to tell you right now. If you haven't seen the videos I've done on the channel, Trip in the Woods is a fantastic series from them.
Yes,
Make sure you try to find this beer out there because it is.
I was gonna say that's really good. Yes.
That will definitely, if I come across that, I will pick that up without hesitation.
Speaking of Trip in the Woods, I am doing an event in Chicago on Saturday called Beer in the Woods, and it's like a walking trail through like the woods, and they're going to have the breweries set along the walking trail. So any of you Chicago people who want to come do Beer in the Woods, you should come because Chu and I will be there at the at the Liquid Love booth, dressed full in dirndl and lederhosen, because the moment that event finishes, we have to rush over to Highland Park where I work and do our Oktoberfest. So just a heads up.
There you go.
I remind you, we still haven't done beer news yet, right? We got to do beer news at some point.
Oh, yes.
Here too. Okay.
I've
been rewatching all the X-Files shows. I haven't seen. Yeah, see, I never finished out all the X-Files shows and didn't watch the movie. I feel like I didn't finish the subcard on that show. I should have, but I didn't. But X-Files was one of my favorite shows to watch back in the day. It's Caddy Day at the pool, sharks in the water. I was streaming out, but Bot keeps telling me it's running. Like, what do you want me to do, Bot? I'm going to tell you. Wooders Warren, jump in, chomp, chomp. Nick Nolte, down at Beverly Hills. Yeah, one of my favorite characters. The performance, that was a good one there. He done. Fun to watch. He played the same guy in North Dallas. North Dallas 40. That was a good old school one there, too.
That's a good, yeah.
Backyard Wrestling, Jackass Stunts, Bloody Knuckles, Life Before Social Media, Boredom Didn't Get Solved, They Got Bodies. Well, you know what the funny thing is? Like, you look at the 90s stuff. So we have all this stuff that happened. And I was thinking about the other day because someone had posted a little clip on there. And Todd, you'll get this because back in the day, in the 90s, one of the fun things we used to watch in the NFL, we used to wait till they came out with the NFL Hardest Hits videos, right? The clips, they would come out, and then you would get them on VHS. They would run this.
Oh, yes.
You couldn't do that nowadays. Like nowadays, you can't do it because everybody gets fined for the hits back then. Yeah.
Does it go on like concussion protocol, whatever?
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay, no.
I mean,
it's okay. Just go on.
And they'd have the music behind it. And you see that patch go across the middle. You know the guy's about to get laid out. You're like just into it. You're
what the hell? Yes.
But now you can't do that anymore. Why?
Not allowed. Not allowed.
Artistic, creative music.
At the same time.
Kind of a mental illness, and it doesn't rise in musicians. So many of them struggle with mental health issue or another, battle depression. Yeah, that's the thing. Like they always say, it's a fine line between genius and insanity, right? You're walking a line in that kind of area, and it's like you almost have to see that other part to bring out the other part. I think so. It's kind of like stuff that we see when you're not on that line. You don't get the whole thing as someone that might be on it, and they see a different view or something. And when you see it, you're like, that's pretty cool. Like, how did I never see something like that and everything? Well, you haven't been pushed to that point where that really pops out to that way. It's almost like these artists, it pops out in a way where it's almost like I feel a banging in their head. Like they got to answer the call. Otherwise, it'll drive them crazy, right? So they got to answer the call and they put out this great artwork, song, picture, whatever it may be. Yeah. And it's just like we benefit from that. Gary Busey, Nick Nolte, and Ron White are sitting at a table drinking shots of Four Roses. Thank you for being chased by 8 ounce cups of 2 bucks. That's going to be your thing with their dude continued. How many rounds until shit pops off? What is that shit? Well, you know what? Gary Busey, he did have a motorcycle accident. So that's going to play a part into his kind of thinking there and everything. Ron White won't take much to get him to that level, like for him to pop off and say something. I mean, Ron White that's my dog over there. It's like one of my favorite things I saw Ron White. Like he was doing a stand up when they were doing a tour, and he was like, "Yeah," he's like, "I got my brother-in-law, blah blah blah. He's a lawyer. You know, Ron White's there with the whiskey and the cigar. He's like, talking all this stuff. He's like, yeah. He's like, I drive a Mercedes Benz, and it has windshield wipers on the headlights." He like takes a puff. He's like, I got a van and I shagged your sister in the back of it. This is just Ron White being Ron White. Yeah. He's like, top that.
Ron White's great. He's good.
Yeah, Ron White's awesome. You can order the Sierra Nevada beer from the website. Just don't know if you're in the area. Oh, okay. So you can go to the website and get it too. And Sharky, if you're around and you want to pop up, just let me know and I'll get you a thing here as well because we're still hanging in for a bit. I gotta actually go get another beer here in a second. Ron White and his coupon sketch there. Yeah. Well, you need to get your beer. I don't want to leave Todd by himself. Todd gets nervous when he's all by himself. Like, what am I going to say? What am I going to do?
He gets nosebleeds.
I mean, if Shannon was here, with him, I would keep on. Oh, Shannon is here now, so I can't go get a beer. I speak of the devil, and the devil comes back. I love it.
Yeah, the devil always comes back.
You're manifesting.
I was afraid you laid down for the night, and that was it for you.
No, I went out back and laid in the hammock, and I saw something I never saw.
She was earthing.
What did you see?
I was laying in the hammock, and it was like I took pictures. The moon, it was like a moonrise, like it was behind the clouds, and it was like when the sunrise comes up and all the light comes through the clouds, and it was like that with the moon. And I'm like, I've never seen this before. And then the cloud, and it was so bright. It was beautiful. It was like a moonrise, and I've never seen a moonrise before.
All right, go eat your beer.
A moonrise. I like it.
I mean, I got pictures. I took all the pictures.
Oh, did you really? Nice.
I took pictures of it. It's the first time I ever seen it, so I took pictures. I'll show you the pictures.
If she finds it.
No, and you would think it was the sun, but it's actually the moon. But I don't know if, So, like, I mean.
There you go.
Oh.
Don't that look like a sunrise, but it's the moon.
Yeah, that's the moon there. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's, hang on, let me show. I got a bunch, and I mean, like, that was, the one I showed you before was edited because I'm like, I took a picture of it, like this picture, and I'm like, that looks like the sun. Nobody believed that was the moon.
Yeah.
Isn't it beautiful? It's a moonrise.
You know, the funny thing is, like, people was that one there. Oh, that is nice for tonight.
Yeah, it's like a moonrise. It's like so bright. Yeah.
I never. Yeah.
That was just like 10 minutes ago.
There you go.
No way,
yeah, we could. I
swear to go. Like 45 minutes ago.
Well, that's one thing. When that's being here now in Maryland, she's like, she almost hates like we're here. When it's nighttime, because we were like just an hour from where you guys were. It gets so much darker here, so quick here compared to there. She's like, she knows how fast it gets dark here now.
Like 5 o'clock.
Back on the East Coast,
yeah.
Like we have light.
Wait till the time changes. It'll be like 4 o'clock.
Well, it changes, right? It'll be like,
That will suck.
But
it's just so beautiful. So beautiful.
It's funny because you mentioned that. And I always thought, like, I never understood why people say sunrise. Because it's not like the sun is rising. The sun is always there. It's just we're rotating.
Right.
So it's like, why do we call it the sunrise? And we say sunrise, but it's like the sun didn't go anywhere. It's like the sun rising. We're just turning to it to face the sun at that point.
So what would be a better name for it is what I'm thinking. Earth.
sun does rise just because of the way the Earth spins.
No.
So,
Well,
yeah.
no, the sun doesn't go anywhere. It just rotates the
Yeah,
Earth.
we
The Earth
go-
is the only thing changing.
Well, we do, yes.
So it's more like an Earth rise
Yeah.
So it's like an Earth turn.
or a morning rise or something, but it should be the sunrise because the sun doesn't do anything. Sun is like, I'm not rising. I'm here. I'm up all the time. I'm up.
So
I got that Viagra. I'm up all the time, folks. That's how the sun is.
Well,
So
I mean,
what time does it start getting daylight there right now?
Right now we get, I think sunrise. They call it about 5:55, 6 o'clock or something. I'm usually asleep, but I think that's around the time when it happens.
yeah.
So it's at least like 7-ish here. I think.
Well, my watch will tell.
JT says rotated. I thought we live on a stationary piece. Well, it's flat. We live on the flat.
Yeah.
So it goes from one point of the Earth to the other part. We're flat.
Flat,
So
yes.
we're just rotating this way on the flat Earth.
Hey, right. All around.
I
Just
mean,
goes side to side.
whatever your perspective is, and it works for you, then just keep believing that. That's what difference does it make?
Right. That happens. You can, the whole flat earther type thing is just like, I remember Kyrie Irving said he came out as a flat earther. It's like, Kyrie, you don't need to tell
That
people
sounds like
that.
cops.
Kyrie, just be Kyrie. Play basketball. Don't tell people you're a flat earther. You don't need to let people know. Nobody cares.
Flat earther.
Yeah, some things you need to keep to yourself.
We know you didn't finish a Duke degree. We understand that.
Yeah. Smarty guy who can finish 1 year. So
But
it's
you
like,
know
It's like, dude, you went to Duke and you're a flat earther. Really?
But you know what? If that makes them happy,
but it still
hey,
makes millions, so it's like, okay, fair
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah. No. You get people that makes them happy. No, not if it influences other people. No. You
No,
can't
I
just
mean
keep saying it.
that's true.
At some
That's-
but
point,
then
you can't
you're
just.
dumb enough to let them influence you. So
That's true.
No,
too.
not me, but other people that are going to
yeah,
come
well, they're
back and.
dumb enough. No, I wasn't talking about you.
Yeah,
But
But
then
you
they
have-
need to live in their own little bubble too.
but then you have factions that get influenced that end up being issues
Yes.
later on for everybody else. It's like, no,
Sadly enough, the most of the world's like what the popular people will do.
just
That's
wait till
what
next year. Next year's going to get worse
Oh,
because
God.
the whole AI stuff's going to make it even worse for stuff. Wait till you start seeing the election ads and they're like, they're not even a real ad. That's AI.
Rod, though, have you ever done what is it? The thing that Donnie had with the glasses, the VR.
I haven't done
Like-
the VR.
No,
I know about it.
Good. It's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah.
I was like, I understand it now. I understand why somebody could sit like, and I didn't even get off the home screen. Like,
Yeah.
I
No,
had
she
those
didn't.
glasses
Did you,
on.
which VR did you do? Did you do the Oculus or did you do the PlayStation or Oculus one?
Oculus.
It was
yes,
the
it
Oculus.
was Oculus.
Okay,
the-
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we went to my brother's, and it was like the home screen was like two of them. One of them was just like this. It was like this room, and it was this space was around you, but it had like these concrete. It was like a meditation place, and I'm like, I was standing up when it started, and I was just like, I'm gonna sit down because
That's what she cared about. We was like NFL was like, oh, okay, quarterback, yes, let's
Yeah.
do it. It's like, oh, it's so good. It's like the NFL stadiums, like it was.
No,
oh,
I
it
did
was so
that
good.
too, but then I'm like, God, these guys are scary and they're right up on me. And I'm like, no, thanks.
Well, I know, like, Erie, our friend Erica, with EB, she does like Beat Saber all the time. She likes that Beat Saber game that they do, which is like Guitar Hero for VR, basically. But, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't even do anything. I just wanted to
Yeah.
look
Now,
at everything.
She would have sat down and she's like, oh my gosh, look at that. Can you see this? I'm like, no, I can't see this. But
Yeah.
she's like, oh, it's so amazing.
It was
look
like
look
space.
at this.
It
My only concern is when you put it on and you start doing stuff, you're going to bust up some shit. Because I see people walking around rooms and like knocking shit over and stuff like that.
No,
Everything.
It's got a grid. It's got a grid.
It's got a
of
grid,
what's
okay.
far. It, like your glasses shake and you got to stop because you're going to hurt yourself.
No, but I
Okay.
put on, did the football. I was like, all right, let's go. I was like, and her brother's like, no, stop, you're ready. I was like, oh, wait, I'm down. What do you mean, stop? What are you talking about?
I mean, I kind of feel like it's like a hard drug, like if you do meth or something and you're like, oh my God, this is amazing.
It was
Yeah.
amazing because it was amazing.
I did it and I'm like, I can never do this again because I will sit here forever and I will piss myself and shit myself and die of starvation because I will never take these off.
Well, that would not be good. No.
She would
Yeah, I
not.
know how you are with the old Tomb Raider back in the day. You said. So.
Yeah, like
Yes,
I
yes.
couldn't.
Yeah.
I'm like
Shark
this
said
is
he's still
bad.
shopping for beer goggles, so he's
Ugh.
using that promo code until Thursday.
Beer goggles aren't true though. You said that.
I told him that in the chat, but he's still looking for him. It's Shark. He's on the hunt.
He's
Which
on
shark?
an endless,
Which
he's
shark
on
doesn't
an
hunt?
endless journey that will never
Yeah.
satisfy him.
Nothing can stop the shark. What do you got, Mal?
I have Check 1-2
Oh, Mike check.
from Scorched Earth Brewing Company.
Check 1, 2.
They're in, yeah, I know, I like that. In Algonquin, Illinois. It is floor malted Pilsner, Vienna, and
No,
muted
that's
malt,
not.
Hallertau, Mittelfra, and Saaz hops.
That
Oh.
one is.
It
That one.
is a 5.8 ABV with 30 IBUs.
Okay.
It's a Czech Pilsner, obviously. And Scorched Earth, they have 3 Pilsners on tap at any given time, which is insane to have 3 Pilsners on tap, and they're all freaking amazing. Like, they really rock the Pilsner thing. So.
Amazing. Yeah.
And they have a Helles. How do you have 3 Pilsners and a Helles on tap all the time? It's amazing.
I mean, if you're doing it good and you got people in there, why not, right?
It's damn good. So, I mean, not much for the smell. It doesn't come across on the nose. But the fun thing about this one, it was actually aged with American oak. So it has a wooden flavor to it. Like you feel like you're drinking oak. It's crazy. But it's really well done. Super tasty, super refreshing, a little bright, and a little bitter in the end.
Oh.
So highly recommended. Honestly, Scorched Earth does such an amazing job anyway, but yeah, this one's excellent.
So amazing.
Remember that?
Maybe thinking of
The
Kanye
picture
there for a second.
with the artwork at Bourbon and Beyond.
Well, I'm gonna have to grab another beer here. Like I have to grab another beer. Like I have no choice.
Yes,
But-
you got to step it up, man.
And then when I come back, we'll do beer news
Cool.
because we haven't done beer news yet. So Shark, if you're there and you went in, check your gram, as the kids call it. They don't say the Insta anymore. They say check the gram on the gram. And I'll be back in a second.
Really?
Check Graham.
That's what they say the kids say. I don't know. I'm not a kid. I'm just,
That's
you know.
what they
trying-
say.
Then don't
But
say
you know
it.
they call it the
Yeah.
gram. So you're
They call it the
still-
gram, right? They call it the gram.
You always got to be in touch.
You know, I don't know anything about that. I just, you know,
I don't
I'm
know
just-
if it.
what is
We-
that? Whipped cream?
No, it's a hush puppy, but it looks like a dog.
It looks
Huh.
like a puff or something. It looks nothing like a dog.
I mean, if you really look, the eyes,
No,
the nose, and the ears.
Not
That's
really.
the weirdest dog I ever saw.
I mean, I like
Um,
to see shapes and make. You're just not looking hard enough.
It looks like a dog. You know what sounds like a dog?
How'd you cut it off so early? It's like you're gonna get into this, and then you're like, nope, you're not. Nope, psych.
I have to go get a refreshment. I would turn it over to the ladies here. So, ladies, do your thing. Have fun. I'll be back in a second.
Now, I was gonna say this last week. Your hair is like really like looking good. It's like really grown
Aw.
in. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I literally use headbands to keep it the frick out of my face right now because it's
Because-
all up in my face.
Because you got used to the short hair, and then you're like, Jesus.
Well, when I had long hair, it stayed out of my face because of the weight of it behind my shoulders would keep it back. But now my hair's short and it falls in my face all the time. It's problematic.
So are you gonna let it grow long again?
Oh
or-
yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna grow it out again. I'll probably do the head shaving thing again if they'll allow me to with gray hair, because by the time it gets there, I'll probably be more gray.
Hey, I mean, like I'm like my hair's getting. I'm like just shave it all off, but then I'm like,
Yes, shave it off.
and then I'm like, I'm gonna get wigs, and I could be, I could
No.
be,
No, we ain't gonna do that.
I could be Simone one day. I could be Cinnamon. I could
Get
get all
some
these
wigs
different
too, so.
wigs, and have any hair I want to.
My recommendation would be to not shave it just before winter. I would recommend shaving it late spring because the summer will be more forgiving.
Well,
yeah, I'm always hot, so I'd be like,
yeah, but the actual shaved head in cold weather. So I shaved my head in March, mid-March, and we had snow days after that, and I didn't handle it well. You lose a lot of heat through your head. You really do.
We're coming there in 2 weeks, so
yeah, we're coming to Chicago.
I know.
And so, like, I was asking tonight, Paul, like, I'm like, gun to your head, which neighborhood should we like? And I was like, what about? And he was like, he couldn't say. So I was like, what about Lincoln Park? Like, would that be like, if we get super shit faced during the day and we come back to our hotel and like at 8:00 and we can still like walk around and find things to do? He's like, Lincoln Park would probably be good for that.
Just don't head south of the loop. As long as you're north of the loop, you're probably fine with the walking around. I would recommend walking around together because honestly, there's muggings in any city. Like,
well, and that's what he said. When you go, put your belongings in your bra, so like nobody can pickpocket you.
If we're separate, then we got others.
Whoa! What's going on here?
She's putting her belongings in her bra.
Well, like my debit card.
Gotta stuff it in.
And I said, well, Todd's got a front pocket wallet, so I mean, usually I'm like, here, my ID and my debit card.
I usually got to handle all the shit, so it's like, okay.
Yeah, so I'm like, and my phone, I'm like,
you gotta handle what's on the front pocket. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, why
he has a handle on his front pocket. That is what he's saying.
The person that got a bunch of like alcohol under her boob at a football game one time. So, okay, you know.
Yeah. No.
But can you get a fifth in there? That's the question.
Probably it was probably like a liter.
I mean, it's like a gallon, honestly. To be honest with you.
I mean, I probably could.
Oh shit!
It might stick out a little bit, but
where's the?
No, I saw this TikTok today, and it was like this girl, and she had big boobs, and she's like, when I was in the 8th grade or the 5th grade, this guy convinced me I had saggy boobs. This boy convinced me I had saggy boobs because they were like the pencil test. Like if you put a pencil,
like, I'll knock him in the head.
If you put a pencil under. Okay.
No, he doesn't deserve that.
Put it down.
So if you have a pencil and you put it under your boob and it falls out, then you have saggy boobs. And I'm like, oh, well, I could put it like a whole 2 liter under my boob and it wouldn't fall out. But it's not because, I mean, I do have saggy boobs.
Probably sure.
But I mean, it wouldn't, the grip of the skin would hold. I mean, it wouldn't be gone.
Grip of the skin. Yes.
I mean, I could probably do it.
For your own safety, please keep your hands inside the
I love that song.
You can dance. We can dance.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But if they're over a certain size, then they're going to be
I don't know about
saggy.
That's a terrible test though, because people with small chests can't do it at all.
Right.
Like,
I mean, if a pencil falls out, you have very. I mean, if they're small enough, they're always going to be perky.
Yes.
Well, I mean, if they're perky at all, if you're too small for perky, well, you don't have a pencil held at all. Like you cannot even remotely hold a pencil if you have tiny boobs. You can't.
I mean,
in my Joe Biden voice, folks, I stepped away for a second. I don't know what's going on. Look, folks, I did not know what's going on here.
This is what happens when you walk away, Rod.
What do you pencil for anyway? Like, what?
I mean, honestly,
in my day, a pencil meant old number 2. It meant old number 2 when you talked about a pencil.
What do you need a pencil for? That's the last thing.
Okay. Let's
the pencil
let me
test.
Put it in words that men could maybe understand. It's like
One syllable. One syllable.
Relate to.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, come on, Mal.
Relate to.
2 syllables, maybe.
Take
Maybe
it
2.
easy.
Maybe.
Slow
Well, yeah,
down.
maybe. Could be. Go
What do you? Okay, Shannon, what you got?
Shannon
What you
forgot.
got, Shannon? Already?
Yeah, I forgot.
She does that office.
Well, Shark, that's why you need to get in here, son. I sent you a thing on the gram, so you know.
On the gram.
Just to
Stop
marginalize the
that.
loop.
You're not 20. Stop that.
I'm on the gram, yo. I'm on the gram, yo.
Yo.
Yeah, how many grams of whatever have you had?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Not enough. Not enough to talk like that. You're right. I need to stop.
Well, but you
that.
just did, so you have had enough.
Can I just say how lame of a Donald Duck joke Chris Christie said last night? I just want to say it was just such a bad, like, it was terrible. It's like it was so rehearsed that when you said it, it was just like, you didn't come up with that. That was written by somebody. Like, it was just like he was waiting all night to deliver his little joke, and it's just like, I don't know. The debate last night was like a cafeteria back when we were in 6th grade, like people just yelling at each other. Like, it was terrible. Like, what are we going to do next year? Next year's going to suck for the.
You know,
I didn't want to go political tonight. I did not want to go political tonight, but it's going to suck next year.
No, I know.
Stop going political.
It was like Trump was the leader of the Republican Party.
I can't.
Not only was he not the Republican Party leader,
Use past tense. You're allowed to
10%
say.
overall.
They're all saying like he's not here. He should be here. Like, why? All you people combined still can't match the power he has in the party. Why would he need to be
in
there?
Jail. That's why.
There's no reason for him to be there.
No, it's not.
No, he should be.
I'm just like, how do we get down to these 2 people? I'm sorry. I'm going to probably piss people off watching, but I'm just like,
all right, on to the next. On the next. Right?
2024 is going to be a mess. And now we got congressmen that aren't even doing their stuff. Now we're going to be government shut down in a couple of days probably. And it's just like, I feel bad. I feel bad for the military people. I feel bad for the people that depend on those resources, the air traffic controllers that got to go to work and not get paid for it. I mean, I'm sorry. Maybe it's selfish of me, but if I'm flying, I want that air traffic controller as comfortable as possible when I'm trying to land in another city. Right. Maybe that's just me.
No, that's not just you.
This way, that way. Let's do whatever.
If I'm down there, I'm like, oh yeah, you got it. Go ahead, Big Land. You're good. You're good. Like, I'm not even paying attention to it. I'm like, I don't want to be that guy. You know,
right?
I want that guy to, I want that guy to be comfortable and enjoy what they're doing. And guy or gal, I didn't mean guy just being a male thing. Guy or gal, whoever it is, I want you comfortable. I want you to land the plane and feel good about it and go get your check. You're not getting a check. You might be a little upset. You may be a little bothered. I don't want that on your mind. I don't want you thinking about that. Exactly. I want you to be comfortable and be able to land our plane, and everybody can walk away, and we have a great day from it. Right? I'll even buy you a beer at the airport bar if I need to.
I mean,
Shark.
Hello.
What's up, Shark?
I'm still looking for my beer goggles. I'm concentrating here.
You got beer.
Okay, all right.
Shark's been trying to locate the beer goggles.
Beer goggles. Oh, first I get 2 bottles of beer, then I got them. I got Sierra Nevada beer goggles.
Yeah, thanks for the Sierra Nevada tip. Did you pick it up then and everything, or?
Well, I just got an email on today, or this. As I saw it, okay, because typical. You buy a 4-pack for $80 kind of thing. I'm like, okay, thanks, Sierra Nevada. But
are they not bringing them out in the 22-ounce bottles? Do they usually?
No, they're the bombers. Yeah, but okay. Because I'm probably gonna buy a couple of those, and I might buy the quad. I think it was from last year, just to kind of.
They're so good. I love it.
I know. But that rum quad. That was the best.
Rum quad was the bomb. That was legit. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I wish more breweries would do more rum barrel, and I love the rum barrel, and I'm getting on stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, instead of bourbon barrel, rum barrel.
Rum barrel has been pretty solid. I've had some tequila barreled. I had some gin barreled, but the rum is one of my favorite ones.
I've never heard of any other.
Yeah. So that Sierra Nevada, that's a 12%.
Yeah.
That's gonna be ooh.
The brewery that I work for did a cream ale in rum barrels called Eureka. So you take the cream ale, rum barrels. It was a 12%er, and it was a work of art. Like, it was so sweet and it was so, it was phenomenal. Sunrisa Irisa,
Right.
it's so good.
Right,
Very
hear
nice.
this. Hear this.
I've told him like 1 million
Tell
times.
me.
You've never
Tell
heard
me.
this before, I don't think.
No, he has, but I'll tell him again. So remember that one night we were
At
on
band camp?
When that band camp.
I thought,
Please, you don't play the flute.
I thought that
Not that you know of.
Yeah, you don't play the flute.
No. You
I'm sorry, Shannon. We got to stop because Shannon will forget after a
Maybe
certain
not so
point.
much, but
So you remember you sent Todd this beer, and you know it was like right when
The rum from Spain.
oh
Yes,
yes.
see, I told him
yes.
Well,
That was good. That was good. Yeah.
It's one of the
Well, I don't
saddest
know if it
moments.
was or not, but
It was one of the saddest moments of my life because we were downstairs and we decided we're going to do the show downstairs, and we have like this little like TV dinner tray, and we had the cord, and he poured some of it, and I'm like, this is good, so he gave me some of it, and then I either got up and knocked the TV tray over, or one of the dogs did, and it just spilled. And
It
I'm
was
like,
definitely a dog.
we're never going to have that.
I would have licked it up. I would have licked it up because that was good stuff.
It was like I had a sip. I was like, oh, it's so good. It's like, never
No,
again.
I spilled yours, but I had mine, and I was like, I feel so bad, and so I gave.
Like I never have it again.
But now I'm like, I bet it's not as good as I remember it.
No,
Because,
No, it's good. It's
no,
yeah.
it was.
I mean, I don't know.
So, Rod,
That was the Malavita that I
It's
said.
a sad, sad story.
What were you gonna say, Shark?
Oh, the bottle behind you. What do you do? You try and stir it? The one that's rotating.
No, I didn't finish this one yet. So that's the next one up on deck. So yeah.
Oh, it's good.
That's the new fancy studio stuff, you know.
I would say that's a 33, right? No,
That's like on deck next. Yeah, that's an Imperial. That's actually from Todd's neck of the woods. Now I'm going to have. So
yeah.
We talking about?
Speaking of which, I just finished this one. So the one I have upcoming next, which is right here, it's like the old Wheel of Fortune back in the day when they used to not just give you the money. It's like you have to go through the shop and they'd be like, "Well, I'll take that for $500. I'll take that for $300. I take that for $200.
Yeah.
This is the Imperial Amber. Actually, no, I say it's from yours. I have another one I thought was from yours, but it's not. It's actually from Great Lakes. Imperial Amber, lager aged in bourbon barrels.
Ooh,
so this is available now from Great Lakes. This is their anniversary beer they came out with. Barrel aged. So it's basically the Elliott Ness in barrels. This one comes in 12.1% ABV. Nice session ale. You can enjoy this, kick back, relax, not get hammered.
Super ham.
35th
hammered, that's no fun.
35th anniversary. So shout out to them for 35 years of brewing some great beers for sure. Out of Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah.
So even though in Cincinnati they call Cleveland the mistake on the lake, I didn't say that. People in Cincinnati said that. I just lived there. I wasn't from there, but that's what they would say about Cleveland. I like Cleveland. I think Cleveland does some good things. So I'm gonna crack this open and see how this one goes down.
Nice.
Yeah. That went down great.
now technically, because
that was tasty. Thank you.
A high ABV, I should be using a snifter or something. But you know what? I'm professional, so don't try this at home. I'm just going to use a regular shaker.
No. You get the beer goggles.
when did professional get added to your name? It's just Rod.
Yeah,
Jason.
right. Rod, if you're being professional, where's the red cup?
Right. Solo, baby. Solo. Yeah. So I have a beer review coming up on this. It's a lot darker on the screen, actually. It's deep, dark copper color to the beer. It's actually got some pretty good clarity coming through.
Yeah, you can kind of see on the bottom.
Put a light behind it.
I have to get my phone here and do the light. Mal's like, give it the light test.
I want the light test. I like the light.
Don't go into the light, Caroline. Don't go into the light.
Caroline, go into the light. Woo, look at that. It's pretty.
It's got bubbles in it.
Then they're like, go into the light, Caroline. She's like, you said don't go into the light. Okay. Started from
Yeah,
the
watch
bottom, now we're here.
a moth land in the beer.
Yeah, right. Started from the bottom, now we're here.
There we go.
It's got a little bit of a funkiness on the nose. But you're getting a toffee undercoat into the beer. Sweetness, toffee, malty up front. A little bit of a stickiness to the beer.
Stickiness.
A little bit of
What was it,
carbonation on the tongue.
Yeah.
12.1.
12.1.
Yeah, hits the cheeks nicely.
Oh.
Goes down the back end smooth. I mean, like I said, it's like the Elliott Ness, I believe, that's been barrel aged. Which Elliott Ness is a good beer they actually put out as well.
I love Elliott Ness.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's got a nice little feel to it. I mean, you have a few of these. Came in a 4-pack. I got the 4-pack. Yeah, you have a 4-pack of these. You're going to get
when he
going
starts,
pretty quick.
he starts learning his words, we'll know how good it is.
Oh, Shark, what's your real name?
Kevin.
You look like a Kevin.
Yeah, I've been called many
What's a
names.
Kevin supposed to look like?
What's a Kevin look like?
I mean, do I look
Homo
like a
Alone.
Shannon?
It should be like him. Him.
No, but your name suits you. Like, I don't know if my name suits me or not, but
Wait
like
till she asks for your date of birth, Kevin. This will be like your whole zodiac stuff.
Yeah, then
what is-
the
I
social security number and bank account number.
No. Date of birth.
but Kevin, you seem very like light-hearted and not like
Definitely boozy on this. You definitely get the booze.
Yeah, I'm not too bad. I get my moments.
Well, yeah, we all do, but
moments here and there. Yeah.
yeah, like somebody that's all dark and gloomy wouldn't go like that. So
Yeah, no, I got a dry sense of humor, so.
We go like what, Shannon? We go like what? What would they go like?
like,
Kevin?
he just did that.
Kevin, Shannon needs to know what your sign is.
Yeah.
Capricorn.
Yes.
Capricorn.
Oh.
Just from the energy, I mean, I don't know. Like, you're a son that's just like,
Well, my energy is coming from the
let me
possibilities.
see. Let me, you continue your conversation.
That's where the energy came from. Cheers.
Yeah.
Let me think.
Mine comes from beer.
Beer. We love beer.
Well, I'm drinking quite a bit of beer this weekend, so I'm kind of being good tonight.
What are you doing?
I'm doing another round of Oktoberfest tomorrow.
Well, you gotta send me a thing.
Well, it's gonna be kind of late for your neck of the woods.
You know what time I sleep, son?
Basically, it's 11 to 1 your time.
We know I gotta do a show tomorrow night on Daddy Porter's, but I'll be around probably. So
Okay, well, I'll send you a link if you show up.
I'm around. Yeah.
Yeah, we're basically drinking any Oktoberfest beer, so
Yeah. I don't usually go to bed till like 2 Eastern. I actually had a couple of Oktoberfest beers still left. So
yeah, so if you want, I mean, it's fine. I'll send you a.
Don't feel like you have to send it. I gotta be there.
Well, right now, so I said,
maybe
yeah, if you're around, you're around. That's give me one of those. We'll see. But
I'm
yeah,
like a
because I'm doing that.
I'm
I'm doing.
around.
Yeah, I'm hosting that on tomorrow night. Then you know who Simo Subs, the British guy?
Yeah, Simo over.
Yeah,
UK.
he's doing another. He's doing another
Okay.
Oktoberfest kind of thing. Saturday, noon
These are the
my
top
time.
three.
So 3
That'd
Eastern?
be 3 my time. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're doing with Rob Bramhall. It kind of just It's just
cool.
I think we're getting rid of all the. Everybody's getting rid of their Oktoberfest beers to move on.
It's that push, right? You gotta get the pumpkin.
The pumpkin, right? Pumpkin.
Yeah.
Moving on to
Well, it's
pumpkin.
funny. Well, my see, I want to brew a pumpkin soon, but I brew the pumpkin for Thanksgiving.
I
Oh,
would like that a lot
I like
more.
that.
I think pumpkin is perfect around things.
That's
Yeah, so
Really?
I drink it after Halloween. So month of November is pumpkin beer for me, not
Yes,
October.
I agree.
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
I agree. I think that's great.
My number one guess.
Which I lost
Yeah.
my poll. I lost my poll on the site, but last I saw, Imperial Stouts did win over pumpkin. So
Oh.
we need to do an Imperial Stout show. I mean, we'll probably do a pumpkin
We
show
do
or something.
I'm
pumpkin
changing.
too, please, because she would love that.
We would do a pumpkin show. We'll do an Imperial Stout show.
Now, have you guys ever had a yam beer?
I
Yes.
love yam beer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
God,
I
this
think
is
they're
so
wonderful.
fresh.
Sweet
Too
potato
much.
beer is great.
I gotta quit.
yeah, because they brewed that when they had a pumpkin ale, then they made a yam, then they did like a pumpkin milk stout. I mean, so it was. So they kind of did a bunch of variants of pumpkin.
Okay, can
And
I ask
see,
you?
Dovetail just put their
Okay.
Roush Doppelbock in the rye barrels and it says, "Oh,
Oh,
you got my attention there,
my.
JT."
Oh, that sounds
Oh.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
Sounds really good.
Shark, are you detail oriented?
Here we go.
I don't think you are.
Yes, I am.
And at this
Are
point, we turn the show over to Shannon Cleo.
Okay. Are you free?
Shannon Cleo. Yes.
Are you free spirited?
Well, I'm not drinking any beer. No.
Okay.
You're kind of a free spirit. You're kind of
I can be. I'm kind of. I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle.
It does. Are you curious about everything, or do you already have your mind made up about everything?
I would probably say I'm curious.
Tell
Are
them,
you a Gemini?
bi-curious? Bi-curious?
Oh,
Oh, here we
no,
go.
no. I'm tri-curious. Oh, there's a new word.
All right, I'm right there with you.
So you're not a Gemini.
He already
He's a
said what
Capricorn.
the sign
He's a
was.
Capricorn.
I already told you what the my
Oh, I
sign
did. I
was.
wasn't listening.
Okay.
Oh, you're a Capricorn.
Yay.
She was
See, I
trying
didn't
to
even think
guess.
about a Capricorn. I forget that they're even a zodiac sign.
It's like,
Wow.
Yeah.
You basically Pluto Capricorn.
Yeah.
You kicked him out.
Yeah.
I mean, Capricorns
like
are
no.
Capricorns are. The
I'm leaving now. Fully on you.
opposite.
Oh, you did it. It's like, no, I'm out.
So you're money oriented. You're serious about making money, and you're like,
Oh, but no.
That's a Virgo, isn't it?
no, a Virgo
He's
is
on YouTube. Come on.
Yeah, he's not making much money.
Virgos are very dry.
I spent $24 on a freaking beer.
But you earned that money to spend it.
Yeah, my welfare check just came in.
But did you know? Are you married?
I feel like you're just trying to prove me wrong.
Anyway, yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm not free spirited.
No, you're not.
Not
You're
so
a
much.
Capricorn.
Not so much.
Yeah, I'm candy corn, not Capricorn. I'm candy corn.
Oh, nobody wants to be candy corn.
That's very different.
Yeah, I'd rather
Very
be called a
different.
Capricorn.
I don't know anybody actually likes candy corn. Maybe it's just I haven't run into those people, but I have no idea why people even have it as a Halloween candy. Like,
No, my question.
just give me the 50 pennies. Don't even give me the candy. Don't even put the candy corn in my bag. Give me the 50
I wonder.
pennies.
You know what? I wonder if that burnt. If the candy corn would burn. Because I know you do certain Frito-Lay chips or whatever. I don't know if that you can use as you can set on fire.
You can send that; it won't burn, right?
No.
Yeah.
No, I was trying to do that.
Yeah, I did the light test, and it's not natural light, so it didn't hurt
Keep
it as
it
much.
away from beer. Yeah. Durmont is pretty good from them.
No, but did I do the letters
That's
in the
been an
right?
award-winning beer. Names are names. They have no types. It's more about which names were popular when you were born and how many string your parents might have been. Yeah. No. What's up, Trez? Cheers, homie. Trez in the house. You working tonight, my friend?
We missed
Or
T.
how indecisive. My parents couldn't pick between
Take the
Valerie
name
and
Bob.
Mallory, so
That used
I'm
to be
Mallory
kinda
with one L.
No, but I'm like, did
What
I?
the who to what?
Yeah, that was good.
I said my parents weren't mainstream, but they couldn't pick between Valerie and Mallory, so they made me Mallory with one L, which is awkward.
Yeah, because some people do think 2 L's, I think, yeah.
They're trying to be unique.
But it's special. But it's special with 1 L.
Well, no, one of them wanted Valerie, one of them wanted Mallory, and the other they just
Well, you could be with Shannon with one N.
You know, they could have done Mallory with Malerie. That would have really screwed people up.
So my aunt gave me a Christmas gift when I was 8 years old that was Malarie. And I said, you've known me for 8 years and you spelled my name wrong. And she said, well, what did I spell? And I said, well, you're one letter away from being malaria.
Oh.
So yeah, one letter away from malaria is my name. Just so you know.
Maybe this is why. Maybe this is why.
I'd been like, do you know how to spell my name?
It happens.
Maybe this was
Her
why
name was
you.
Nita. Nita.
That's pretty easy.
Super
N-I-T-A.
simple.
Yeah,
But
but it
MALARIE
could've been, like,
is
nowhere-
one letter away from malaria.
But maybe this is why Chew was confused.
Possibly.
Well, no,
That's
he
why they're like
he
45
called me Emily. He called me Jessica. He didn't know my name.
I mean, that's kind of hot.
I mean, it's fair enough.
Did he
Fair
call
enough.
you
A whole
Ruth?
year.
Did
A
he call
whole
you
year
Ruth?
into dating, he's still introducing me by the wrong name. He's like, "Oh, this is my girlfriend, Emily." No, not your girlfriend, Emily. How
Did
many
he call you?
girlfriends
Did
do
he
you
call you
have?
like? Did he call you Ruth or Rose, like from the Golden Girls?
You still
No,
you
no,
still
he didn't
screwed
do
us.
Golden Girls names. Thank goodness.
Yeah,
Thank
man.
goodness.
Hey, but can you all still write the alphabet in cursive? Because I just wrote
You
it
know
out.
what? I've kind of actually looked at that a few weeks ago, or actually about a few months ago, and it actually was kind of hard to remember how to do it in cursive. I
I
haven't
just
done it
did
in so
it.
long.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
I just had Todd. I'm like, did I do these right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Lowercase or uppercase?
They don't even teach kids to do that. They
Oh,
don't even.
now I have a
They
whole
don't teach kids to do that
Yeah.
anymore. They don't even teach kids to do it anymore.
No.
Well, it's going to get to a point where you don't have to even doing the text. You don't have the thumb problems. You can use it. It's all going to be voice to text.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be all voice to text.
God, I love it. H.
Now,
This is
to be
harder
fair,
than-
we don't write in Old English anymore. We don't have that F sign that is a double S, and we don't.
I don't think
I mean,
Yeah.
we're
Yeah.
right in English.
language
true.
changes with the community.
Oh yeah.
That's fine.
H.
I'm cool with that, but I mean, some of us still need to learn how to read it for
H.
historical sake.
Yeah, I mean, I told the story
Yeah.
about Shannon Sharp earlier. You got to be able to read. So
I already
yeah.
did H. A, B,
Well,
C.
yeah, read the text. There you go. Yeah.
J. Okay.
Or read the speech. Yeah.
J.
I mean, working at a college university, you get all of that.
Yeah.
M.
Yeah, but I've had yam beer. Yam beers are actually pretty decent.
Yeah, it's not. They're not. I mean, it's not.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Working a nice drink. Yeah, we definitely will, Trez.
U.
Trez is always working at nighttime. So
B,
What's up, Trey?
W.
Trez.
The,
Y.
the other interesting pumpkin beer I had was an old ale.
deja vu. What's with deja vu with the Packers game? I don't know what's
Yes.
going on with it.
I get no, they're down 10.
They need Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers unavailable.
Probably so. Yes.
Well, yeah, I don't want to talk about the Packer game. No,
You got fantasy players on it?
no
I
I got last weekend. I'm just kind of like, you're welcome, Packers, for the win.
Yeah.
The win.
They're not,
Wait,
they're not the Jets. They're not the Jets.
My team's New Orleans Saints.
Oh, Saints. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't Jameis still your quarterback?
MISS.
no, I had Derek Carr.
Oh,
So-
Derek
so he
Carr's
got-
quarterback there now. Okay.
Yeah, until he got hurt.
Okay.
This past weekend.
Okay.
So, but James, he's our backup.
No,
Jameis
he's
came
not-
in. Okay, I saw stats for Jameis. So okay.
Yeah, so he's our backup. So he's starting this weekend.
Yeah.
Are you
So-
in New Orleans?
No,
No, he's in Cali.
I'm in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
From New Orleans? Family?
No, it's
But Jameis-
a weird story.
Nope.
Jameis will get you discounts on crab legs.
No, I'm curious what the connection is for the.
Okay, so obviously there was obviously when the Rams were here back in the 80s, the first time they were on TV and they were playing the Saints, and their field goal kicker was a
Morton
left-footed.
Anderson.
Yeah, he was a left-footed
Yeah.
kicker. I'm a left-footed kicker. He's
Okay.
from Denmark. My
Yeah.
dad's side of the family is from Denmark, so I
Okay.
went bingo, not realizing that team sucked at the time.
Yeah, Morton Anderson was a beast.
It's
as a
not about
kicker,
whether they
but
suck
yeah.
or not.
Yeah, well, it's at the time. So it was the merchandise guy. He was like, "Oh yeah, I can bring all this stuff, shirts, hats, whatever." He was making a mint
I was
off of
surprised
my
in the
parents.
90s that the Saints never made the Super Bowl because I was a big fan of
Oh,
Bobby. I was a fan of their linebacker core, but then when
oh,
Bobby Hebert got there
the Dome Patrol
with Sam
Oh,
Mills and Ricky Jackson on them in there, and then Bobby Hebert came in, I thought
Oh,
they had
yeah.
a chance to get the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They just didn't make
No,
it.
if I had my linebacking core, and when Breeze was around,
yeah,
you want to talk about a dynasty? Oh,
yeah. Well, I went to school with Ronaldo Turnbull, who went down to the Saints as well. So I was
Yeah.
hoping he would actually have a few good years there. But
Yeah,
JT
no.
who's watching, he's a lifelong Saints fan. He's from down in New Orleans. So yeah.
yeah. No, it's I still have on my bucket list is to go to the
Yeah.
one of their games.
Yeah.
when they're playing good, though, because I want to get that good atmosphere kind of vibe.
Yeah, Jameis with the crab legs, right? That was the whole thing. Like seriously, like, and that's why we have NIL now, right? Like, a person can't get crab legs. The school's making all this money, and I can't get crab legs for dinner. Come on. So yeah.
Well, you can if you want to pay a pretty penny.
Yeah. So Jameis was kind of a forerunner to us
I
having
have
the
to be a
NIL.
pretty penny. I have ugly pennies.
She's a 1, 1, 2. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about when they had Breeze there, they had a good team for sure.
Well,
so.
I still say that obviously when the Rams went,
Breeze did get him a win though. He did get him a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We should have at least two more. The 17 when the Rams got that pass interference blown call. I mean, we would have gone to the Super Bowl where we went. I don't know, but yeah, no, there was a couple of years that
Sports
we
is
should have.
funny because I can tell you, if Michael Jordan wouldn't have retired in the '90s, the Rockets wouldn't have had a couple titles because the Bulls would have ran that whole decade probably. So
yeah.
I don't care what Kenny Smith has to say about it. I'm telling you, the Bulls would have whipped the Rockets' ass if they would have played them in those 2 years.
There's not of him getting pushed out of the league then.
Yeah.
Well, you're getting that conversation now. You're getting Jordan, Kobe, or LeBron.
It's easily Jordan, Kobe, LeBron. Easily.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree.
You look at the stats, you look at what they did.
Yeah.
Jordan was 40 years old on 1.5 legs and was still putting up dominant points.
Well, obviously he's won more. He's won 6. Kobe's won 5.
Kobe won 5.
Yeah,
and LeBron won
3. 4?
3. Well, technically 4, but the bubble was one of them. The bubble was one of them. I'm sorry. I'm going to give him a 3.5. I'm not going to give LeBron a full 4. I'm giving LeBron a 3.5 out of 11 that he went to. Right, so he's like 4 and 7 or 4 and 6, whatever the number is. But you can't put on as a player. And I look back and I was like, if you look at the stats, you look at the way they play. Like you take LeBron now and you put him in the 80s, the 90s, when it was just like you wouldn't have even tried to flop in those games. Like you tried to flop against Detroit, they would have gave you a reason to foul you. They would have beat the hell out of you. You tried to flop against the Celtics, they would have beat the hell out of you. So it's like you didn't flop back then.
Well, they had centers back then too. So
yeah. So
nowadays there is no center anymore. The true center anymore.
And the players played 82 games. They weren't taking days off like they are nowadays too. So I take nothing away from LeBron, who being the ultimate.
No. He's still good, but he's not the greatest.
He's not the greatest. He's not even in. And then it's like people forget about Kareem. They forget about about Bill. And people like not Bill. And Bill's like 10 championships, 11 as a coach. But look at that time frame where he was in. He dominated that time frame.
Well, that's why it was HBO doing a series on the Lakers dynasty with Magic Johnson and all them. Kind of when that came. I haven't really watched it, but I'm kind of a little bit.
Oh, the Showtime thing they're doing, yeah.
But it's interesting because obviously I'm in LA, so obviously you get the Kobe LeBron comparison kind of. You're just like, wow, really? Like people, like, come on.
Yeah. I guarantee if Magic would have had to retire early because of HIV, he would be one of the top ones up there too.
Yeah,
because he was on pace to put up a lot of points and stuff like that.
Well, he was a very good.
He was usually the top point guard that ever played the game, and he would have been up there scoring as well if he had a few more years under him.
Yeah, because he wasn't a big scorer, but he controlled the offense.
Yeah,
also.
He played all 3 positions in the '80 series. Yeah. He played center, he played guard, he played forward.
Yeah,
Magic was the man back. That's who when I played basketball. That's who I emulated was Magic. Magic was always my favorite player and stuff. Yeah. And you look at stuff that he did back then. It was just incredible to see him do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
no. So I've been to New Orleans once when I was a kid, and I'll say my parents did this to me, like walking down Bourbon Street during the day. Was it at night? It was during the day.
Bourbon Street as a kid is different than Bourbon Street as an adult. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I went there when I was 17.
Like, let's just walk straight. Let's go. We're gonna walk through it.
I went there when I was 17. It was very much a letdown at 17.
Yeah. I don't really care to go be from Mardi Gras. I mean, I always want to go there for the food.
I've never been there for Mardi Gras, but even not being there for Mardi Gras is still amazing. So it's like good food. You hit the different bars, you have the different drinks. It's just like it's
Well,
a
I
different.
like the plastic cup. You can go anywhere.
Yeah,
around
the
town.
cuisine is what makes it like it's. I tell people like if you've ever been in New Orleans, and JT will probably chime in on this in the chat. You need to go because it's like I feel like that's one of those cities that are such an American experience.
I've never been.
My concern is at some point that might get flooded down there. You may lose that. But it's such a part of American culture. That's one of the cities that we have that you want to get there and enjoy. And I've been there numerous times, and it was just a blast every time I've been down there.
And JT, your last comment, that's what my mom eventually told me was why we beelined it through Bourbon Street.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't have to go into the bar.
No, because my dad looked and he was like, oh, kind of like that, and my mom looked and she goes, oh, no.
all year long, if you got bees, they'll show.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like but it's an experience. Like I said, the food, the culture, the music. I went into many of the spots down there and just listened to music, and you would have artists playing music that you would swear were like a signed label somewhere. And no, they were local talent, and their music was so good, and you just felt the vibe of it. So yeah, that's one of my favorite cities in the country to go that I've been to thus far to go to.
Yeah, it's one I want to go back to eventually.
Yeah.
If it weren't for the bugs, I would live there, 100%. But
wasn't for the heat in the summer. No, there's a reason you have seersucker suits because it gets hot down there.
No, I like the heat. I don't like the mosquitoes.
Yeah, I don't like the mosquitoes either.
No. Go to Alaska if you want a mosquito to carry you away.
Yeah, they will carry you off. They will.
Yeah,
they'll carry you off, get used to the gators, and then drink the water. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, it's just like it was just like wow, they're that big.
JT's having flashbacks from the game. Yeah. So New Orleans is one of the great. It's like the cities I've been to in America thus far: New Orleans, San Diego.
Oh yeah,
New York, Miami. Where else? Chicago. Those are all like cities that you can just go to and have a blast. Houston.
Oh yeah. Houston's fun.
We'll be on there as well. Just like different experiences, stuff like that, everything. So it's kind of like you get a different flavor, you get a different thing. I mean, being in DC, going to DC has been one. Here, even though I'm in Baltimore, going to Annapolis, being down there in Annapolis is kind of a nice little exposure, being there, kind of right there on the inlet of the country. And the experience you have down there with the seawater and all the different stuff down there as well. The old cobblestone streets getting thrown back in time, basically, when you're down in that area. I've never been to Boston. Boston's one of the ones I want to go to at some point. Philadelphia is another spot with the historical presence of Philadelphia and the old cobblestone streets, and these are just like areas like you think you want to visit. Seattle I want to get to. I want to get to the Dakotas at some point as well. It's just like
Miami looks fun.
Miami's a great time. Miami is like depending where you're at, it's like the New York or the South in some spots, but it's just like a different flavor. You get a lot of the Art Deco type stuff there. If you're like, it's just like
what's like when I travel is I'll go and it says where should I go? And they tell you all that the tourist areas that says, okay, now thank you for that tip. But now where do you go? I want to know where you go because there's some of those places. And you ask them about that, and they'll tell you restaurants that they go like, and they're a lot cheaper, and the food is just as good, or the experience is just as good, kind of thing. That's just because they can say I'm by myself. Because usually they'll like, oh, go here, kind of thing.
It's like when I used to travel and I would go visit some of the salespeople we would work with, and I would go like take them out to lunch or dinners like that, everything like that. Where do you go to? They go, we got like an Olive Garden. I'm like, no, if I wasn't here, where would you go to eat? And we would have sort of. That's why I went to Florida and we had like gator at one of the spots down there. It was awesome. Like I never had gator before I took these reps out. Like, we'll go here to kick back, have a few beers, have some gator balls. Those are not the balls of the gator, by the way. That's just deep fried into a little ball. Just so the people that are watching.
Rocky
Mountain oyster, right? They're not Rocky Mountain. Yeah. So, but those are those kind of things where you get to see some of that, and it's fun. It's kind of like you get to see other parts of the country.
When my husband and I got married, we went on our honeymoon. We went to Scotland, And when we went to Scotland, we had a paid tour, like a tour bus thing. And the first week we were surrounded by elderly people. The whole thing. It was us and all of the elderly people on this bus that was going around Scotland. We went to see Isle of Skye, Loch Lomond, Ben Nevis, all the major things that you have to see when you're there. Loch Ness, obviously. The stuff that you have to see, we covered. While we were on that bus, we learned how the money worked. We learned how the transit worked. We learned how to navigate the country. Our second week in Scotland, we had nothing planned. Nothing. We had no hotels. We had no plans whatsoever on anything. So our first day free, we went to a pub because that's what you do. And we went to the pub. We were having a beer. We talked to the bartender, and it was mostly tourists. And we said, hey, when you get off work, what pub do you go to? And they would tell us, and we would go to the next pub. At the next pub, it's like 2/3 tourists, right? And we talked to the bartender. When you get off work, you're heading out. Good night.
You go to bed. What do you mean you go to bed? You got a sandwich there or whatever. Sit down.
No, she's gonna go sit under the
sit
moon.
down and eat with us.
Don't tell me what to do.
That's what she always
Sit on down. Sit on down with us.
Don't argue.
No, we're gonna do beer news.
This evening was very lovely, and I appreciate your company.
Not really.
But I do.
Not really.
But
Well, then
now-
sit down. Just sit down with us.
Jesus Christ, you're gonna make me feel bad now if I go in and sit in the bed.
That's right. I will.
Yes.
You're
Nag, nag, nag.
You know I work in sales.
Good.
Oh, used cars? What? No.
And my aliens kick
I get
in
that
too.
Jedi mind trick working. Yeah.
Right here.
Oh, you hear crunch, crunch, crunch,
Yeah.
crunch. Oh,
So
dang it! I just chipped a tooth.
At the second pub, we asked, and they sent us to the third pub. At the third pub, there's like 3 or 4 tourists and us, and then the locals. And then we asked the bartender, where do you go when you get off work? By now, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and they're sending us to a place. And we go. We have the weirdest time ever.
Oh, yeah.
And when we're there with the bartender, we say, where are we going tomorrow? What train are we catching? What bus are we catching? What city are we going to? Tell us. And they, would choose for us where we would go next. And we went to that place and did our 4 pub challenge again, just to figure out where we were heading the next day. It was the most amazing thing I've ever done.
Oh, man.
Like having no plan, like just a suitcase and no plan, and just seeing where people told us to go.
That's fun.
It was
Yeah, to do that one.
phenomenal. I'm so glad we did it, and I want to do it again so bad.
That's like a great way to do the
You can always
countryside.
count on the pubs on where to go. Always.
Never do.
Well, you get more of the local experience kind of thing. I mean, it's in the pub, and obviously people had one too many rod.
Yeah. I love how Todd is trying to cut off their camera, but they're munching. It sounds like even something like devious is going on. They're actually enjoying the food.
Hey, where's that 90s porn music?
You can't see us, but you can hear us.
It sounds like what's going on over there. It sounds like Taxi Cab Confessions again.
In Edinburgh, they sent us to a pub called the White Stag. It's one of the oldest pubs in town. But they said, when you walk in, walk straight ahead to the bar and order a beer. There will be a guitar player playing. Drink your beer. And then walk back towards the door, and there's a staircase down to the right. And go down that staircase and go down that linoleum hallway, and there's the bathrooms there. Pass by the bathrooms, and there's like a push door at the end. Go through that door, and there's another bar underneath the first bar. They're going to have this French lady singing tonight, and she came in to do folk tunes. So we went down and we were listening to her. There was some guy in the corner with a briefcase who was trying to hide himself, but he had like egg shakers and spoons, and he was doing like acoustic, or not acoustic. He was doing percussion. They were playing.
Yeah.
There were 2 ladies, German ladies, all dressed in leather in another corner. And every time either my husband and I went to the bathroom, one or the other of us would go to the bathroom, those 2 ladies would come and sit at the table and talk to the other of us and like ask us what we were doing, what we were up to, all this stuff. But they would fully dress in leather, like head to toe leather. It was insane.
4-way.
So they were super fun. We had a girl from California show up, and she started playing fiddle along with the French girl who was playing guitar. There was another guy who came from I can't even remember what country he was from, but he started playing guitar too.
Jamaica.
And we ended up doing this Irish folk song to end the night, and we were all playing, singing in harmony, doing this. It was insane, and that never would have happened if we didn't do our 4-pub rule while traveling.
I feel like we went from a pub crawl to a Quentin Tarantino movie. That's pretty cool, though. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It was so exciting and so weird, and those German ladies scared us a little. I will admit.
Well, 2 women over in leather, yeah.
Well, they were kind of dominatrix-esque. That was kind of their vibe. And the fact that they would only talk to one of us alone, they wouldn't talk to the couple. No, there's something going on there. I don't know how I feel about that.
Maybe a Quentin Tarantino movie with a little David Lynch in there.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, it was super fun, though. I highly recommend it. Anytime you go to a foreign country, do the 4-pub rule. You'll never be disappointed. It'll be the craziest thing you ever experienced.
17 Vikings last one, TD to Duran 19.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I try to forget that Viking game.
Yeah, JT's living in bad memories right now. But let's go ahead and we'll jump over to a little bit of the beer news since we haven't done the beer news tonight. So I keep forgetting about it. It's always a fun time in here, so we slot things in as we can slot things in. But let's talk beer news. Today, as if you needed a reason to drink beer, it's National Drink Beer Day. I don't know who makes these things up.
I thought it was Thursday.
It was National Drink Beer Day in my own opinion, but today officially National Drink Beer Day. So if you are drinking a beer, you raise a pint and salute to the National Drink Beer Day. So again, I don't know why we need a holiday for that, but
isn't every day a beer day? I mean, how many beer styles are around? I mean, you can
pretty much. I like that they're coming up with these ideas, though. They're encouraging it. So, just remember, drink, know your limit, don't get hammered, be safe out there. Drink responsibly. Do anything bad.
Yes.
Get drunk responsibly. There you go.
Yes, get drunk responsibly.
We don't have the Eric PSA anymore like we used to have. So, Guinness. Let's talk Guinness because Mal's in Chicago. So Guinness has opened. Here's the cool thing about the Guinness Brewery in Chicago. They're going to be debuting beers that you can only get at the Chicago Tap Room. So if you go to the Guinness site, you can actually see the beers that are opening up that they have available there, some of their IPA series. I can tell you, being in Baltimore, it's kind of nice for what we have here because there's only certain ones we can get at the Baltimore site. But Chicago, you will have the same thing there as well. So make sure if you're in Chicago to check those out. And I think it's going to be cool. I think, they opened last week. They're there. They're doing the stuff right now. You should have some pretty good stuff out there. So maybe Mal will get over there and make sure you follow Mal at Perfectly Be Crafts.
Hopefully the Kentucky Bourbon Guinness, because I had a bottle of that. That was good.
Yeah.
They have some pretty cool stuff there. And Mal, if you try to reach them and try to do anything, you need me or anything to help out, let me know. I can reach out to the people here in Baltimore because they're actually working with them on the opening up there in Chicago and stuff. So that is cool in itself.
I'm kind of hoping to go tomorrow. Now that I know, I happen to have tomorrow off, and if I'm able to get over there tomorrow, I will do that.
I'm going to bed because I got to get up in the morning. Take care.
You gonna go to work tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, so do I.
And I got a big new job, so I gotta.
Blah blah blah. That's all I hear. Blah blah blah.
Job. Wait, what's the big new job? What's the big new job?
I'm the director of the memory care.
So
really?
That's amazing! Congratulations!
It starts like 3 weeks from now. So.
But I need to get my shit together before.
Congratulations! That's fantastic.
Well, we'll see if it's congratulations or not. Maybe
Well,
I
you can't leave yet until I give you the congrats. That's awesome. Shannon running things over there now. I like it. Shannon getting shit done. That's awesome.
No.
I make people feel good, and that gets shit done.
I'm not saying you don't.
Yeah.
Look out for Shannon because she's the new boss in town.
Woo!
Yeah.
Give Shannon her theme music like Dion.
I was like, oh, that's my window was coming apart. What?
Smash it.
Shannon like, give me my theme music.
No, I'm not gonna
Congrats, Shannon, for real though. That's awesome.
Yeah, congrats.
Proud of
That's
you.
amazing.
Yeah.
No, my boss is my outlook.
No, my arm just got egg all over it.
No, poor guy.
JT say congrats, Shannon, as well. There you go. Yeah.
I'm just like, what? You all been here? What
Would
do you-
that be your first one?
I would love a National J BeerVentures Day.
Yes, please.
No, that's
Just
awesome. That's
Start
awesome.
hashtagging it.
That is awesome.
You deserve it. You deserve it.
Yep.
She
Thank
kick
you.
ass. Everything I know about Shannon, she kicks ass there. So
She
people
does.
love her. She
I
does
love
a great
my
job.
fucking love them so much.
And she cares so much about the people she cares for. It's just
She
phenomenal.
does.
I do.
Nice.
I want to be down the street with them right now.
Yeah.
Todd's like, no, you need to spend some time at home.
Don't tell her that. Don't tell her.
Please help him
I'm
knock
good,
her
I'm
self-esteem down.
I'm just kidding. She's,
I said she cares so much about the people she cares for. She cares for you, Todd, too.
No, I'm just kidding. She's amazing.
Yes, she is.
She's an amazing giver.
She's like top
Yes.
notch to what she does for sure.
I'm very happy
Yeah.
for you, and I know you're going to
deserves-
make a difference in a lot of people's lives.
I really
Yeah.
hope.
She deserves
I really do think
what
that.
she tries to get. From
I really
for
hope
sure.
so.
She's an all-star.
I
Yeah,
agree with
she
that. I
is.
agree.
'Cause I love the
I don't have the hey now you're an all-star, but if I had, I would play for Shannon. Hey now you're an all-star.
And I was like, now I'll be singing that all night. Thanks, Rod. Thanks, Rod.
Show on. Hey.
Okay, Rod's gonna get my job, so I'm gonna get his for his intro. I'm gonna write that down.
Hey, I know what you wanted to do, and that's just important.
Yeah. No, that's awesome.
It's time for me to go night night.
All right. Appreciate
Love
you,
you, darling.
Shannon.
Good
All
night.
right.
Nice.
Love you all.
She's got to work, so do I. But yeah, she's leaving now. So
Yeah, because I gotta get shit done.
So I gotta give a shout out to my old neighborhood, my old town. Greater Cincinnati breweries counted for just under half of the 19 medals racked up by
That's
Ohio breweries.
awesome.
A new record for the Buckeye State at the Great American Beer Festival. I told y'all before, Cincinnati is representing in craft beer. They've got some hidden gems out there.
That's
They put them out
phenomenal.
there, and they did a great job at Great American Beer Fest. So shout out to them, and great shout out to Ohio for what they represented. Because you look at some of the other states, and other states are like 12 here. I mean, you had some stuff. Colorado had like 40 medals, or California had some, but Ohio, 19 medals overall, which is awesome.
No, that's good. No, that's kind of nice that they're spreading it out. I'll say.
And with over half coming from Cincinnati, or just about over half, I mean, that's just awesome. So, and Todd knows he's an hour and a half from there. Cincinnati's putting out some great beer. So if you're in that area, you make sure you want to hit them up.
yeah, for sure.
I will say Illinois won 7 or 8 medals, but my brewery, though we put in 4 beers, we did not win. So
all
but
right.
7 or 8 medals for our state, and I'm super excited. Like So Hopped won for their alt beer, which is their alt beer is to die for. Not even kidding.
Yeah.
Their alt beer is amazing. There are so many good beers here in Illinois. So yeah. I'm proud of the Illinois breweries. I know ours didn't get there, but it's cool.
But you guys have great beers throughout the state too, and everything too.
We
So it's not like a knock on Illinois. It's just other states are coming up on their stuff too. So it makes it a little more tight. I like it. It's real competitive. Shout out Robert. I don't think he's in the chat still, but shout out to South Texas. Houston St. Arnold named Brewery of the Year at 2023 Great American Beer Fest.
Fantastic. That's amazing.
Still need to check out some of their beers, but I know he was here earlier, and Houston represented very well by them. Drunken Wine has actually talked them up for years. Yeah.
Yes.
So they end up pulling that out. And then Allagash, who we're probably all familiar with, they won Brewer of the Year at the
That's phenomenal.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Awesome.
their Allagash White is the most recognized medal winning beer of any beer.
It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah. So Allagash, congrats to them. I didn't hit on all the people from there, but I kind of wanted to hit on a few of the things. Since Cleveland Beer Week 2023 returns starting tomorrow through the week, that's our buddy Joey Square Table, Degenerates up there, some Lep, all of them up in Cleveland. So if you're watching in Cleveland area, make sure you check out some of the beer stuff that's taking place there. Because Cleveland, Great Lakes, as I mentioned here, a nice beer from them. They're in Cleveland. They've got some pretty good stuff happening, so make sure to check them out.
For sure.
Tennessee Brew Works, so not too far from where Todd is out in Tennessee. They're teaming up with George Dickel to release a Belgian-style quad and petite barley wine.
Nice.
I'm interested to find out if I can actually pick that up. I've heard a lot of good things about George Dickel over the years as far as on the whiskey side of things. So, yeah, if you're a whiskey fan, you're looking for barreling, make sure you stay tuned for that to take place. Let's see here.
Definitely curious about that one for sure.
Here in a down note. This is something that's actually affecting right now Vietnam, but there's other countries starting to pay attention to it where climate change could affect beer shortages, and they're seeing some of the climate stuff. It's affected some of the things like grain and things like that and hop growth and stuff.
Well, it's definitely going to be the hops. Definitely going to be the hops.
Yeah. So this is one of the reasons why I tell people when you watch the channel, if you can, create your beer cellar. You have a beer cellar, you get through these moments and stuff. Make sure you have the beers on hand. Make sure you know how to cellar beer properly, and then you can actually save the beer and have that as a fallback as you get through these points.
Right.
Oh, that's why I'm jealous about the people in England. They just throw in a cabinet and okay, we're good. I'm like,
right. You got to make sure you have the right temperature levels, all kind of stuff. But it's like,
their house. I mean, it's like it's already
stuff here to get through.
Naturally,
in case I need to get through. But yeah.
That's another reason why I homebrew.
You talk about bulletin board material as we're into the college football season, something that is close and dear to the heart. Penn State University releases a Buckeye Tears beer ahead of their 10-21 Ohio State versus Penn State football game. Now, I mean, Penn State.
Why did you release it before?
Well, they're trying to do it to pump people up for the game upcoming. But I'm like, Penn State, you're coming off the whole thing. You got your team building back up. I don't know if you want to give the Buckeyes bulletin board material, but you're coming out with this beer.
Oh, wait.
Buckeye Tears, like 12 breweries have signed on to doing this. Like basically,
it's going to be tears of if it's tears of joy.
Buckeye Tears, like the Buckeyes are going to be crying when Penn State
beats them. It's beforehand, so if it doesn't go their way, it's tears of joy, and it's a problem.
It's a problem if it doesn't go their way, because then it's like Penn State Tears and not Buckeye Tears. But they decided. I mean, I know Penn State's pumped up about playing the Buckeyes this year. They got a good shot against them. Yeah. But if you don't win, what are you going to do?
That's going to be.
You got.
It's like printing a newspaper who says who won the presidency when they didn't actually win, and then the winner holds up that picture or that newspaper, and there's a photo that's.
It's like all the shirts, all the championship shirts.
Super Bowl, right? Like you guys send them to South Africa or somewhere. If you're losing team, send them to Africa or somewhere. They don't know.
Yeah, this is like that. So that beer's going to be a collector's item if Ohio State wins, because.
I can understand the idea of it, but I'm just saying, you guys are betting out there, kind of. I don't know.
Well, no. If I was a brewery by Ohio State, I'd be going. There's plenty of time to brew a beer and get, a basic ale and get it out there, and just to rub it in.
But these are Penn State breweries that are doing it.
Oh yeah, I know. But I'm saying, Ohio. They can go. Okay, this touche.
I don't know if Penn State's going to beat the Buckeyes.
I gotta say, I made the presidential reference, and James came in the comments saying Dewey beats Truman, and I'm like, yep, that's why we would win at Cash Cab. Bam, we would totally win at Cash Cab.
Cab, back to the Cash Cab, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So kind of a ballsy move by the Penn State people that are doing this, but we'll see what happens. But if you are a Penn State fan, make sure you check out Buckeye Tears ahead of that game. And
I would have said done it and then put a charity behind it, make a charity behind it, so that way, just in case it does go wrong, well, it's for charity. Wink, wink.
Well played.
Is it Goza? Is it salty? It should be a Goza.
Oh, salty.
Oh, yeah.
Salty would have been good. Salty would have been good with the Goza.
It needs to be a Goza. They can't do a Tears and not call it be.
I think it's actually a lager, but I don't think it's a.
They did
Goza. A Goza would have been good though. A Goza would have been a well played. Yeah.
So who actually produced the beer?
There's like 12 breweries. That
so they went mass production.
Yeah, so they're making it right now for it. But I'm like, it's kind of a whole pep rally type thing and stuff. So yeah, get them while you can, because after 10/21, I don't know if they're gonna be worth anything. So outside of just a beer, but Penn State,
you never know.
I don't know. You're risking it out there. I mean, you're just coming off the whole child thing with the old Sandusky type thing. You got rebuilt program, and they're like, I don't know if you want to be talking shit yet. I'm just saying. You might want to give it a few more years to talk shit out there before you play the Buckeyes. So.
Talking shit is what football's all about, though.
It is if you can back it up. So Penn State's kind of
You don't even have to back it up. It's all about talking shit. That's literally what they do. Whether they can back it up or not, it's all talking shit.
I don't know if people get scared about Penn State anymore now. The Nittany Lion. Oh, Nittany Lion. What is the hell is the Nittany Lion anyway? Right? Nobody really knows, but it's like,
you're right.
Yeah.
True.
So we'll see what happens there. But interesting. They came out with that beer. So Ultra Right CEO, if you don't know about the Ultra Right beer that was created in opposed to the whole Bud Light type scandal. I'm not going to get into it. I've had videos on the channel about it. But they revealed that they have had record-breaking sales on limited edition beer can, which featured Trump's mugshot. So it's raked in $500,000 already in 12 hours for people buying it. I don't know if I'm more concerned about us having a future president possibly with a mugshot on a beer can, or that people are basically paying $15 for a six-pack of Bud.
Yeah.
Everything about that story is terrible and it hurts my soul.
I don't know what concerns me more.
No, so. And when they open that can, is that beer orange?
Oh, it better be. It better be orange.
Oh, yeah.
I believe they describe it as a deep amber.
Okay, close enough.
Close enough.
Deep amber, yes.
Yeah.
But I'm like, you look at society and you're like, wow, we got a company making money off of a future president again, possibly with a mugshot or a crappy beer that people are wasting $15 on a six-pack. I don't know. It's mind-boggling in some ways on how this is actually happening, but it's kind of like, here we are.
Yeah, run with it. I mean, it's a hedge fund almost. Hey, you're hedging with that.
I have to think there's a lot of people buying it because they know in 20, 50 years or whatever, those cans will be worth something.
That could be part of it. That could be good. It is a limited edition release on it's a limited edition release on the mug. Yeah. So
I think that makes a huge difference because it's a limited release. Everyone's like, "Oh, I'll hang on to this for 50 years and I won't open it." And thank God I didn't drink it. But
who had the bingo card that said a future president might have a mugshot before they get elected? I don't know if anybody ever had that bingo card out there. I just don't know.
Very true. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to make that bingo card now.
Yeah.
I hate to leave early, but I'm going to go.
All right, I got you.
You headed out?
Yes.
Yeah, get up early.
I do. Some of us not off tomorrow. Some others,
Well, you were off last week, my friend. So.
No, I was. And I started at like 4 a.m, so
I feel like he got the wink from Shannon. So yeah.
Well, you can see in the background. You can see her. She's like,
No, she didn't went to bed, so it's
Yeah.
all good.
But this next story is about you in Indiana. Because Sun King,
hang on for just another story.
Sun King has partnered with the Girl Scouts of Central Indiana for cookie beer. Scout badge is going to be released, brewed with malted barley, featuring rich chocolate, gooey caramel, and a tropical coconut burst.
So it's Samoa.
I've seen that. That looks
So
amazing.
yeah.
Pretty much it is. You're right, Mal. You're right.
And if Sun King's doing it,
but
that probably will do good. They'll do good.
Yeah.
Well, this
So
is
if
not
you
the
happen to
first Girl
see
Scout
that,
beer.
Todd, you want to get that beer.
No, I do want to get that beer. Yes.
I'll tell you, every year I buy the Girl Scout cookies and I buy the Girl Scout cookie beer. I do. I always do. Because it's ingrained in my soul that I have to buy Girl Scout things. I was a Girl Scout. I have to buy all the things. I can't help it.
Yeah. So for Indiana, where Todd is, that's a nice little beer that's actually coming out.
Buy it just because.
If Todd picks that up and brings it up to me, that would be neat.
Yeah, right? Or Joe, the beer patrol might be like, coconut? Joe would be like, hey, you get some of that coconut beer for me?
I know you.
And then Molson Coors. I don't know if you remember from a few years ago.
All right, this is not Indiana no more, so I'm out.
All right, brother. Have a great one, my friend.
Take it easy.
So Stone and Molson Coors, if you remember from a few years ago, there was a lawsuit between them where Stone said Molson Coors, because they were calling a Stone in their can, was conflicting and confusing people. I don't know. Anybody can confuse Keystone with Stone. But regardless, Molson Coors has lost their bid for retrial in a $56 million Stone Brewing trademark case. So basically, they tried to appeal it. They lost. Now they got to pay $56 million, basically to Stone, for them going to the Stone. To me, it's just like, how do you confuse the two? No. Now, maybe if you're a common beer consumer, you might misunderstand. But from people that enjoy beer,
it's Keystone really on it. I mean, it's not like it's.
No, you can't walk in and see Keystone and then see Stone and think, obviously, these are the same two things. Well, that is not a thing that can happen.
Yeah,
with Keystone, they dropped the key when they did the Stone packaging, so it just says Stone. I still would know if I walked in. Like, that's not Stone. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Stone's famous for their lager beers.
Not drunk already. They're going in to buy the beer. They're not drunk yet. They can see and read labels. Like, that's stupid. The whole thing.
When do you see a Stone beer in a tall boy?
Right.
Right.
Not very often. Not very often, but
damn right.
Yeah.
Well, apparently the judge panel say, nope. Pay Stone. You guys lost. You owe them. Blah blah blah. So it is what it is. I mean, Keystone has the pockets of Miller Coors, but it's still. It's just crazy to me to think that people thought there'd be some confusion there, which apparently the judge they weren't beer drinkers because there's no.
I think Molson wanted to go after Sapporo.
Yeah.
I think there's a bigger play. There's a bigger play there. I think they want to start with the Stone, then they're going to do something else afterwards once they kind of get that foot in the door.
Well, part of that was they were saying like it confused some of the distribution partners. Something like distribution partners know the difference between Keystone and Stone. They're not confusing those two. They know the difference between them. So it's kind
if they are confused, they need to be fired and get somebody else in, and that's what the hell
exactly.
What they're doing.
Yeah. So that was kind of weird, but they ended up losing it.
56 million, you said?
Yeah, they got to pay Stone 56 million.
So that's like 0.03% of their profits for this.
For most of
they just made that yesterday. Today, they just made that 56 million today in sales.
Yeah.
It's like one day in sales. They'll be fine.
Yeah. It's just like this is the whole funny thing of it. Like nobody's confusing them that knows beer, but
because they're the big guy attacking the little guy, and it's like, no.
Stone's not the conglomerate like it used to be.
With Stone in itself, people have had questions about over the last few years anyway, like what they're actually doing out there. So I know people have fallen off from Stone.
Well, you believe it or not, they're actually 27 years old now.
Yeah.
Stone's like, wow.
But Stone, that's going to help them a lot. That's going to make a big difference for them to get that 56 million. I mean, they're going to be able to do a lot more with it, which is great because they.
So let me ask you.
I know.
Let me ask you guys.
Go for it.
For me myself, I haven't had a Stone beer in a good amount of time. When's the last time you guys have had a Stone beer?
About 2 months ago.
Oh, okay. So that's a little more recent. All right.
No,
I'm gonna say probably a couple years, and it's their their salted lager, lemon lime lager.
Okay.
And that kind of series that they did back a couple years ago.
No, I got a 4-pack of the Stone IPA a couple months ago, something like that.
Yeah, you don't see the basic IPA hardly. Even around here, you don't. It should be abundant here.
Yeah,
you don't see that.
I think for the last Stone I had, I mean, it was like one of the Enjoy By series, I think, but it's been a while.
Yeah.
Like I don't really seek Stone out that much. Like
I'm surprised
I felt like
still
over
going.
the years, Stone got kind of stale on some of their stuff. They kind of just still rested in their laurels and like, hey, we're Stone, come buy our beer type thing. They weren't really pushing the envelope as much. I kind of haven't really hit them as much.
Well, they got in so much money. Now, they were getting out of the business. That's why he still owns the distribution side of it, because that's where the money's at.
They had all these big level lawyers coming at them, and they were scared to do anything. That's why.
Well,
they were getting attacked by Molson Coors, and they were like, "Oh shit, what are we supposed to do?" And just trying to survive this. Them having all of the money, them having the Stone having none of the money. Like they were just trying to survive.
Yeah. But I said, but sit back down. But like this is going. Well, Sapporo have been their backer, so I mean,
yeah.
It was probably. I mean, I'm assuming Molson's probably had more money into the lawyers than Sapporo would have. But still,
from the West Coast to the East Coast, for those of you, my friends, here on the Eastern side, Cape May, which I enjoy the Cape May beers, they actually just announced they're going to end self-distribution. So they were doing self-distributing for a while to kind of expand their footprint, so to speak. It just wasn't as profitable to them. I think it's a situation that you're running into with a lot of breweries, and Mal, you may be seeing this in Chicago. Shark, you're seeing this probably in LA, where it's kind of like they're extending too far, and it's costing them money to kind of do that. So they're kind of pulling everything back in. They cut about 20 positions or whatever to kind of get refocused on stuff. But
so they're not going with somebody else. They're just scaling back,
kind of limiting what they're actually doing right now. At some point they may get somebody else in there, but Cape May. I mean, I'm here in Maryland.
First,
I was getting stuff out of New Jersey. I don't know if I still get out of New Jersey or not, but I go to New Jersey from time to time, so I'll pick up some of their beers, I'm sure. But you're seeing this, and you're seeing this with other breweries as well. There's a lot of refocusing taking place. So
but I know breweries that basically jump from one distributor to another, and that just ruined them.
Yeah. And I always use it as a classic example. We talk about in the show like Tallgrass, where they overextended at one point out in Kansas, and they realized that, and it would end up costing them. So it's like you got to make sure you're able to extend to what you can actually handle and do. So Cape May, good beers under them. They're just going to be limited distribution. So I know we get a lot of people from New Jersey that watch the channel, but you'll still see them there. But for some of you people in PA, Maryland, Delaware, you may see a little bit less of them. They're still doing some good stuff, but they're going to be limited at that.
But it's not just breweries. This is any business. Any business that extends too far gets spread too thin, and they can't cope with that.
You start cutting corners. I mean, so now like, okay, I need to make more beer. So, I need to use the same amount of ingredients, but make more beer with it. Well, now your ABV is getting less and less. And so But
you need to make sure that your foundation is strong enough.
Yeah. And it's like Shark alluded to earlier. He made a little comment there with Anchor. It's like, Anchor had extended themselves where it was across the country and over into Europe and some stuff. But if 75% of your sales are coming from California, just work California. You don't have to push everywhere else. Let work there and then kind of grow out as things open up. And so there is a thing about limiting yourself to the markets that can provide you the most value as well.
So there was a boom over the last 20 years of people opening breweries who either didn't know how to make the beer properly or didn't know how to run a business properly. And there were a lot of people who just thought, I'm going to open a brewery because I made a beer once. And it was like all these breweries just open like crazy. And we're going to see a major downturn in the breweries existing because those breweries can't keep going. They can't because they didn't have the foundational setup to properly succeed. And we're going to see a major downturn, and then there's going to be a little upturn later. But for right now, we're watching a lot of them die. The ones that stepped in before they were ready to get into the deep end of the pool, they weren't ready. And
well, we're seeing that. I'm seeing that here already.
Oh yeah, 100%.
That's already happening. And some of those breweries that are closing are going like, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, some of them they tried to move too quickly in the environment. They weren't prepared to actually do that. It's kind of like, when you're going to the next level, you have to be prepared for that success you actually have as well. So you have to lay all the underground work to it. So I always appreciate. It's funny. I did a review on. Well, I had somebody comment on a review I did from the Sierra Nevada Pale Ale, talking about, it's just an OG beer and how it actually. That's the thing. It's like they knew what they were doing. They kind of progressed in their lane, and it's kind of like something they always come back to. When you pick it up, it's still that classic type thing.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a lot of people that came along later are putting beer stuff out there, but they're not prepared for the success they can follow up with it, and they're getting hit with all kinds of things, which is causing them to actually have to close up shop or whatever it may be, or find other outlets for them to be able to sell their beer. There's a lot of breweries I've seen that are like kind of close their thing, but trying to find basically gypsy brewing to brew their beer at other places and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And you weren't prepared for the success that could possibly come.
Yeah, but you look at it. So look at that Sierra Nevada. It's just a basic style pale ale.
Mm-hmm.
Now, everybody out here is going like, well, I gotta make my beer foo-foo-ish. I'll say, I gotta make something that's gonna be unique and all that. And they basically they don't know what they're doing, and so that's where they go stick to the basics. Because there's a couple of breweries around here, they're really good, and no, we're just gonna stay in house. And maybe a few restaurants around, kind of thing. They're like, nope, we're not. We don't want, because they see that potential, and he's like, no, A, they're not ready. B, they just don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But I didn't think there's a lot of people trying to get that unique beer out. Kind of thing. It just like, instead of going through the basics, kind of work your way.
Yeah.
Or just do like maybe one, but not to have your whole beer capitalist to being just like one-offs.
Well, here's the whole thing. Ken Grossman made no little thing about brewing. So, Ken Grossman, what he did at Sierra Nevada, he set him up perfectly on, it's kind of like, no, we have the good thing here with the pale ale. They expanded later with that torpedo. And it's kind of like they kind of build things out and they have it. And they do other stuff from time to time, but it's like their trademark stuff. You know what you're getting. They know how to build it. And it's a solid process behind it. So you can always pick up their beers and be happy from it.
Their latest creation was the Little Hazies kind of thing. Look at that.
The Little Hazy series, right? Like they're doing
that went. Look at that. That's that's still sustainable right now.
If you're looking at stuff, and that's funny. One of our friends, Dave from Beer in Front, he had done a thing on the New Belgium Voodoo Rangers series recently. In his latest podcast. If you guys haven't checked out Beer in Front, make sure to check him out. Great podcast and channel as well on YouTube. And he was talking about, he brought up a point that I found pretty interesting, talking about Sam Adams when they did the Rebel. Remember when they did the Rebel beer with Sam Adams? And they kind of did it, and it didn't work, and they kind of just sort of fused it, right? With New Belgium, they kind of took their Ranger, but then they created the Voodoo Ranger off the initial Ranger thing. They kind of stuck with it and kind of revamped it for what it needs to be done. And it's kind of like they looked at stuff, they put the effort into it, and they put the stuff behind it to actually have it succeed. Some breweries don't do that. They put an idea out there, and it kind of just falls flat, and they kind of walk away from it. And he was just like, imagine if Sam Adams and their Rebel series would have done the same thing that New Belgium did. Will we still have a hate for the Sam Adams Rebel, or would the Sam Adams Rebel actually been a pretty good thing that we'd be enjoying now? Because I liked some of the Rebel beers they were doing, but they kind of pulled the cord on it. And New Belgium has shown with the Voodoo Rangers, stick with it. build the story around it, build the beer behind it, how much you can succeed. And now you can't go into a store pretty much and
without seeing it.
A Voodoo beer on the shelf for something. Juicy IPA, Atomic Pumpkin, whatever it may be. You're always going to find a Voodoo Ranger on the shelf.
But you would look at stuff. I mean, people, you hear a lot of the good and the bad. People really love it, and people are like, oh, I just hate it. And I mean, and like I said, it's still there. I mean, and they keep changing it up. I mean, it's they found that little niche that okay, it's going to be sustainable. We'll just kind of stay in with that little. They're not doing anything totally crazy, but they're staying within their whatever lane, I'll call it. And, I mean, if they start doing, I want to do a black Voodoo, I mean, Ranger or whatever. I mean,
they do like a black IPA or Schwartz
or some kind of funky or a triple. I mean, it's either an IPA or I think a double IPA, one of the two.
Usually it's an IPA type. And they did the pumpkin with the Atomic Pumpkin, but usually it's an IPA type thing.
They're not going to venture out into other styles. But you put it in that foundation and you build around it and you follow the legwork and stuff you put out there. But it's interesting because some breweries just haven't done that. The way the craft beer world is now with 9,600 breweries or whatever we have out there, it's to a point where you just can't throw darts anymore. You have to put the work in to kind of decide and find what you want to actually provide to the consumer. And the consumers are becoming more knowledgeable as they're learning more about the beer and stuff too. So it's always a chicken and egg thing. Like, do you really want an IPA or do you want an IPA because IPAs are only available? If they have a lager first.
Yeah, you see like they say, oh, what's this Schwartz beer? What's this Keller beer? What's this other type of beer style that you actually have? Consumers don't know to ask about those. But when you introduce them, like one of my breweries here in Baltimore, the Guilford, they don't have an IPA. It's all Europe-based beers. So the beers you're having there, people love and enjoy. But if you're not exposed to that style, you don't know to ask about that style either.
What it was like when the West Coast became, I was thinking, every brewery out here is people walk in, you sitting there walking in, and just say, they walk in, it's like, oh, you don't have an IPA? Well, no. And you just walk out the door. I was like, you didn't have an IPA, even though they say you're doing all German beers, and you didn't have an IPA, they turn around and walk out the door. I'm going like, there's other good beers out there, folks.
Yeah. I mean, when I was there, I'd be like, asking them, like, why are you asking for the IPA? Like, have you tried other styles? And that, that's part of this. When you're the bartender, they ask those kind of questions and stuff too to get people enthralled in other things too. Because people don't know. They ask because they see all the time.
Well, the running joke. The running joke is you do that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Well, the running joke is you go in and say, oh, you have a lager or pilsner. Oh, you try that because if they screw that up, then the other beers are going, okay, kind of like, we don't know. I mean, you don't know. I mean, they can still be good. They just screwed up the lager. I mean, but it's like you're kind of like just susceptible, kind of but
so as a person who hasn't owned a brewery before, but is intending to, 2028 is the plot. That is what we have in mind. But I love that I'm seeing this downturn beforehand, because if you get in on the boom, you have more chance of failure. If you're watching the downturn and experiencing the downturn and seeing how the downturn happens, you can learn from those mistakes before you ever put the investment in. So I feel very lucky that I'm seeing, I mean, not lucky because I'm losing breweries that I love, true. But I feel very lucky that we're opening at a time where it's not going to be the boom of it. It's going to be, hey, if these people are starting, they know what they're doing, and that's my hope and my dream. That's where I'm headed with that. But because the boom is too scary, the boom is too risky. I don't think it's a good spot to place yourself, because you might win it all, sure, but you're going to lose it all too.
That
way.
You got 3 or 4 years before you start. You got 3 or 4 years before you started. So we're gonna meet this. And by the time you get to the opening, that boom is like gone. Like then you can't change because you got everything. You bought all the equipment or whatever to go for that, and it's like I can't do this now because I don't have the money or the capital to make that switch.
I'm contemplating that as well. I'm making sure that what we're doing is going to be focused on what we're doing. But we've been brewery fans. We've been to over 400 breweries between the two of us over the years. And
know your demographic.
Yeah, know the demographic for God's sake. And people don't. Honestly, that is a huge thing where breweries open up and they're like super psychedelic and they're in like a super high up neighborhood in Chicago. And I'm like, psychedelic? That's where you were going with this? Okay, we'll see how it goes. It doesn't go well. I'm sorry, it doesn't go well. But you have to know who you're catering to and who's going to show up. That's huge.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of things going into it, but we have a couple years yet to figure out what we're doing and the spot that we're doing. And
I mean, time and place. It is funny because I think back in like when I was in Cincinnati in the mid '90s, we had a brewery right there in Northern Kentucky, right across the bridge from Cincinnati. That was a microbrewery that did a lot of European style beers and fantastic beers. But the timing was just off, right? Like if they'd have been 10 years later, they would have been fine. They were ahead of the game.
I thought you meant their Marzing came out in November or something.
Oh, no.
It's like, wait, what?
No, they were making good beers, but people weren't prepared for it yet, right?
Yeah.
And then 10 years later, that brewery would have been smashing as far as because they were kind of just ahead of the game a little bit. They saw what they were doing, which was great, but it was just too far ahead for the main population.
Right.
And once people started getting into the micro and the kind of craft beers, they would have killed it. They would have killed it. And like that place now is like some building they use for some business or whatever like that. Like when I go back to Cincinnati, I see that. I'm like, you were 10 years ahead of where you needed to be, which sucks for them. But it's just like timing does matter. And so like to Shark's point is like demographics, know where people are, kind of meeting them where they are so you can actually have success as a brewery or a business is what matters along those lines.
Agreed.
Yeah. And then I think the last beer news item I had here, what if I can find it? What did I do with it before I go back to the comments? So this is funny. So facial recognition is now being used at Browns games to shorten the beer lines.
What?
So essentially, you walk to a system that recognizes your face, it has your information in the computer, and I guess it goes ahead and gets the beer that you need so that you're not waiting in line somewhere. I don't know. It's the Browns.
Oh, that's interesting.
You try to figure out the Browns, so that's a whole
we need to ask Joey to confirm this.
Yeah, we get a square table on this one here, but they're kind of working with some stuff. But it's kind of interesting because now, as we see the stuff with AI and things going into the technology age, that you can essentially possibly go to a game, they recognize your face, and they go ahead and provide you with the beer. They know you're over 21, they know you're blah, blah, blah. They have your information.
Yeah, you got to be scanned. Yeah.
I don't know about the whole privacy type thing, giving that up for that, but at the same point, you're not waiting in a long line, and it's like now you're getting the beer
scanning
served.
your eyeballs or something.
It's got to be something because if you get people with all the makeup on, like
you stand in front of a computer, and the computer does the whole wipe scan, and then it serves you the beer or whatever.
At that point, you could have
got. On one hand, I feel like that's kind of cool, but the other hand, I'm like, I don't know if I want my information out there like that. So this is where we're headed to as a society with AI and all the technology taking place. So I don't know what your guys' feeling is about that, but that's kind of interesting that Cleveland's experimenting with that right now.
Yeah, well, please. We think there'll be like. I'm sorry, I wouldn't be surprised if we're doing it here, but I haven't heard of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just. Yeah, I don't know. I can see that getting screwed up, and somebody that looks. Hey, yeah, I'm 21, but no, you look you're 13. Nope, sorry.
I just don't know how I feel about AI picking my beer. I like to switch up what I drink.
Well, you be able to order the beer. It's just recognizing who you are.
That's how it's carding you.
It's just basically instead of you showing an ID and talk to somebody, you go to a machine. It does the facial recognition.
Put a wristband on.
It says your mouth. What beer do you want? And then the computer gives you the beer or whatever.
So it's almost like a self-service.
More, pretty much. So it's kind of interesting that now we're starting to see that permeate into some of the sporting events and stuff too. Again, on one hand, I've been to sporting events. I know the beer lines are kind of a pain in the ass, but do you want that information out there floating around too?
Now, if you're on the most wanted list,
I I just
You're
want
like-
to hear a baseball game. I'm sorry.
You're like, wait 1 second, sir. Stand to the sides, right? And the police show up. Yeah. yeah.
Or I'm in the witness protection program.
Oh shit, that would be a problem.
We found him
yeah.
also. Yeah. Yeah. So it's kind of interesting that I
Yeah.
mean, you may start seeing
I'm-
this show up at other stuff. So
I'd be curious what the real true reason is behind that.
yeah. I mean, it's supposed
You
to
gotta
help
get to
them.
the comments.
It's supposed to get into processing things, but we'll see. But let me see here. So that was interesting. That was actually the last beer news thing, so I can definitely get to the comments here. I got to scroll down, but Mal's already laughing on something.
Paul
So
joined
let
in.
me see here. Geez, I got to go back up. Where did I leave off at on the comments? Oh yeah, we had well, congrats to Shannon earlier when Shannon was here. Yes, sir, for Trez. He's actually working over there. PSU's only going to pump up it's like bulletin material. You're like making a beer about upbeat. Yeah. Dewey B. Struman. So we were talking about that earlier for the comment. Sandusky Scandal was 12. It was, but it's still out there. So I mean, there's still some bad jokes that go along with it. I don't know. I think Trump merch will be worth jack shite in the future. I don't know. It's part of American history. At some point down the line, that could be worth something. Like I said, they're marketing off of it. They made $500,000 off of the mugshot, so they're already winning in my book. Girl Scout beers sound delicious. I agree. To be honest, anyone can confuse Molson with Coors. Well, Molson owns Coors. Molson and Coors are together now. So yeah. But you don't confuse Coors with Stone.
Coors and Stone.
Yeah. You don't confuse Keystone and Stone. I mean, I don't care how drunk you are. You don't confuse those two.
Yeah, I want to see Coors produce a IPA. There you go.
Well, yeah, it's only 2 or 20. Well, that's why you have the thing about the ladder, right? The warning on the ladder, if you go above this height, it may cost. Because someone at some point sued the ladder company because they didn't realize they were that high up. Big payoff for Stone, though. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, $56 million.
Oh, yeah, they needed that.
See, last had Stone 28. Like, so Stone isn't a beer that I go after as much. I'll have it from time to time, but it's not like one. It's like the Anchor thing we talked about, like months ago. It's kind of like you like an Anchor beer, but do you really look for an Anchor beer? You really don't look for it as much. Christmas comes around. Oh, that'd be nice to have or something.
Yeah.
Stick around, Paul. We're getting there. I promise.
We're getting there. No IPAs at Dovetail. They can't expand because of their techniques. Open fermenters, cool ship, engineer water quality. Yeah, and it's knowing your lane, right? So they do a good job in their lane, so they don't need to expand from what I understand about Dovetail. Browns games, they also automatically charge your card. Well, that's not good. Hey, Paul's in the house. Cheers, I just got home from Pop-Tart land. Cheers, brother. Now's at hi, Paul. I'm just waiting for Al.
Hey, bro.
That's what got me laughing, by the way.
You got to worry about Paul sometimes before I get to those comments, right?
He doesn't know if you want a blonde or a brunette.
Paul says process this. I'm the only comments at this point. No, you got Paul now with you there. Paul, you're too funny. Yeah, Paul's awesome. Ta-da. Yeah. Paul was awesome. PA Brew News. You haven't checked out Paul. Make sure to check him out. And just cracking open their brew now. Nice.
Would you like to hear a fun, embarrassing story about Chew that his mother told me?
Would we not like to hear a fun, embarrassing story about Chew?
So when he was very little, they took him into a restaurant and they weren't paying close enough attention to him. He slid out of his chair under the table, and he was under the table for a little while, and they didn't recognize what was going on. All of a sudden, he pops out from under the table, and he yells, "Ta-da!" And he is buck naked, and he starts running around the restaurant at full speed, buck naked. So it's been a running gag within his family all these years, and I've been told this story by several different family members, that if Chew yells "ta-da," avert your eyes because he might be naked. Because apparently, as a child, "ta-da" was his phrase when he was completely naked in a place where he shouldn't be.
A beer name for your brewery.
Ta-da!
Yeah. So Chew was an early streaker, huh? All right.
Very early on, yes, that was his MO.
Yeah.
Oh, it was only 2 years ago. Yes. He
Yeah.
was 44 when he did that the first time.
Yeah. He was like Will Ferrell. We're going streaking. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, good old Chew. Oh.
but
Are we
the
drinking
very
another
first
beer?
time,
Is
the
anybody
very
drinking another
first time I
beer?
met his mother, that's the story she told me.
Yeah.
Is his ta-da story.
It's
So
ta-da.
yeah.
Ta-da.
Yeah, but yeah, you got to play off of that for a beer.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Well,
called naked IPA. I mean, you put subtle hints and.
Well, you put like Choose Naked Run. Is the name of the beer.
Yeah.
Choose Naked IPA.
So at University of Michigan, they actually did have the Naked Mile, which was the 4 years that he was in college. That was a thing where they would run naked 1 mile, and it was a college-sponsored event. So when he was a junior, he realized that one of the girls was complaining that, well, she bounces too much when she's running.
Wait a minute. She bounced too much when she was running?
Certain parts of her bounced too much when she was running. And she didn't like doing the naked mile because of that. And he said, hey, swing by our house first, and I will saran wrap you. And so
wait a minute, Chu said this?
Yes. So she showed up, and he had saran wrap, and he wrapped her. And as he was wrapping her for the naked mile, which a whole bunch of people were already naked, ready to go, he was wrapping her, and other girls started to line up. And he ended up saran wrapping most of the girls who ran the naked mile in his junior and senior year because they realized that that was easier for them to do the naked mile. So Chu found a way to make sure that the saran wrap was secure before they went on their run for 2 of his years of college. So he was a young entrepreneur. He didn't make any money, but he definitely got paid. So.
Well, he was a rapper, not the way I'm thinking, but he was still a rapper.
Oh yeah, he had the guys in his house running out to buy more saran wrap because they had such a line of girls waiting to get wrapped. So they were doing runs to the store to buy out all the saran wrap.
Oh jeez,
sounds like managerial skills to me. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He had that.
Paul,
in hand,
check your Facebook.
Literally in hand.
I'm going to run to the restroom real quick while you guys continue, but I'll probably grab one more beer. I mean.
Oh, I needed to grab a beer too. I'll grab one as soon as you get back.
Oh, okay, cool. All right.
Because I ran empty.
I think we have another guest on the way, so we shall see here. All right. I will be back in a second. Well, you want to just spoil the surprise.
Yeah, it was like for the 3 people that are watching. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like surprise!
Ta-da!
Yeah, ta-da! Oh, hey, you tell Rod, be careful when you let Paul up. He might flash you.
Well, yeah, it's fine. I know Paul. I've known him long enough. I'm not scared.
Oh yeah. Well, he'll do it in the basement, then kind of thing.
Well, if I'm in his basement, something's gone wrong. I
yeah.
In his basement ever.
Yeah, like what did I do?
Oh man. But yeah, fun story about Chu. I love sharing stories about him when he's not here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sure Ron and I we may have a story. I'm not going to say to that effect.
Wait, I mean, streaking together? Oh my goodness!
No, not together. No, of streaking. Of streaking.
Look at that!
Yeah. I mean, it's got to have to have some kind of family gathering that you weren't paying attention to, and you're pew kind of thing. I mean, this is a restaurant though. That's this idea of being in a restaurant doing. There's also you see everybody probably frozen. Like, what do we do? What do we do?
I don't think I was ever a physical witness to a pew, as you so lovely called it.
Yeah. But I usually, like I said, we went by being at like a family dinner at home, somebody's house kind of thing. Changing diapers kind of thing. So you get away and you're running around.
No, you did this in the middle.
Yeah, I know you did in a restaurant. I know. I was just saying that. yeah, I don't see that part. But I mean, just somebody running around the house and with family or whatever, or I mean, kind of thing, just because you're getting ready for bed, I mean, kids kind of thing, and I mean, so it's. But yeah, anyways, but yeah.
No, there's a reason I don't have kids yet. My baby is going to be my brewery, and I'm aware of that, and I'm cool with that. So.
Yeah, because I work at a college university, and we've had a couple streakers middle of the day. You know, that was a fraternity sorority hazing.
Fraternity dare or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, they kind of thing that they had to.
Right.
I was like, yeah, but just to be shocked of, I mean, because look at you're a kid. I mean, yeah. Like, yeah. Now, if you're doing it now, big one, like, okay, yeah, you're cut off. If you're taking your clothes off now.
So I mentioned that was the first time I met Chu's mother. The first time I met Chu's father was actually even more interesting.
Okay.
I walked into the house and they took my coat and I walked to the kitchen and he was sitting at the head of the table all by himself. There was no one else in the room. And he said, "Oh, so you're the new one, huh?" And I said, "Yep." And he said, "Well, spin around. Let me get a look at you." So I turned around, and this man's almost 70 at the time.
Wait a minute, what? Turn around, get a look at you. What are we doing here?
This was Chu's dad, my father-in-law, the first time I met him. He said, "Turn around, let me get a look at you." And I turned around, and he said, over my shoulder, yelling down the hallway to where Chu was, "Chu, you can keep this one. She's got a nice ass." And I looked at him, and I said, "Damn, I wish I could say the same about you." And he just stared at me for a second. And after that, we were best buddies. Like, we were in.
Oh, yeah, I love her. Yeah.
He just adored me.
This is good. This is going to be fun.
Get a shitty ass.
Nothing like establishing family ties. Cheers, Paul. What's happening, brother?
Hi, Paul.
Oh, here we are. Cheers.
Oh, the beast from the east. That's so cute. I didn't even put like a subtitle on mine. I should have. Everyone else has one.
You can still put a subtitle on it.
I don't know if there is one yet, but that needs to be a Bam Bam Bigelow brew.
Bam Bam Bigelow. There you go. There's a name for the best. What's going on, brother? How's life in the Pop-Tart world?
All right, now that Rod's back,
it's popping as always. Yeah, it's popping as always. I just got back. We're just hanging out with James from Rampant Lion Beer Reviews, so that was fun. I think New Jersey.
That was pretty cool.
To Cape May in Glasstown. I was going down. They wanted to go down. He wanted to go down to Cape. There, where we were going, is Millville, New Jersey, which everyone here is Millville because I'm from Millville, PA. Everyone thinks I'm from New Jersey. I'm like, well, absolutely not. For one, and then two is all right. Let's see what Millville is all about. And then we went to Glasstown, which was fun because it was in the middle of like in a kind of almost slightly abandoned looking, but like kind of an executive airport. So it was like all private stuff. So it had a nice feel to it. It was very interesting. You could see. I talked to the guy for a while. He said he could see like military, national weird things that you don't usually see. But the beer was also very good. I'll tell you what, Cape May is really good. Cape May was very good.
Brewing. Yeah. We talked about Cape May earlier there. Cape May does some pretty good beers. Yeah.
They had a stout on cask. We drank the whole thing.
Yeah. We were talking about it earlier. They're actually not self-distributed now, so hopefully, if you were getting them, distribution doesn't get cut off. But usually when I go to Jersey, I get their beers, and they're pretty solid on what they do.
Yeah, we were pretty happy with almost everything.
Yeah. So you see the PA's over here. Sup, dude? JT.
Rob, you got a beer?
I do. I haven't cracked it open yet, though.
I got a.
What do you got there, Paul?
Musket. Musket. Musket from Belgium, from the De Prof brewery. And this is an old bottle of Chanel. 8%.
Nice.
Back in the 70s around midnight, my dad busted me, and bouncing was a bit uncomfortable.
Oh, JT, I'm so glad I wasn't there for that.
That's like one of those "what had happened was" stories. What had happened was.
Yeah.
Oh, baby, we were outside naked in the alley behind our house one Saturday night around midnight when I heard the back door open and came downstairs to investigate. Yeah. Well, it's the 70s. It's a little crazy back then. So people were doing different stuff.
I teased about Chew doing the saran wrap for all the girls, but I didn't mention the fact that he did actually run the Naked Mile all 4 years that he was in college. So he did actually run that.
There you go.
Oh, that's good.
Okay. He likes to run naked, apparently, it seems. So
Not anymore. He's not so much for running. He's a little too beer laden.
I know the feeling.
Cheers,
No,
Trez. Have a good weekend, my friend.
I
Great
was
having you
on
on
fire.
board.
Hi,
I
Trez.
just would not run. No way.
So I'm cracking this one open. I finally decided to pick up here. It is from Southern Tier. It is part of their Blackwater series, which I'm a fan of. And it is
they're
the Hazelnut Deluxe Imperial
I
Stout.
hated that.
You hated it?
I hope you really got. I hope we got a dodgy bottle, dodgy
10%
4-pack.
ABV.
I hope
First
you
time I've
really-
had it. Yeah, first time I had this one. Put that on a spinny thingy back there.
Spinny
so it can spin
thingy?
around.
I missed
Ooh, nice
their
chocolate.
big bombers for these.
Oh, the 22 ounces they were doing, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do them as much.
Yeah.
Well, the other generations younger than us, they can't handle the big bombers as much, I think, nowadays. So,
Yeah, I can literally do a 4-pack of bombers would be fine. You come in a 4-pack of bombers, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, but that's us. That's us. We're not the younger people. They can't handle all that nowadays. We're drinking 15% ABV, say the sessionals. They can't handle that. They don't know what's going on. They're just like,
You don't know.
that's a lot of alcohol. Is it really? Is it really a lot of alcohol?
No.
Is it really? Yeah. Is it really? We actually had a couple cans of Hop and Frogs Chorus, the Crusher, that 16% quad stout. We a couple of those cans just to start the day. And that's what you do.
Our generation it wasn't a party until the police showed up. That's our generation. It wasn't a party until the police showed up. Once they showed up, you knew you were having a good time.
Once they showed up,
And also, it was really nice. Plus, it was really, really super nice. We didn't have cell phones like we do now, or there'd be a lot more crazy restrictions out there.
Might be incriminated on a few things. Just saying.
Yeah. No, we'll be all going like this. How's your beer going? Behind the bars.
It's a lot easier doing a Shaggy. It wasn't me when there was no video evidence.
Yeah.
All right, boys.
We have a lot of deniability here.
All right, boys. I'm too thirsty to wait
what you got?
for the conversation to stop. I got Lock Street Brewing from Ontario, Canada. This was given to me by Shane's Craft Beer Reviews, and it's called The Jealous Mistress.
Ontario, Canada. Where's that?
Okay.
Yeah. It's called The Jealous Mistress, and it is an English brown ale made with Rosewood Estate Winery honey. It's a 6.7% ABV, and their little, description talks about how being a mistress is being the obsession of someone. So that's cute. They also call it a strong ale in French. So, but they call it brown ale in English. So who knows?
Yeah.
But brown ale.
What's the ABV on it?
It's 6.7. So it's not crazy.
I think
I feel
anything over 6 now, they got
that's low
for Forte.
I feel like it's long for that's slow. That's low for a strong ale, though.
Yeah, I agree.
No, I don't know because I think now they got to put that Canadian beer Forte anything over 6.
Yeah,
It's a British strong ale. Wink, wink.
yeah.
It's very red.
Strong.
He's not a big hazelnut fan. Yeah, well, definitely got the hazelnut.
Yeah, it's very red.
Yeah.
Where is this place called? Canada, Ontario, you speak of?
It's somewhere in the Asia.
Makes sense. That's
I
it.
couldn't even keep a straight face.
Did you say somewhere in the Asia? Like
Yes,
it's
that
the
is
Ohio,
exactly what I said.
Like the Ohio State University?
In response to what is this
Canadian
Canada,
state.
Ontario that you speak of, my answer was it's somewhere in the Asia. Yes, I did not recall answering that way.
I like it.
Cheers. Oh, that's really good. Oh, it's a honey brown. It's just beautiful.
You said you got it from Shane, right?
Mouthfeel?
Shane got you that one.
Yeah, this one was from Shane. It's a whole 4-pack. So, but it was that's just really, really nice. Very drinkable.
That
Do that all day.
reminds me of Honey Brown, and Honey Brown does not taste extremely good. Remember the old days of Honey Brown?
The honey brown lager? Yeah, no. I use that for chili nowadays. Yeah.
But this is how honey brown should be. That's what this is. This is lovely. It's a little bit bitter. It's a little bit sweet. It's easy drinking, super light on the mouthfeel. You could have a couple of them in a sitting. That's really beautiful. You get the maltiness. You get a little bit of caramel. You get a little bit of roasty toasty. Not smoky, no smoky. But that's really nice. This is how honey brown should be.
Okay.
When
So you like it?
This. The university. Like you let Ohio State like we're the Ohio State. Like what other Ohio State university is there?
But
Like,
why do you did they trademark that though? Does Ohio State?
No.
It
got shut down.
It got shut down. Okay, yeah, I knew they were trying to.
They were not able to trademark the word "the." It was just out of the question. They could not trademark it.
So then
what if you add another
trademark? Because here in Maryland, people say the John Hopkins University. I'm like,
well, everybody puts the.
Why do you keep saying the? Like, there's no other John Hopkins University. There's no other Ohio State University. You don't need a the. But, yeah. But
no, they were unsuccessful in getting a copyright on the word "the." Thank goodness, because we use it a lot.
Everyone has the
money to
feel better.
The Rod J BeerVentures University.
You know what? I tell you what. Right.
Would you say, Paul?
I think it's going to be hi guys. The Paul News. That's how I'm going to start it. Represent.
Oh yeah.
That's how I'm going to start it.
One of those athlete intros, like Rod J from the Rod J Beer University. Oh my God! What the hell? Yeah, yeah. I got buddies.
Way to go!
They're from the Ohio State.
Look what Mallory.
Really?
What? Look what?
Look what Mallory started with the
right? Yeah.
The Roger. Yeah. So now it's it. No, that's it'll say the PA
University of Jaw. Yeah.
You're right. I started the problem with the Asia.
Well, JC said he said the University of New Orleans.
I said
it's all right. It's good. I like it.
I believe that's in the Asia.
I mean that the McDonald's located on.
It's like a crazy.
I'm drinking the beer.
Yeah.
The beer.
Yep.
The beer.
No, that sounds the only one. That made rest.
I'm at Popeyes on the 110th Street.
Because 110th doesn't exist anywhere. Yeah, you're right.
James wanted to go over to a White Castle. Like, I want to have a White Castle. Okay, where White Castle is, but just having diarrhea. Been there. Like, that's pretty much
White
it.
Castle.
Like,
I'm at White Castle at exit 175 off the Interstate 175.
Yep.
there it is.
We just start using the in everything.
Yeah.
That's the one to go to. That one. Ooh.
I'm
at Wawa. I'm at Wawa, Mount Laurel, exit 6 off the New Jersey Turnpike.
This is such a lovely conversation.
Yeah.
What if you tell your friend you're going to the lake?
Oh, you don't like.
Meet me at the lake.
The lake.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
I just heard you first.
White Castle Harper Hotel. Yeah, a lot of people had that. But you know, when you're having a buzz and you're drunk at night, White Castle does sound good. The morning is what you got to deal with. Nice.
Hey, Rod, actually, I know you're not there anymore. You're out of Cincinnati, or you're in Baltimore. Swing,
Baltimore,
by the way.
yeah.
But we'll go into Kentucky. Tell you what, I
going to
first time
Kentucky?
I went. I was going to see you.
Well, you went before.
I experienced. Yeah, I experienced a cookout. Now that is awesome drunk food. Have you ever been to it is awesome.
Wait a minute, where did you go?
I went to a cookout. It's called It's called the Cookout, and everything was like $1 or some menu. It was fantastic. I was like, I'll take the left side, please. And they just hand you all this hot fucking regular food. Yeah, it was amazing.
In Ohio somewhere?
No, it was in Kentucky. It was in Kentucky outside of Frankfurt. It was fucking fantastic.
Oh,
okay. Well, everything was $1. This must have been like 20 years ago.
No, it was in 2019. It was like there wasn't really too much stuff. Yeah, it wasn't too much stuff over maybe $2. I think because I added bacon and something else to a couple burgers, they were like $3. I was like, oh yeah, oh my god, yeah. Why don't you give me 20 more, thanks? Like.
Yeah,
I'll take the entire left side of the menu and the entire right side of the menu and whatever else is left over.
I remember doing that one time. I went into my girls by myself. Obviously, I took my girls to get this one cool Chinese restaurant, and they had sushi and everything. And give it to me. And they brought out all, because I wanted to just show my girls a good time, you know what I mean? So my two little girls are there, and then all this food comes out. I'm like, what the hell? And then they just started picking and eating and stuff. I was like, let's go. It was amazing.
They didn't know their dad was hilarious. A Sasquatch at the point. Dad, what did you order? Yeah. Like, I ordered everything.
I gotta say,
yeah, and you know what? They actually ate more than I did. The wolves were hungry that night, sir.
That's phenomenal. I love it.
Yeah, no, Paul came through a few years ago before we moved here, but I didn't get a chance to meet with him. But they went to Cincinnati and they went down to Frankfurt and all that stuff. So
yeah, Root Cellar was really nice. That was a great
place. You like the Root Cellar. You got some beers and stuff there. You still got beers from the Root Cellar? You still have some beers left from the Root Cellar, or did you drink them by now?
You're talking to me. I drank them the next day.
I thought you may have cellar some. So
you are mistaken, good sir. I mean, look, when me and celery, unless it's something like I say, I'm going to put this away for 5 years and I'm going to dig it into the yard and bury it, put a tombstone and park a car there. I'm drinking the bitch. So pretty much, like, yeah. Actually, that was the cool place. The place with the Root Cellar was so nice because they had all those Puyallup beers, and they were like $6 a bottle. Like, this is amazing. I'm getting 15% beer from Estonia for $6 a bottle. That's fantastic. Thank you. May I have another?
You're like, this is where Rod J gets deals around this area.
It's just the Rod J deal place. It's just it. Where's the poster on the wall?
Yeah.
I think I saw a picture of you say, no more deals for you, sir. You wait 2 weeks. It was a nice place, though. It was certainly good.
Yeah, the prices you can get in Ohio and Kentucky for some of the beers is just like, this is not normal. Like, you know,
I was buying, there's a place up my way called Sabatini's, and I'm buying this one here. So, like, the 2013 J.W. Lee's Harvest Ale. This is $10 a bottle, and I think that's perfectly fine from 2013. They also have 2002s, which are epic, for $10 a bottle.
Wow.
The Tom Hardy Ale, 18. It comes with a glass for $20. Yeah. $20 for that for the glass. You know what I mean? Like, hello. Yeah. I was buying cans of Chorus the Quasher, which is brewery only, as far as I knew, for $7 a can. That's less than $1 an ounce, and it's 16%, and it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I
almost did like the comments of like, so I married expert. Hello, like that kind of thing. So.
I need to do some of Thomas Hardy. Gilbert has gotten on to me like, you need to drink some of these Thomas Hardy beers. I'm like, I keep seeing them, but I don't pick them up. I need to pick some up and start drinking some of them.
You see them? Oh no, 18 is aging like a goddamn dream.
Yeah.
I didn't like it when I had this when it was fresh. I was not impressed. The 18 is aging quite well.
Oh, really?
So,
Okay. So
yeah,
okay.
very
Okay.
well. Very
Rod?
well.
Rod, man, I'm gonna have to crash. I'm tired.
You got to crash.
Yeah, I gotta crash. I'm tired.
Where's Chew
It
at?
must
Chew
have
get
been
home
that
at all?
hard.
He hasn't
That
made it home
strong
yet, and
boot.
I need to send a few texts and see if I have to go pick him up because I'm getting a little worried. So
Yeah, I'm worried.
or
Like,
at
where's
least send him
Chew
a
at?
lift.
Chew's usually home by now. So yeah.
He's not home yet. When I went down for another beer, he wasn't home, and I'm getting a little concerned because he hasn't texted me. So
He probably stuck over to Guinness without you.
that would be like a 45-minute trip, and he's going to be too
Yeah.
lazy after a day of work to do that. But
Well played. Well played.
But
Are
I
you
will
sure he's
say,
not running naked? He might be running naked.
he might be running naked up there. That's another thing that I need to check because I don't want him arrested.
He went
That's the
streaking
thing
again.
that I don't want.
He said ta-da, and he went streaking. So
But yeah, Rod, I'm gonna have to sign
You guys
off.
dared
Paul,
me.
Shark, your name one more time. Kevin?
Kevin.
Kevin, it was lovely chatting with you in person for the first time today. This was so nice.
Yeah.
And I hope I get to talk to you again soon. And
Oh,
Paul, I just adore
Yeah.
you. Honestly, every comment you've ever sent, I laugh like a bastard. I can't even handle myself when you send out the comments. So you're phenomenal. And I love you guys all so much, but I really got to clock out, man.
I got you. I know you were great. JC said it's not even Friday yet, Mal, but technically in the East it is. You guys are just running behind a little bit.
I know. I'm just a sleepy kid, man. I've been working myself too hard, but
Yeah.
I love you all, and I hope you have an amazing night.
And Vanessa just got back. I'm not trying to put peer pressure on you. I'm just
No,
saying
I love Vanessa, and she's in my heart for always. Like every inch of that woman is in my heart forever. But I definitely need to sleep.
Yeah. Are you not on my channel, JT? He's over on Mal's channel, so he's over watching your channel. So yeah, I'll probably wrap it up.
Oh
here
yeah,
in a second
JT,
as
you're
well.
watching on my channel, so you should probably switch over.
Yeah.
But yeah, you guys are awesome. Have a great night.
You too. Have a great weekend and everything. So yeah.
Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Let me know those ideas I mentioned to you. So
yes, I have them written down. I will talk to Chew about them when he gets home. Or no, not when he gets home. I will talk to Chew about them probably tomorrow because tonight is not going to happen because I have to figure out where the fuck he is.
yeah, I mean, like, where are you at, Chew?
So yeah, I have to find him first.
That'll be news for next week. Where was Chew?
I will put that in the beer news for next week. Is where is Chew?
Forget Waldo. Where's Chew? That'd be a new segment to the show. Yeah.
I love you all, and I hope you have an amazing night. Okay. Cheers.
Now.
Cheers.
All right, have a good one. Oh yeah.
So now, anyway, that I noticed that Chew is a streaker, I'm wondering if he makes his facial hair also match downstairs. So if he's got a handlebar, does he have a handlebar? You got straight, does he have straight? Like, I'm wondering about this because it goes deep. There's deep thought to this too.
La 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 la.
Oh,
They don't just go back and laugh at front. They think about it.
Paul's like, does he coordinate? Does he have it all
Yeah,
coordinated?
do they coordinate? Do you have a strip here, strip there? I mean, I gotta know.
Can it interlock?
Oh,
yeah, like a Velcro, hook and tube.
Yeah.
Velcro.
Melchew. Yeah. Melchew. It's called Melchew.
Ooh. I had this a long time ago, and it is absolutely fantastic. Slap muske.
Nice.
And you know what? A lot of the McKellar stuff gets brewed into Prof. The Prof, everything out of this brewing company is fantastic. So they do a lot of that nomadic gypsy. I can't use the word nomadic. That's silly. But at the same time, they do a lot of different brewing companies from the Prof Brouwerij. They are absolutely spot on every time. If you see the Prof on the back, you know you're in a good time. That's it.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Top. It makes me sad that I haven't got to Belgium yet. I should.
I need to go to Belgium at some point. That's one of my places to go to, but I told the wife, like, I go to Belgium, I might not come back. Because I'm like, Belgium is like the ultimate, like, It's like, no, just a one-way ticket, please. Thank you.
My biggest thing about Belgium, and this is just my personal taste, I not spend any time at Cantillon. I have never had a Cantillon beer that impressed me. I don't like sours very much, and these are just like, okay, I get it. You left the window open when you brewed. I get it. Let's go back and get some of this stuff. Like, this is what's good.
Yeah. I feel like that's definitely my bucket list. I need to get out. I've had friends this year go to Oktoberfest. I'm like, I got to get to Oktoberfest. I've had like all them posted pictures on Facebook and stuff. I'm like, I got to get over there and get that done. But
I've been wanting to Bamberg, Germany very much. You guys still got a little bit of beer left? I'll get another one.
I mean, I still got this left right now. Sharks chill. Sharks got a big thing tomorrow too. So
yeah, they got a big thing going on 2 days. Yeah, I know. Yeah, a little violin. Yeah, I know.
But yeah, I need to get Oktoberfest at some point. I need to get to Belgium. Belgium is, like I said, the ultimate for me to go to.
Yeah,
I'd actually like to visit Japan and some of the stuff they're doing on the beer scene. I've seen some of the stuff over there and some of the guys that are reviewing videos, and it's like that would be kind of cool to check out some of their stuff.
Well, the ultimate thing is, I'll say, if I had all the money in the world, is I would probably hit a brewery in every country, most every country. I'll say there's countries I'm not going to probably want to touch, but I would like to have a beer from every country.
Oh, God damn it, Paul! That's a good beer.
With the proper glassware.
You can do it. Yeah, that is a solid beer. I mean,
I got a case of it.
You got a case of it? How much was the case?
I don't brew around. I went for it. Let's do it. Actually, I got a case of I think it's 24 that comes in a case, 24 or 20.
That's still
so I got a case of this, and then I went camping over the weekend, and I got a 5 milliliter mini keg of the Yerbach to go camping with, and it was magic. Let's just say I like smoked beer.
Well, I mean, if you're going to do smoked beer, you can't beat X and Curla. So
yeah,
they are
especially around a campfire in the woods. Oh my goodness!
Yeah. They're like the Godfather. There, it's like you can't beat them. It's just like, what are you gonna do? I got X and Curla. Okay, I quit, Uncle. I can't beat you. Yeah. I can't beat you. It's just
so speaking
this is that's the oak smoke double bock. I'll tell you what, it's hard to beat.
Yeah,
it is, to me, it's their best beer.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's like anybody.
Now, I will say though, for what it is, their soft smoke, that one, the Helles, for being a Helles, that soft smoke is glorious because you can just chug and chug and chug. But my biggest thing is because of course, where we live in America, we're paying $100 a case almost. Do you want something to chug, chug, chug? Or do you want something like this, which is almost the same price, and it's savory and a treat?
Savory. Sit there and enjoy and just, put your feet up. Oh,
would I love to get cases of the Helles? Yes, but I'm not going to pay that price for a Helles.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, the other thing. Go ahead, Shark.
No, the next talk about smoke beer is, how about that? People are smoking the hops and putting it into the beer.
Now, are they smoking them or are they smoking them?
No, well, probably both. But no,
they are cousins.
But they like you do. They're smoking meat. They're smoking the hops and throwing it into the beer. And I guess it actually brings out a subtle smoky aroma into the beer.
Oh, all right. I have to give that a go. The township in front of my house. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's it. It's a homebrew trick right now. I don't know how many big breweries are gonna try that.
Yeah, if they have the ability to.
Yeah.
Well, the township in front of my house was nice enough to cut down all my privacy trees like dick bags. So I am going to string up lines and I'm going to put hops there instead. So I want to get a couple hop rhizomes and I'm just going to grow hops. Be like, cut this down, assholes. You know what I mean? It's going to be one of those kind of deals. Like, because this is gonna grow like crazy. Like, all right, here you go. So,
yeah,
and it's gonna be quick too. So
hopefully it's gonna Cascade, Fuggles, Amarillo, and maybe Willamette or something else like a Chinook. If I could find something like that, I think that combination will really work. Because I love Amarillo, I love Fuggles, I love Cascade.
Well, you might,
so I just figured out
Centennial. You might. I don't know how you are with like Centennial.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've grown them before, and I said they grow like a weed. So if you get that high, you'll have your privacy in no time.
Yeah, exactly. I want like a nice 7-8 foot tall wall of hop.
Oh, you can go even higher than that. I mean,
yeah. 20 foot tall fire, they just keep going, so I don't care. That's good.
That's not good if you're getting the bad stuff there for sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, it likes wind, sun, and drainage, and I have all three of those.
Yeah.
Cheers, Jordy. Happy Thursday. Well,
hey, Jordy.
Happy Friday now. So happy Thursday.
Yeah, good
Friday
morning.
to you, wherever you're
good morning,
at.
Jordy.
As Beerman would say, wherever you're at in this world. So
yeah.
Yeah, we're kind of just kicking it right now, kind of on the back end of the live stream, but
don't worry, I always come in on the back end.
Well, yeah, you do. Yeah, I should hit the rim shot sound effect, but hitting the rim shot with Paul, forget about it. Anyway, the beer that Paul's actually enjoying right now is actually a pretty good one. That's one of my favorite beers to actually come back and enjoy.
Well, I like the really Smoke Margin ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong with them as a brewery anyway, but that one is pretty solid.
I like the Yerbach. The Yerbach, if you haven't tried it yet, is really good. It's that margin, but kicked up to that next level. And I think that's the thing with me. I like that. If you watch a lot of my reviews, everything's too thin, everything's too weak. I like that next level. I don't know why. It's something in my head that's probably screwed up, but I like that next level of stuff. And that Yerbach is that next level.
Yeah, Scotland's another country I'd love to get over to and see at some point. You got to spend time with James and stuff, but Scotland.
Oh yeah,
I would love to see Scotland, Ireland.
Yeah, I'm surprised
you gotta go to Europe for like 2 or 3 weeks so you can really feel all the stuff.
I need to go back because I want to get to Scotland, and he's gonna probably meet me up in Glasgow and Edinburgh and stuff. We're gonna probably travel around a little bit. I want to get to a place called Berwick-upon-Tweed because Berwick-upon-Tweed is the sister city of Berwick, Pennsylvania, which I grew up in. That was my hometown. Now, Berwick-upon-Tweed had a very interesting history because there was a land skirmish between England and Scotland of who owned Berwick at the end of the Second World War. Because nobody was really claiming ownership, it's England now, but because no one claimed ownership, their name wasn't put on the armistice of World War II. So at any point in time, Germany could have easily bombed Berwick, and it would have been technically legal because they weren't on the armistice for World War II.
Oh, wow.
So because there you go, boom. You know what I mean? Like they could have just, no, it's fine. I'll just hit you. Boof. We're still on. We're good. You know what I mean? So it was really funny.
We're good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. No, I can just throw them over there. If we got some unused stuff, just check it that way. But I'll tell you what. I've Google mapped and drove around Berwick. They also have Berwick Castle. It's named after the bear and the wick tree, which is the tree of the Rowan tree of life. So Berwick. And it is much nicer than the hometown I grew up in. Just saying.
Well, yeah.
And it's on the sea. It's a coastal place. It's actually it looks absolutely glorious. I'm sure it's probably not as glorious when you get to see the underbelly, but compared to Berwick where I grew up, it's very nice. So.
Well, compared to there versus over here, but it is.
Yes, but
nice,
Berwick, Pennsylvania has an amazing brewing company in it now called Berwick Brewing Company. And the guy, Tom, who's been very nice to me, gave me a couple of freebies now and again because I bought so much. He learned how to brew outside of Bamberg, Germany, where this is brewed. So now he knows he makes Smokerla, which is a Marzen clone, and he even does the Session Smoke, which is a Hellas clone. So I don't have to buy cases of this expensive Hellas. I can go there.
Go there.
So it all works out. It all works out. Of course, the day I move out of Berwick, they open a brewery. Of course.
That's how it happens.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it happens.
Well, it's like when I moved to Maryland, it was like I moved to Maryland in my old spot in Kentucky. They opened a brewery like within half a mile from our house. I'm like, really? Like you put a
really?
No,
guys.
That was sibling distance too. So like, dang it. Yeah, I was gonna almost have a brewery. I mean, literally probably about 3 blocks.
I've been here 15 years, no brewery. I moved, you put a brewery here. Really?
Yeah. What's the
Don't feel bad. I did that. I did 26 years before they put a brewery in, so don't feel bad.
Nothing wrong with Coors Light. You know, it hits fizzy water shit, but I still like it. Enjoy. You know, it's just enjoying what you got at the time. Every beer has a spot, right? Every beer can be something for a certain moment. The whole thing about drinking beer is like, don't be a dick. You know, you enjoy what you like and just go from there.
Yeah,
I've been drinking Modelo during the week. I mean, I like Modelo, so I'll drink that one.
Well, I mean, like, you know, I completely agree with that. But Rod and Jordy, I mean, just to reevaluate your life choices.
Well,
I mean, just saying.
So he's telling you to drink Corona instead.
Nothing wrong with Modelo here and there. You know, I'm not saying I'm not going to buy stock in the company because I'm drinking other beers, but I'll have it once in a while.
I like the idea of like Corona, like, you know, you have to shove lime in me to make it better.
Cheers,
I don't go up to my girlfriend and shove lime in her just to make her better because nothing will make her better. But I'm just saying, it's interesting.
Not at all. You gotta know your limitations. Cheers, Phil. He's up
now. That is a proper statement. Morning all.
Yeah, Modelo's I mean, right. But now Modelo is the hottest selling beer in America because of the whole Bud Light fiasco. But you know, that's what it is.
Fans like.
I no problem. Modelo. If I was going to choose like a macro beer, Modelo was fine anyway, right? So
I actually like Modelo Negro was a very nice beer.
Yeah. No, it's nice.
I'd rather have that one versus the regular one. Yeah,
I usually like that one. If I'm like
because we're better people.
Yeah.
If I'm at Chipotle, they'll have that there usually. I'll get that. But like usually, you just see the lager special everywhere.
Yeah.
For fighters.
Well, then you have that. Was it the gold now? Wherever that is, the ultra version.
I've had Soul before too. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, what about Soul? What about El Presidente? What about Bohemian?
Just don't bring the Pacifico shit in. That's all I'm saying. No, I'm just joking.
What about Pacifico?
Oh, hey, don't forget Dos Equis.
Dos Equis, yeah. I drink a lot out of Cancun.
Where's the man of the world guy? Where is he at?
When I was in Cancun,
he was the man of the world. He wasn't the man of the
or Dos Equis.
The world, man of the world, wherever. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah,
he was.
I think the last vacation we took out of country was Cancun. I had Dos Equis there at the resort. So Chicago for the Bud Light thing, yeah. Well, probably there. Now it's even more probably because of the whole Bud Light thing. So. Stan Ridgway? I do not know who Stan Ridgway is. You guys know who Stan Ridgway is?
No.
I mean, I can't believe you don't. That's so stupid that you don't. You're so stupid.
But you don't know either.
He's like answer the question and says you don't know.
I see what you're doing there, Paul.
No, I can't even talk. I can't talk to you right now because you don't know who Stan Ridgway is. So
yeah.
I do not know who Stan Ridgway is. So.
I don't even know who you are. Like, what are you fucking talking
about? So JT's in Texas?
No,
JT's in Chicago.
Oh, Chicago.
I
Well, he said Mexico, not true.
Rod James. Like, you're like...
Yeah.
The Rod.
I mean, I'm internationally known.
Yeah. The Shark.
The Shark. Not the Shark, but the Shark.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put the in front of everything from now on, just because.
I'm just saying, it's a good idea. It's a good
The
idea.
end. No.
You know what? When you're in Mexico and Cancun and that heat's hitting you, Dos Equis works. I'm just gonna say it works.
Dos Equis Amber.
When you're out there,
Well,
yeah.
that's the other thing is like you need something completely light and sessionable while you're in that heat, like on the sun, on the beach with the wind, and that's why you get a nice smoked lager from Germany and don't drink that stuff.
But they didn't have it at the resort. They didn't have that.
And the hangar
well,
was like that.
you go to the right
It's not as bad with that German beer.
Yeah.
Just saying.
If they would have had that at the resort, I would have had that.
If you would have packed 5 milliliter kegs of it, you know.
Lead singer and songwriter for the 80s band Wall of Voodoo. Oh, okay.
I'm on the Mexican radio. Bing, 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 bing. I'm a Mexican. Whoa, radio.
Singer for So Emerson was figured out before I think JT said that there.
I figured out before all that. Fuck you.
I thought you guys. I never heard of Stan Ridgway though. I mean, we have a lot of American musicians. I just had not heard of Stan there. I know Stan from Eminem. Like he writes about Stan, but that's about it. Let me see. Live in Chicago, but I'm from New Orleans. Yeah. Yes, JT. And JT is a big musical background. Mexican radio.
Oh, come on, I got that immediately. What's wrong with you guys? I just held back.
So it's 4.2. Yeah. Well, it's light. It's definitely light. As Paul would say, a little thin.
It's a bit thin. It is a bit thin.
Oh. Let me see. Where am I at here? I'm losing my spots on the comments.
Is that your favorite musician? Why you need to like step up in the world?
Get big control over yourself.
Yeah.
It might have been the Oscar Blues beer earlier. I don't know.
That was 4 hours ago.
Rumblefish.
That was 4 hours ago. What the hell?
God damn it, Shark. You don't need to tell me when it was. For the Rumblefish.
I still remember going off on my mom the one day. She's like, AC/DC is my favorite band. I said, well, maybe one day in the life, I understand that. AC/DC is your favorite band, Lay's is your favorite potato chips, and McDonald's is your favorite food. But some people like me have better choices in their fucking life. And I just
these that I like Wham myself.
Now that is a choice I like. Did you ever see the Wham Slayer mashup? If you haven't done it already, please do go on YouTube and type up Wham Slayer mashup because it's sexy as hell.
I'm more of a Spandau
I actually became gay halfway through and then became straight by the end of it.
Yeah. What was Spandau Ballet? True? That's the one they did, right?
Spandau Ballet, yeah.
Yeah.
I learned about that watching Black Adder. That was good times.
Really?
Yeah. Spandau Ballet. No, Spandau Ballet. 1983. Yeah. Oh, okay, cool.
This is true. Yeah. God, man. Yeah, I'm old, folks. That are still watching. I'm old. So yeah, I'm a Gen Xer. So we knew shit from back then.
I mean,
that was when Pluto was a planet.
I can still remember watching Miami Vice when, like, in the air tonight.
I know.
Yeah, I remember that too. Yeah, I remember that too.
I remember the episode. Sonny was like, "I might not be home tonight." Blah, blah, blah. He was like going to the cover, and they were playing In the Air Tonight in the background.
Yeah,
it was like
as he was driving through Miami.
Yeah, shit, like matched up perfectly.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I told my girlfriend recently. We were when we were kids. My mom would drive us home, and we hit this one flat spot, which is rare here. There's a nice flat spot. I see the sun going down, and we'd roll up our sleeves, going Miami Vice, Miami Vice.
It's like, oh my god! Thinking the whole thing was Sonny. It was like if he changed his ponytail, you knew if he was the Crockett or if he was Burnett. How he changed his ponytail, because he would change it up. That was watching Miami Vice. So yeah, he put it to the back. He was like Sonny Burnett. He was on the cover. If he didn't do that, he was Sonny Crockett.
You couldn't see that. You couldn't see it.
Yeah. Shows back then.
Unless anybody's going to regale me with Chip's motorcycle jump.
Eric Estrada.
Where he goes from a
John was it?
John. Yeah, I can't remember John's last name, but yeah, John something.
I want to say, yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, I saw him on YouTube. I was just going through. It was like they had him on, kind of like, wow. One of those recommended things. I go, how did I get recommended for that?
Right.
Yeah. The algorithm is a weird mistress.
Yeah.
It's almost like a Canadian / the Asia English brown ale.
Yeah.
I mean, David Hasselhoff, a Knight Rider. Like I was watching that when it came out, like Friday night, 8:00 or whatever. It was like Knight Rider.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's Knight Rider before you went out to try to go to the road.
Then he had Airwolf.
Yeah.
I have a film with Knight Rider and Linda. Oh, actually not. David Hasselhoff. Yeah, sorry, can't say that word. David Hasselhoff and Linda Blair in a movie called Witchery. I have that one. That's a weird movie.
All right, Jordy. Jordy's drunk and it's 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Cheers, brother. Great to have you, my friend.
Jordan's going live in about 10 minutes, so
have a great weekend, Jordy. I love people here. Yeah, have a good time for sure. Take care, everyone. Yeah. Oh, preach you. Yes. But it's funny, it's
the other
funny,
show
go ahead.
The other show I kind of like was the Emergency.
Oh, I remember Emergency. Actually, Emergency had a board game to it as well back in the day. It was that popular. They made a board game for Emergency. I remember.
Yeah, because I had the DVDs.
But I used to be a big fan of SWAT back in the day. SWAT and the
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Adam 12.
Kojak the Night Stalker. You ever watch that?
Oh, Night Stalker was the bomb. Night Stalker was the bomb with the dad from Christmas Story.
So the Christmas Story. Kojak the Night Stalker. And I was like, this guy's like stopping to like do Christmas, but he was fighting zombies and vampires.
He put it across from the pocket, and the vampires are back up. Yeah.
I have that T-shirt. I have him holding the cross out with it. So awesome.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, "What's that?"
I tell you, back in the day, like the freakiest, the best ever. I'm saying the best ever movie that was made for TV that scared the shit out of people was probably Salem's Lot back in the day.
Salem's Lot, yeah. Salem's Lot.
Like I remember as a kid watching Salem's Lot, and like they had the first version that came on like Wednesday, right? And the part 2 would be Friday. And my mom was like, "We can't watch part 2; it was too scary on Wednesday." I'm like, I wouldn't know what happens, right? Like like it freaked people out. Like it was such
that's when they started the clawing at the windows and stuff like
part
that.
One where the kids knocking at the window and the
kids and then they do Buffy the Vampire Slayer. No, you're floating, dude. Let me in. No, you're floating.
You're floating, dude. I can't let you in.
Floating. You're floating now. Come on, I'm hungry.
I remember my mom yelling at the TV, "Don't let them in! Don't let them in!" Like they can't hear you in the movie. Like
they let them in, didn't they? Yes, they did. Yeah. That I heard my dad. My dad used to. He went to Jaws, the first screening of Jaws, and people were getting up and just saying, "Oh, Mercy Shake Talk, let him go, let him go!" When Chris was getting bitten, they were freaking out. Like, oh, it's so awesome. You don't get that in movie theaters anymore. I miss that.
You don't. Yeah.
We went to a screening. We actually went to the 50th anniversary screening of Jaws or whatever it was, which is. Yeah. It was either in 2005 or it's going to be up here. It was one of the anniversary screenings of Jaws. Yeah, that's where I got that. And that, but nobody said a damn word the whole time. Nobody. We were trying to sing along, show me the way. They're like, "Shh!" I'm like, "Fuck off!" And we just kept on. They're like, "Kick me out!" Like, plus they had a bar there, so we got drunk. But at the same time, it's like, no, this is not the first screening of Jaws. This should only be fans in this place. Because I went to a screening of Night of Living Dead. It was we screamed, we laughed, we yelled, we did that. It was amazing. So we did that in Jaws. Nobody said a word because everyone's a stuck-up piece of crap. Like I was like, you can't. This is not the first time you've ever seen Jaws.
Right.
Like, come on, sing along, scream, have a good time. Nope, can't do it. And that's the difference between going to like a rural area and having a screening of a movie and going to a college town with a bunch of stuck-up bastards. But whatever, it is what it is.
Well, it's funny, like JT's point there is like the movies now, like they don't have anything in the writing that kind of pulls you in as much. Like I can still watch Jaws, and it's still the scene where Richard Dreyfuss goes into the ocean and he gets to the boat, and the head will pop out from the person they got like eaten by the shark. It'll still freak you out a little bit. Like you don't have that in a lot of movies nowadays. It was such a good.
Let me ask you a real quick question, and like for JT and everybody, name a movie that was recent you gave a fuck about a single character. Like you were indebted to that character. Like you showed, like you saw something in that character that you put yourself into. I bet you can't, because that's the point. Yeah. Everything now is cannon fodder. They make every movie, you don't care what happens, you just want to see them die. And guess what? You get zero reaction.
I would say the only thing to that, like Get Out, like the character in Get Out, you're like, what the fuck are you doing? Like you're trying to like talk to this character who's like, do you not see the signs? Like you don't need to be out there. You don't need to be like, you know, Jordan Peele has done a great job of some of the stuff he's actually doing on some of his movies right now, which is funny because he's a comedy guy doing horror movies. But anyway,
I didn't watch Get Out.
He'll pull you into some stuff when you're looking at the character like, get out of it. What are you doing? Like, but most stuff you don't see that. You're right. You don't see it in a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you don't. I didn't watch Get Out. Get Out to me, I didn't watch it, but what I could see was low hanging fruit.
It was actually pretty good. It was better than I think.
I was like, oh, they don't like you because you're black. I get it. Like,
yeah. Well,
like that's what I got out of it.
The funny thing was watching it. It was kind of like, for me watching it, it was like, why would you do some of this stuff and everything like that and everything? But it was actually enough that brought you into that character, and it's just like you were more watching not just the main character but his buddy, because his buddy was like basically the sound of reason, like you don't need to be doing this shit, like you need to get over here, like you know. It's kind of like it brought you into the movie.
If there was like some undertone, like there was something else going on where like no, it wasn't literally they just don't like him because he's black and everything's fine, like there's some deeper message, I think I would have been into it. But it just seemed like that was the trivial thing, and from what I was talking to you right now, it still seems that was the trivial piece.
No, there was an undertone reason why they wanted him there. There was other undertone to it.
Okay, I might check it out. I might check it out because there's some deeper message.
Yeah, there's definitely another undertone to it and everything like that, but you're kind of watching it, for me as a black person watching it, like,
it can't like, be that. Like, it, at the end of the ship
for this or that, but it's kind of like you see where he's fallen into this whole thing, too.
Yeah.
And what they're actually driving from their perspective.
My biggest thing is, at the end of the movie, it can't be that.
Yeah. You'd have to watch
and if it is, I'm going to be fucking furious. But if it's not, I'll be happy.
Yeah, I think if you watch it through, you'll actually enjoy it from what actually turns out in the end. So, but yeah, watching that, I do want to see the Nope. I haven't watched Nope yet, but I do want to see that one.
I understand that chainsaws, tits, and sex and boobs is fun, especially when you put them together and on your first date, and then she doesn't come home. It's fun.
Well, that's the one thing.
But I'm just saying, like, you can't have that. I don't like low-hanging fruit. You've seen lots of films where there's low-hanging fruit, and you're like, I know what's going to happen, low-hanging fruit. To me, Get Out just seemed like low-hanging fruit. So now I'm very intrigued about watching it.
Well, the one thing, like, Jordan Peele didn't usually use any of that kind of stuff in it, so you don't have to worry about that. It was kind of like, it was actually written from a pretty good perspective on how he was doing it.
Yeah. Is there any breast?
No. He doesn't do any of that stuff. He doesn't. Sorry. It's more like psychological stuff that he's actually doing. Yeah, it's all psychological.
I can't watch it if there's not 10K.
Yeah. It's definitely got more of a psychological perspective that he actually provides.
Oh, that's good. I'll check it out.
No, there were parts with it that was kind of like, if it was me, I wouldn't do that. But it was kind of like this.
But you're not there. Like actually, you know what?
Naivety that comes into play.
Yes, actually, that's the nice thing about it too. It's like that kind of mental thing where, like, you saw the relationship going bad from out far, but the guy didn't do anything to change it.
Right. And you got this voice from his buddy that's kind of trying to give him hints that he's just not picking up.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, you're kind of involved in it from that regard. So
it's almost like it's like if I was black at my first marriage. It's like right there.
Run away. I don't know where you're going with that one, but okay. I didn't see the signs. I don't know what happened.
I didn't see the signs. And they were breaking up my mind, blocking up the scenery. I just couldn't see the signs.
But he's actually become a pretty good horror type writer. So I'm
pretty
impressed with stuff he's doing.
Jordan Peele.
He would say digital filming techniques. That's why people love Coen bro movies. They still use the old school celluloid. Coen brothers make some pretty good movies for what they're actually doing there as well. Movies used to be photography and not digital graphics. Everybody's using technology. Hey, what's up, Nemo? Cheers, everyone. Happy Friday, my friend.
Technology should only use for.
I have not seen the Ballad of Buster Scruggs.
Oh, you haven't seen the Ballad of Buster Scruggs yet? That's
you've seen that one?
Yeah, of course. That's a good
old. Are you fucking with me, or have you actually seen it?
No, I'm saying it's a western. Yeah, no, you should definitely do it.
Okay. I saw the western that Idris Elba did on Netflix. That was actually pretty good that they did too. So, it's like trying to find time to do a lot of shit. It's so hard now.
Did you ever see a movie called Once Upon a Time in the West?
You know what's funny? I've never watched it, but my mom loves it. That's like the best western.
It's one of the most beautifully shot films I think I've ever seen.
I'll have to watch that at some point. I should watch that. Yeah. She swears by it, like that's her favorite western that was ever made.
It's pretty fucking fantastic.
Yeah. Would you say like my favorite western, like Outlaw Josie Wales?
Outlaws of Josie Wales, yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
actually, one of my favorite westerns is actually, well, honestly, I really like the Cherokee Kid with Sinbad, and I like Lightning Jack with Paul Hogan, but. For a western that doesn't feel like a western, that is pretty raw, is actually The Great Silence with Klaus Kinski. It's actually set in a western area, but it's in the winter, which you don't see very often. And it's pretty raw. Yeah.
I haven't seen that one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Josie Wales, Pale Rider. They're kind of my favorites to actually watch. I mean, I can sit there. My wife wants to say, "Are you watching this again?" I'm like, yeah, I'll watch it. And I'll recite the lines while I'm watching it. I'm still enjoying it. It's just such a great.
What's the other one? That Coven did the One Tin Soldier song for the Billy Jack one.
Oh, the Billy Jack, yeah,
Billy Jack. I'm gonna put this front of my foot up outside of your face. Really? Yeah. That's pretty good too.
Yeah,
because I'm a big Coven fan. So,
are you out?
Yeah, I gotta take off. So I gotta go to work tomorrow.
All right, brother.
Hey,
I'm actually off tomorrow, so I feel your pain there. So yeah.
Yeah, you'll be up all night.
Let me know about tomorrow night when you go live. Yeah. So like I said, if I'm around, I gotta do a thing on Daddy Porter's channel. But yeah, if I'm free.
Yeah, I'll send you the link sometime. So on the gram, and if you're available, great.
Yeah,
on the gram.
I should be
on the gram.
I'm going to
the gram.
Right?
The gram.
Yeah, I'm going to VideoCon this weekend, but I should be around tomorrow night. So.
Yeah, if you are, great. If not, no worries. But yeah, it's been fun. So.
Yeah, make sure y'all check out Shark as well here on the channel. So.
Yeah. If you're on the gram,
John is my grandfather, by the way. No.
If you're on the gram, make sure you check out PEA Outdoors Couple.
Yeah,
we are on the gram now.
He's doing stuff with his better half. So yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. We'll have to figure that
out. Hey, guys, have a good night.
All right, brother. Have a good one, Shark.
You too.
Cheers.
Boom. Hit the right button. Hit the right button. Yeah. I might be here for a little longer. Hi.
No, you're gonna stay up. Okay.
People have a hard time leaving. It's like a roach motel. You can get in, but you can't get out.
Yeah. That was that other one on Nightmare on Elm Street, like part 4, where he picks up the thing and crushes the girl in the cockroach trap after she breaks her arm with the weightlifting thing. You get in, but you can't get out.
Yeah, I was in a nightmare movie in so long. So yeah.
I know. They posted on Facebook. Name something that will get you like hate with everyone else. And I said Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th and Wrong Turn should have been one-offs. That's my big thing because they all should have been. They all should have been just one-offs because all they did was ruin the series with all these sequels. So, yep,
Well,
that was me.
You didn't really need another Halloween after the first one, right? So,
no, absolutely not. Yeah, I do love Mustafa Akkad's Halloween 2. But
you like that one? Okay,
I do like it. I really do. I've always loved Halloween 2. Like it's just here's the thing about Halloween 2. I will always watch Halloween 2 after Halloween 1, but I will never watch Halloween 2 by itself. Do you know what I mean?
Really?
I will never put Halloween 2 on by itself.
Together before you do it.
Yes, but I have to watch them together. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And Halloween 2, 1981, the same year I was born. So there you go. Because I'm a young pup.
But do you watch Halloween 3, Season of a Witch?
Of course, because Tom Hanks with that mustache is just sex delicious.
I feel like Halloween 3 is like the Rocky 5. Like you don't need it.
I love Halloween 3.
You don't need Halloween 3, Season of a Witch. You don't need it. Just get rid of it. Like
I will.
Imagine it never happened.
About Halloween 3 is I'll watch Halloween 3 by itself whenever I feel like it. Halloween 3.
Yeah, because it didn't match up to the rest of the series.
No, so you can just watch it anytime you want. I don't think 4 should have happened. I don't think 5 should have happened. However, because it did, I like the fact they used Donald Pleasance. I don't think they should have made another Halloween after Donald Pleasance died.
Probably not. You're right. Yeah.
That's my point. Like, if you made him, that's great. But once he died, stop making him.
Well,
you know what I mean?
The last Halloween that just came out, it was like they just came out with the one where Jamie.
They just made a Halloween movie called Halloween Begins, Kill, Death Again, in Part 216.
Yeah, right.
Like, you know what? Fuck Hollywood. Fuck your money grabbing bullshit. And I don't like you. And I don't like you. And I don't like anything you ever do. You know what I mean? It's one of the things.
Just you're done. You're done with it. Let it go.
There's almost that you can only get milk out of a dead cow for so long, and then that dries up too. You know what I mean? It's sad the cow died, but get another cow.
Hollywood likes the milk, though. They like milk.
They do. They are milkmen. Absolutely. For sure. I mean, how many there was like 12 wrong turns or something like that. It's just like, oh my god.
They got another Saw coming out. I'm like,
what?
Did this guy die like 5 movies ago?
I love the fact it wasn't the first point of the Saw was the guy had cancer and he only had so long to live. Apparently, he found the cure for it. Did you get a hold of Michael Jordan and find out how to cure AIDS too?
I don't know if he told Pfizer or not, but he had the cure. You're right.
I was just just kill a couple of people and you're fine. Like unbelievable. Like. I mean, Wrong Turn was so good. Yeah. I went to the movie theater twice to see it. I loved that film. And then they just ruined it completely after that.
Yeah.
Wrong Turn should have been one and done.
You don't need all these other ones. I would hope they would never make a remake to Duel. Like Duel was a great movie.
Was perfect.
Back in the day with Dennis Quaid. And it was like perfect. Steven Spielberg's first big movie or whatever. Like you would never need to make a remake to that. You could watch it today and still be pulled in and be intense.
I love the fact that in Duel, they used the Roger Corman dinosaur sound when the truck goes off the cliff.
Yeah.
And they used the same Roger Corman dinosaur sound in Jaws when he was sinking to the bottom after he got blown up.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
This dual Jaws reference right there. And I'm like, you don't get this any other place but the Raw James. Just
the. Yeah, no, I mean, that's one of my favorite movies to actually watch. And just like the intensity of it it's kind of crazy because it's a movie that doesn't have a lot of dialogue.
Nope.
And it's just this matchup between Dennis Quaid driving a car and this truck driver driving a truck, and it pulls you in. Just the visualization of it all. It's like
honestly,
you don't remake to it. You don't need a remake to it. It's just
you really don't get another thing like that until Hitcher. Remember Hitcher? That
Yeah,
was another
Hitcher,
one.
Joe
That was a
Rutger
really
Hauer.
good.
Yeah.
They really
Yeah.
pulled you in. They like the whole thing. Like he was a creepy bastard.
Yeah.
But you all
Yeah.
got that kind of like no, yes, no, yes, no. They put the girl to the truck and tore her apart. Like you don't get that in other films.
Yeah.
Like you just don't. Like usually the hero comes in right at the second and saves the day. Well, sorry, your hero didn't show up.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
rough.
I know you got one already, but like, damn, we could do a fucking movie podcast. I know you already got a movie podcast, but I'm like,
I told you that I haven't
dude,
done it in a long time. I know I haven't done it in a long time. I haven't been on The Muscular Destroyer and Sight, and I haven't been on Maniacs Meet in quite a long time because of working all the time and stuff like that. But no, this is the Rob J Movie Podcast, and I'm your guest host there, Paul Ramelli, from PA Bruno. Yeah.
We could easily vibe into that as well. So yeah,
You're gonna tonight on a very special Rob J Beer.
Well, we got Sam up, so Sam's up in Australia. So cheers, my friend.
Sammy boy.
What is happening down under, buddy? And let's see here. I eat sandwich on RYE, rye.
Rye, baby.
I have a cheese sandwich on rye. I'll do movies up until about 2005 or 2010. Yeah.
A movie that actually is older than my normal thing that I watch all the time is Dog Soldiers that came out in 2001. It's a very fucking fantastic film.
I haven't seen that one. Dog
It's on YouTube for free. Whoop, whoop.
Okay. What's
Dog
that one
Soldiers, just imagine The Howling versus a army movie and Rambo all put together.
That's got some
it's fantastic. Yeah. Like Dog Soldier, what did they say? It was like it's like Rambo, Predator, and Jaws all mixed together with wolves. Like it's fantastic.
Wow.
It's fantastic.
That's okay. Interesting mix.
The only thing is that I know that most people will have a problem. Some people don't. It's a British film, which makes it even better. There's a lot of accents in it, and if you're not really good on accents, it's a little harder. But if you can get the closed caption, it's fine. But I can all my buddies are from the UK, basically that in Canada. So gibber is usually I'm used to that. So it's a really good film. So I love the fact that it's a UK film. Actually, The Last Voyage of Demeter, right? The captain in that is the bad guy, one of the bad guys in Dog Soldiers. So it's really nice to see him still employed, making a living on it as an actor. I'm really happy to see him there.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And actually, one of the main guys from Dog Soldiers, one of the good guys, was famous in that movie Train Spotting in 1996.
Oh, with Ewan McGregor. Yeah. I'm trying to think of the one movie from back in the day.
Well, if we keep talking, I'm going to get a beer because this is ridiculous.
Well, we'll probably wrap up here in a second, but
okay.
I'm trying to think of the movie with Tom Cruise, Kevin Bacon, when they're in military school. Taps.
That
was. Have you ever seen that? Taps.
No.
They were like that's a classic. You should check that out. That's a classic movie. I think it was came out mid '80s or so. George C. Scott. Basically, it's a whole thing where they want to shut down this little military school, and the school's fighting back against it, and it's pretty good. It's like Tom Cruise's first big movie type thing, but Kevin Bacon's in it. I believe it's Kevin. Maybe it's not Kevin Bacon. Maybe it's somebody else I'm thinking of. But George C. Scott's in it, and it basically take over his military school, and it was just I got it on DVD somewhere around here in the house in storage, but it was one of those movies that was just impactful. It was kind of an interesting type film. So Taps is actually pretty cool.
I have
check out.
I have a guy that you probably haven't heard of in a while. I have his first film. It's a vampire film. It's a weird urban vampire film called Night Owl. It's John Leguizamo's first film.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, Night Owl. I have that on DVD. Little crazy vampire film from the early 80s.
Yeah, Taps was 81, and I was thinking of it was actually I'm thinking of Timothy Hutton was the person in it with Tom Cruise, George C. Scott, Sean Penn, Basically, like I said, it's a military school trying to fight back for being close. It's really just like this intriguing type film that takes place, and pretty good acting. It's pretty good.
But the military school trying to get closed down and stuff.
Yeah, they're trying to fight for being closed down and kind of trying to take a stand against it. But it was like
it was
Tom
almost
Cruise,
like Super Troopers got funny.
Well, it was intense. Like it was Tom Cruise's first big movie that he got noticed for.
Right.
Timothy Hutton was really good, and George C. Scott was awesome in it. And they're trying to basically shut down the school when the kids are like kind of fighting back against it. And it's just like an intense type film, but it was kind of like that was where you kind of saw some of the brilliance of Tom Cruise coming out and some of the other actors that were in it and stuff. So really enthralling. I know you like some of the old school type movies.
No, I do. Absolutely.
If you haven't seen Taps, that's actually a great one to check out.
Check Taps out.
Yeah,
I like stuff like that, but I also like. It is funny when you go look back because most of these people, Brad Pitt, Val Kilmer, things like that, Tom Cruise, Kevin Bacon, you just keep using those words. Always horror. They start in horror.
Yeah.
George
Clooney. Funny you mentioned Brad Pitt. You look at Brad Pitt. He was actually in True Romance, and what he played. And it was kind of like he was this character in it, but he didn't realize, featured that was going to be Brad Pitt and stuff. But he nailed this role as a stoner in the movie, which is just like awesome when the police come in and it's just like Brad Pitt doing his role. And
like, now he's Brad fucking Pitt.
You see him doing that, and you're like later on, like that's fucking Brad Pitt. That was Kevin Bacon. Kevin Bacon was in the first Friday 13th. He would have realized that. He was one of the first killed.
Brad Pitt was in Cutting Class.
Yeah.
So it is interesting. It is interesting.
Yeah. You see some of these actors do some of the stuff they did, but no, it's cool. But if you ever get a chance to check out Taps, I would definitely recommend it for an old, like, nice throwback. For sure.
So this was Paul J's movie adventures. So that was fun.
Yeah, who's your George Scott favorite? Yeah, I'm telling you, Taps is a solid. I like to go back and watch for a time. Like I said, I have it on DVD. Like, I don't buy a lot of DVD movies and stuff, but over the years, that was one of the movies I actually picked up because it's just it's one of those classic. I want to say, like, for us coming up during that time, coming of age movie, like, our parents, that would have been like the Josie Wales type stuff like that. They would have watched, but like Taps was like something when we were younger was kind of like this role and standing up. These kids were standing up for what they thought was right for what they were doing, even if it wasn't right. It was just like this enthralling movie that is like captivating you the whole time. So Taps is one of those Gen X type things, just like you would see Breakfast Club or 16 Candles, some of the other stuff that it was just like, those are just movies of our time that we actually saw.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off of the
Ferris Bueller Day Off, right? Yeah. But that being said, we'll go ahead and get signed off here because we are at the 1 o'clock hour, just past the 1 o'clock hour.
The witching hour is upon us.
For those of you that listen later on the podcast, this will be a long podcast to actually check out. But great to have Paul join in and everybody else from earlier. We had Shark on besides Mal and Todd. And hopefully you guys enjoyed. Back next week, 8 o'clock Eastern, as usual. Thanks for everybody tuned in. And we will catch up with you then. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers. Get me to 1,000 subscribers.
Help Paul out. PA Brew News. Subscribe.